All right. Welcome back to the live show. It is currently 12:47 a.m. And of course, today's date is the 23rd of June 2026. How are you doing? It's another day, another year, uh, another day. Okay. All right. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, Mike Lee is here grilling witnesses on U.S. territories hearing. And listen to this. I think you're going to learn a lot from it. Here we go.
Business meeting before our hearing today, so we'll start with that. In today's business meeting, the Senate will take up S 1547, reauthorizing the national parks and the Public Land Legacy Restoration Fund, sponsored by Senator Daines. First, let me ask if any senator wishes to offer an amendment. Okay. Yes,
Chairman.
Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to note that reauthorizing the Legacy Restoration Fund is a priority for me, as it is for many of us on this committee. In California alone, we have nearly a $5 billion deferred maintenance backlog on our federally managed public lands, and this reauthorization could provide nearly $1 billion to address that over 5 years. That's why I co-sponsored the America the Beautiful Act, which I thank Senator Daines and Senator King for all their hard work on. However, the substitute amendment before us today would change the bill significantly from the one I chose and agreed to co-sponsor. Specifically, I'm concerned about the amendment's approach towards non-resident visitor fees. In January, the Park Service implemented a whopping $100 per person surcharge for non-resident visitors at 11 national parks, including Yosemite, Kings Canyon, and Sequoia National Parks in California, some of the most heavily visited parks in the country. And I'm concerned that this bill would codify this surcharge and apply it to all Park Service units that collect fees. I'm also particularly concerned about how the Park Service determines who is required to pay these extra fees. Our national parks are significant contributors to local economies and should be welcoming to all who visit our country. Under the current practice, these fees have been collected on the honor system. However, if we codify this, I fear that parks could become de facto immigration checkpoints where our hardworking Park Service staff will be required to check passports or birth certificates, and that's not their job. It's not something they're trained to do, and that's not what I signed up for. Now, as to the amendments, I have a couple quick ones. It's my understanding that the goal of the non-resident fee is to apply to foreign tourists. However, the definition of non-resident has been left very vague in the text before us. That's why I filed a second-degree amendment with Senator Hickenlooper that would only apply these surcharges to foreign visitors on tourist visas, which I believe was the original intention. The language in our amendment would bring the bill in line with the bipartisan House version led by Chairman Westerman and Ranking Member Huffman on the House side. This is Amendment 1A2. But, Mr. Chairman, I understand that our staffs are having encouraging and productive conversations to resolve this drafting issue, so I'd certainly like to see these issues addressed in the bill before its final passage. But I believe since members of both sides want to address this, I won't bring up the Padilla-Hickenlooper Amendment 1A2. But I have another critical issue that we need to address, which is how revenue from non-resident visitor surcharges would be shared across the Park Service system. Colleagues, currently, at least 80% of the fee revenue collected at a Park Service unit stays in the unit where it was collected, while 20% benefits other parks around the country. But the bill before us does not keep any of the surcharge revenue in the park where the fee was collected. Instead, it would redirect all of the additional revenue into the broader Legacy Restoration Fund. I strongly believe that parks that are heavily visited and experience additional strain on their natural resources and infrastructure should be proportionally supported based on these surcharges. So, Second Amendment Padilla-Hickenlooper 1A1 has been filed that would require at least 80% of these foreign tourist surcharges be dedicated to addressing the maintenance in the park where it was collected. Now, I understand that this surcharge was added as a pay-for, and that we still do not have a CBO score for the bill. But in good faith, I will not bring up this second-degree amendment for a vote today, knowing that we're continuing to work on this issue and maintaining the spirit that the parks that collect high levels of revenue receive their proportionate share of support for deferred maintenance. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, my third amendment that I want to bring up, I believe it's critical that gateway communities and the public be able to have a say in these foreign tourist surcharges. When the Department of Interior created these non-resident visitor fees in January, they did not consult with the public in any way, despite consultation being a legal requirement of the Federal Lands Recreation Enhancement Act. There was no public consultation on how expensive these fees should be. There were no studies on the potential impacts on visitation levels and no analysis on the impacts to gateway communities and local businesses. I sent a letter to the Department of Interior in December with several of my colleagues on this committee requesting information on what public consultation occurred and how these fees would be implemented, and we have yet to receive a response. Now, as written, the bill would strive to, quote, maximize revenue while, quote, retaining non-resident visitation when deciding the amount of the surcharge. It only seems appropriate that the gateway communities and local stakeholders should be consulted given the impacts to local economies and the bottom line for many businesses and families. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you working with my staff to include language in your substitute amendment to provide public participation opportunities to gateway communities and local stakeholders in accordance with existing law. And given these surcharges would no doubt impact local communities, I appreciate you supporting us and allowing all of our constituents to have a voice in this process. And I appreciate that the manager's amendment includes language to address this third concern. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Senator Padilla. I look forward to continuing to work with you on these matters. I appreciate that. Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share the concerns that Senator Padilla has expressed, and the amended bill would expand the authority of the National Park Service to charge international visitors higher fees at all fee-collecting parks. And since January of this year, 11 fee-collecting parks have charged higher fees for non-residents. We don't yet have data on what revenue that has generated or the impacts that those higher fees have had on visitations to gateway communities, which is why, as Senator Padilla noted, it is important for community input and consultation regarding these higher fees. We should have that information before we expand that to all fee-collecting parks and codifying it into law. Another change to the underlying bill is that an entire provision has been included giving the Department of the Interior the authority to license intellectual property. The amendment would give the Department of the Interior authority similar to that given to the Department of Defense and the Department of Homeland Security, but without requiring similar governing regulations. I think that is an important aspect to giving this kind of authority to the Interior Department, that the other two departments that have this kind of authority, they did have to undergo rulemaking to implement that authority. So I'm a co-sponsor of the underlying bill, which has broad bipartisan support. So I'm glad that we are moving the bill. And I do support the basic purpose of this bill, even in the amended form and the concerns that I have. And the underlying purpose is to extend the authority for the Department of the Interior to address deferred maintenance needs on our public lands, and we know that that's in the billions of dollars of deferred maintenance, and it's something that I very much support. So I would, again, associate myself with Senator Padilla's remarks and hope that we can improve this bill before the full Senate considers it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks so much, Senator Hirono. I'm going to defer my opening statement and my remarks on the bill until after we vote, and we'll allow everybody else to speak afterwards if they'd like. But I'd like to turn now to my amendment that I've offered jointly with Senator Heinrich, And I want to thank Senator Heinrich and his team for, and all the others who have participated in this, including Senator King. Our teams have worked very hard on this, and grateful for it. This will be Amendment 1A, the Lee-Heinrich Amendment, and this will be a voice vote. All those in favor of the Lee-Heinrich Amendment, number 1A, all those in favor of that amendment, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and the amendment is agreed to. We'll now go to the bill, S. 1547, as amended. And the question is on the bill. All those in favor of the bill signify by saying aye. 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 Opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And the bill S. 1547, as amended, will be reported favorably to the Senate. I'll now recognize any speaker who wants to be heard on this legislation. I see hands up from Senator Daines and Senator Murkowski on this side, Senator King and Senator Heinrich on this side.
Mr. Chairman, we just witnessed something that looked very easy, but was very hard. This was a very profound moment to have a voice vote on what we just accomplished. And it's nice to have some good news in Washington, D.C. for a change of bipartisan cooperation, compromise, and a great outcome. The teams were up literally until about 6:30 this morning working to get to this point, and I want to commend them. Chairman Lee, Ranking Member Heinrich, thank you for your leadership. And thanks to all the staff who are bleary-eyed and bushed this morning for working very late nights and long hours to get to where we're at here today. This is a big step forward. The Great America Outdoors Act was viewed as one of the greatest conservation wins in 50 years. I think similarly now we extend the work that was done with that bill by reauthorizing this tremendous investment in addressing the maintenance backlog in our national parks and national forest. This amendment and the bill we're sending to the full Senate represents a bipartisan and bicameral collaborative outcome. We've been working with the administration, both sides of the aisle here in the Senate, as well as keeping our House colleagues in the loop, Chairman Westerman and Ranking Member Huffman, so that we can move it not only out of the Senate, but get it through the House into the President's desk. We've taken priorities from the House, the Senate, the administration, many members on this committee, and there were reforms made. The reforms we did make strengthen the Legacy Restoration Fund, help us tackle that growing maintenance backlog on our parks and public lands. It's a great down payment to help fix the aging infrastructure and bolster our recreation economy. This is supported by over 100 groups. It has 64 Senate bipartisan co-sponsors. And I want to thank my co-chair, Senator King, his staff. As many of you know, on the National Park Subcommittee, we don't have a chairman and ranking member. Senator King and I have always agreed on a handshake. We are co-chairs. No matter which way the gavel falls in majority-minority position, Senator King and I are co-chairs. Been a wonderful partner on that subcommittee, and we have an outcome here today. I also want to thank Senator Murkowski and her staff, Secretary Burgum and his staff. I can't tell you how many text messages I have on my phone right now in the last 72 hours with the Secretary, working together with the administration to get to this point here today and this morning. I know their teams work all night with many of the staff that are sitting behind us here on this dais today. I look forward to working with Chairman Westerman. They had a big hearing. They even had Kevin Costner in Hot Springs, Arkansas on Friday to have a hearing about this bill, as well as Ranking Member Huffman. We want to thank them for the work already done. And now, once we have done the work here, to toss it to the House and get it through there as quickly as possible. So I urge my colleagues here and my friends in the House, let's get this bill on President Trump's desk before the 4th of July. I can't think of no better president, no better present for the president and the country on the America's 250th birthday than supporting our national parks and our public lands. Chairman Lee, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Daines. And a minute ago, I thanked Senator Heinrich and Senator King and their teams, and neglected to mention others, including Senator Murkowski, you, Senator Daines, for your great work on this. And I know you and your teams have also been working really hard on it and burned the midnight oil along with Senator Merkley.
And Chairman, if I might say,
Yep.
you are the chairman, you have the gavel. Were it not for your cooperation on this bill, we wouldn't be here today as well,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman. And I thank you for that because you hold the gavel. And without your cooperation, leadership, we wouldn't have had this outcome. So thank you.
Thank you. Senator Murkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator Daines, I'm pleased to be able to follow your comments. You have been a leader in this space with the Great American Outdoors Act from the very beginning. You have had a passion and a purpose, I think, towards this, and it's reflected in the working relationship that you have with your vice chair, Senator King. I, too, want to acknowledge the extraordinary hard work that so many people put into this. And I was somewhat amused by your statement, Senator Daines, that we made this look easy this morning, and it was anything but. But I think that is reflective of the hard work to get to yes, instead of people who were coming to the table dead set to oppose it, just to be able to oppose something. And in fairness, that's kind of the political climate that we are operating in. And so I think it says much about what we're talking about here this morning, which is our great American outdoors, something that whether you are from Montana, Alaska, Hawaii, California, Mississippi, doesn't make any difference where you are. There is a deep love for our national treasures and for those areas that that we find very personally connected and attached to. And so when we look at the list of deferred maintenance around the country for these treasured spaces and places, we should all be worried about it. And so what was put in place with the Legacy Restoration Fund was significantly important. We need to be aggressive in how we are handling our deferred maintenance, and so this reauthorization was very important. What was equally important in this, and I think the role that I and really my staff on the Appropriations Committee worked aggressively around the clock with Senator Merkley's team. I chair the Interior Appropriations Subcommittee along with Senator Merkley, and so our role here is to make sure that Congress's role in understanding how we're going to implement these priorities is maintained. And so ensuring that there was a list that is presented from the president to the legislative branch as outlined in GOA was important to maintain that, and how we are able then to not only receive a list, but to be able to ensure that there is accountability on both sides, that we are not establishing a venue for the administration, any administration going forward, to kind of pick and choose and inject layers of politics into what should not be political, but again, really caring for our treasures. So I'm very appreciative, Mr. Chairman, of your leadership in this, and Senator Heinrich, your willingness to work with all of us, not only on this committee, but outside the committee as well. Truly very appreciative.
Thanks so much. Senator Heinrich, and then we'll go to Senator King.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for marking up this legislation. This is a good model for how we can get things done on this committee. You know, when I go home, left, right, and center, people make their family memories on our public lands, and so reinvesting in that infrastructure is incredibly important. I also want to thank Senator Daines, Senator King, all of the co-sponsors, the appropriation staff who worked all night to land this deal, and we got it done with minutes to spare. So I don't think it may look easy this morning, but this was a big lift, and I want to thank everybody who worked so hard to make it happen.
Thank you. Senator King.
Well, I want to provide my thanks, just as all of us have, particularly to the staff, who often don't get the recognition, who are working, as Senator Heinrich said, all night, literally, to finalize this document. Steve, Senator Daines, great to work with you, and this is the way this place is supposed to work. Bipartisan work together on a common cause important to the American people. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your accepting my amendment that this money will be allocated alphabetically by park, starting with Acadia. Actually, there's no such thing, but it's a good idea.
This is a strong objection from the guy who loves Yellowstone Park, which I know Senator Barrasso would associate himself
And
with those
Yosemite.
parks.
And he's got Zion.
Yosemite, yeah.
I guess Zion is not going to fare well in that one.
We're going to have the Y caucus here rebel here, but go ahead, Angus. Proceed at great risk.
No, seriously. And I do want to inject one note of frustration, not with this bill, but for the necessity of the bill. Through multiple administrations, I had great problems with the last administration on not providing adequate maintenance in the regular budget. We're doing a bill on deferred maintenance because we haven't adequately done maintenance, which should have been done every year as part of the base budget of the Interior Department and the National Park Service. So this is a major accomplishment, but I think we should also work with the current administration, the next administration, to be sure that this we don't have to do this every 5 years, because not doing maintenance is a kind of debt. It's incurring a debt, and we're now going to pay that debt. But going forward, I hope that whoever's in charge of the Department of the Interior and the National Park Service budget will take the maintenance responsibility as seriously as they do the other portions. So, but with that note, this is an extraordinary achievement, and it's being done on exactly the right way, with a lot of work, a lot of compromises, a lot of. But as I think Senator Murkowski said, the impulse was to get to yes, and we made that happen. And we're not there yet. We've got to work with the House. We've got to continue to refine the bill, get through on the Senate floor. But this is an important step forward for America and for our national parks. And I want to thank the chairman and ranking member Heinrich for their leadership on this. We wouldn't be here without you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, what we're going to do now, we'll go ahead and conclude the business meeting, and then I'll give my opening statement for the hearing, and in which I'll also give my brief remarks on this bill, put those into the record. Our national parks are Our national parks are among the most popular features of the U.S. government. Not everything we do in this town necessarily brings about absolute popularity, but people like their national parks. The national parks are iconic. They're among the most recognizable places in America. Millions of people travel from across America and from throughout the world to witness their beauty. And we, as Americans, have a responsibility to make sure that they're well-maintained and that they're going to be there for generations to come, as beautiful as ever. By 2020, however, there was some broad agreement that the federal government had fallen short of that responsibility. Roads, trails, visitor centers, campgrounds, water systems, and other critical infrastructure at many of our national parks and on other federal lands were piling up. They were piling up these huge deferred maintenance backlog lists faster than the agencies responsible for managing them were able to address them. The Great American Outdoors Act, often pronounced as GOA, was Congress's answer to that challenge. But when GOA first came before Congress during the first Trump administration, I had serious concerns about how the program was structured and whether it would actually solve the problems that it was set up to solve. Specifically, the drafters included a permanent extension of the Land and Water Conservation Fund in GOA, which allowed the government to continue permanently growing a federal estate that it's proven not to be able to manage, as evidenced by its massive and growing deferred maintenance backlog, increasing costs and restricting many communities, especially in the western United States, where a lot of these lands are found, and ultimately adding to the deferred maintenance backlog. At the time of passage of GOA, the deferred maintenance backlog across federal land management agencies clocked in at about $26 billion. Today, after 6 years and roughly $10 billion taxpayer dollars, that maintenance backlog has skyrocketed up to $43 billion. Reasonable people can disagree as to why the backlog has increased instead of decreased. But whatever explanation one prefers, the fact remains that Congress should not reauthorize programs on autopilot. We ought to stop from time to time and ask whether they're achieving their intended purpose. And if the intended purpose of GOA was to reduce the backlog, and 6 years later the backlog is larger than when the program began, significantly larger, I would add, then what should Congress do? Well, one of the things that I appreciate about this committee is that members can disagree and then keep talking and work forward toward a stronger product and a better outcome. I'm very proud of that, and as I mentioned earlier, together with Senator Daines, Senator King, Ranking Member Heinrich, Senator Murkowski, and so many others in the Trump administration, we've done just that. I'm also very grateful for Secretary Burgum at the Department of the Interior for his help and encouragement. And I also, again, want to thank the staff who worked literally all night. Given that we recently experienced another all-night vote-a-rama, I know that that can be very taxing, and so I thank them and all those involved. But the amendment that we adopted today, along with this bill, to pass it on to the Senate floor, represents a real compromise. And while I've got concerns that language added at the behest of my colleagues on the Appropriations Committee could slow down the issuance of 2027 funding to our states, and the legislation does not include needed reforms to the Land and Water Conservation Fund, the improvements reflected in the legislation demonstrate what can be accomplished when members are willing to engage in good faith negotiations and work through legitimate concerns to figure out what can pass. So I hope that we can carry the same approach into conversations that lie ahead, because there's still a lot of work to be done. We ought to continue examining how federal agencies prioritize maintenance and how and in what order projects are selected for maintenance, whether the current policies are encouraging the federal government to acquire land faster than it can maintain the land, the vast acreage that it already owns. I look forward to continuing those talks with my colleagues in the months ahead. The drafters of the original GOA made there wasn't an adequately serious attempt to offset spending within the bill, even though many of the ideas were proposed. The late Senator Enzi proposed a solution, include a modest surcharge on foreign visitors to our national parks. This is done in other countries when Americans visit foreign destinations, and it makes sense to codify President Trump's executive order on this point. That said, the bill before us is already partially offset. This is a positive step, but we all have a responsibility to ensure that legislation of this size is fully paid for before it reaches the President's desk. And I also believe that will be crucial to its passage in the House, if not also the Senate. And I hope we can continue working together to identify additional offsets as the bill moves through the Senate process and advances to and through the floor. America's national parks are a source of great national pride. It's my hope that if we can continue working together as we have today and in the days leading up to it, we can pass them on to the next generation in a condition that will make us all proud. Anyone else want to speak on this bill before we proceed to the separate hearing on the Great American Outdoors Act? All right, the business meeting is now adjourned, and we'll begin the hearing. Yeah, gotcha. Thanks. Okay, we'll now open the hearing portion of our meeting today. Today, we're pleased to be joined by the governors or representatives of 5 U.S. territories. These territories are beautiful and distinctive regions of America, and I look forward to hearing from each of these governors and representatives as to the state of affairs of the U.S. territories and what, if anything, they would ask of Congress. These governors or their senior representatives are as follows. The Honorable Jennifer Gonzalez Colon, Governor of Puerto Rico, welcome. The Honorable Albert Bryan, Jr., the Governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands, welcome, sir. Mr. Henry Hofschneider, Chief of Staff to Governor David Apatung, of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, or CNMI, here today because the governor is dealing with the impact of a major typhoon that has hit his territory. Welcome. Also, the Honorable Lourdes Aflague Leon Guerrero, Governor of Guam, welcome. And the Honorable Nick Pula, the Governor of American Samoa. I wish to welcome each of you to this committee. America's territories occupy some of the most strategically important ground under the American flag. They strengthen American national security and support our economy, extend America's presence into regions that will play a defining role well into the 21st century. In the Pacific, Guam, and the Northern Mariana Islands, we see lands that are key to America's ability to deter aggression and maintain stability in the region, increasingly threatened by China's growing military ambitions and its potential designs with regard to Taiwan. Further south, American Samoa expands our presence in the region, providing valuable logistical support for U.S. operations while strengthening our relationships with Pacific Island nations. In the Caribbean, Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands anchor America's security and economic interests in that region. Their location gives the United States a strategic foothold astride some of the hemisphere's most important shipping lanes, while Puerto Rico has become a hub of America's pharmaceutical manufacturing capacity. These territories have been part of the American family for generations. They've contributed greatly to our country, and they'll continue to play a really important role in its future. Their importance to our country is undeniable. So, too, are the challenges they face. In Puerto Rico, the island continues to struggle with energy reliability, aging infrastructure, and concerns about the management of public resources. Millions of citizens still live with an electric power grid that too often experiences devastating rolling blackouts. The Virgin Islands face similar challenges. Public debt, high energy costs, and aging infrastructure continue to place pressure on residents and on businesses. Residents of the Virgin Islands pay some of the highest electricity rates anywhere under the American flag, rates that are roughly 3 times the U.S. national average, while continuing to endure service disruptions and aging infrastructure. In the Northern Mariana Islands, economic concerns increasingly intersect with and affect national security concerns. The CNMI sits just 60 miles from Guam, which houses some of America's most important military installations. Earlier this year, my colleagues and I called on the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of the Interior to terminate the CNMI Economic Vitality and Security Travel Authorization Program, a Biden-era policy that allows nationals from the People's Republic of China to enter the Northern Mariana Islands for up to 14 days without a visa. This policy has threatened to create, and in some cases created, serious problems. Chinese nationals have been convicted of trafficking methamphetamine into the CNMI. The program has facilitated birth tourism and created additional travel avenues to Guam. At a time when the Chinese Communist Party is actively seeking to expand its influence in that region and seemingly everywhere, we shouldn't be providing special access to a U.S. territory for PRC nationals. I continue to urge the Department of Homeland Security, along with the Department of the Interior, to terminate the CNMI Economic Vitality and Security Travel Authorization Program and to end Hong Kong's participation in the broader Guam CNMI Visa Waiver Program. Guam remains indispensable to America's security posture in the Indo-Pacific. As tensions in the region grow, Guam's importance will only increase, making it all the more important that we take seriously the challenges that we face in that region as a whole. The circumstances facing each territory are very unique, but a common theme runs through them all. Strong infrastructure, sound governance, economic opportunity, and national security are deeply connected. Our territories are not peripheral to America's future. As competition in the Pacific intensifies, as economic pressures continue in the Caribbean, and as these communities confront challenges of their own, Congress has a responsibility to pay attention. Their future matters, not only to the people who live here, not only to the people who live there, rather, in those territories, but to the United States of America as a whole. Chair's happy now to recognize our ranking member, Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Chairman Lee, and I want to thank all of our governors and witnesses for being with us here today. This hearing reflects an important duty of this committee to invite and provide a platform for leaders from the United States territories to address Congress and speak directly about the issues affecting their communities. And what we as senators and members of this committee are doing here today is simple but important. We are listening to you. We can review reports and data, but there is frankly no substitute to hearing directly from all of you about the experiences, the challenges, and the future plans of your communities. Taken together, you represent roughly 3.5 million Americans living in Puerto Rico and Guam, in the Northern Mariana Islands, American Samoa, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. The people you represent serve in our military. They strengthen this nation. They live under the policies passed by Congress, and yet too often their voices reach this chamber only when Congress chooses to make space to hear them. As our nation prepares to mark 250 years since the Declaration of Independence, I also recognize that more than 125 years ago, the United States established the governing framework for the territories that still shape these relationships today. These relationships are deeply important to our nation, but they have also created a reality where millions of Americans continue to experience a very different relationship with the federal government than those of us living on the mainland. That reality makes hearings like this one even more important. This morning, we will hear from these representatives about energy costs, about disaster recovery, healthcare access, food security, and economic development in their communities. We will hear what it takes to build resilience in places that have experienced extraordinary hardship. One challenge facing every territory represented here today is the rising cost of energy. Families, small businesses, schools, hospitals, and local government are all feeling the impact of high electricity and fuel prices. And while we are seeing energy costs skyrocket across the country, island communities often feel those impacts first and more severely because much of their energy supply depends on imported fuel. I know you all are working with your communities to modernize aging energy infrastructure, strengthen grid reliability, but I also know that these efforts take time, resources, and sustained commitment from the federal government as well. And many of your communities are also still recovering from devastating natural disasters, from the hurricanes that reshaped Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands to recent typhoons in the Northern Mariana Islands and Guam that have once again demonstrated how important it is that we invest in durable infrastructure in island communities. And climate change is making all of these challenges harder, from increasing the frequency and severity of extreme weather events to placing even greater strain on already fragile infrastructure, agriculture, and critical services. Energy resilience is not a luxury for island communities. It is the foundation for everything else. When electricity prices run 2 or 3, even 4 times higher than the national average, that is not simply an inconvenience. It is every part of daily life in every corner of the economy. The issue is not a lack of local leadership or willingness to do the work. The question is whether the federal government is following through on the commitments that have already been made. Funds already appropriated, projects already underway. Too often, implementation moves far slower than communities can afford to wait. But these challenges extend far beyond energy and disaster recovery. For many families, unequal access to basic federal programs remains part of that same story. I have long supported greater parity for the territories in federal nutrition and health programs, and I believe that this committee should continue using every tool within its jurisdiction to help communities build resilience against storms, against habitat loss and invasive species, against rising energy costs, and against the kind of slow federal response that can turn a disaster into a decade-long crisis. At a time when families are already paying more for electricity, for fuel, groceries, and other daily necessities, Congress has a responsibility to understand whether federal policies are helping communities build resilience or making those challenges harder to overcome. To our witnesses, thank you for making this trip. The Senate does not always come to you, but you are here, and we are listening. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And he makes an excellent point. A lot of our witnesses come from across the country. You've traveled much farther distances than many of them have to travel, and we're grateful for that. I'll now invite each of you to give your opening statements, and your full written statements will also be made part of the record. We'll begin today with Governor González Colón, who has been serving as the 15th governor of Puerto Rico since the ratification of the Puerto Rico Constitution in 1952. She formerly served in the Puerto Rico House of Representatives from 2002 to 2017, and as resident commissioner of Puerto Rico from 2017 to 2025. Governor González Colón, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Lee, Ranking Member Hendrick, and all members of this committee. Thank you for the opportunity to bring the state of Puerto Rico today. I think it's important to have in the territories today. As governor, I made a commitment to restore fiscal responsibility, accelerate the reconstruction of our energy grid and critical infrastructure, and strengthen Puerto Rico's contribution to national and economic security. And we are delivering some results. In 2016, Puerto Rico faced bankruptcy, and Congress enacted PROMESA. Last year, I signed our first certified balanced budget since that law. And now, for the first time in a decade, the government of Puerto Rico led the budget development process. Once approved by 13 days, we expect this will become our second certified balanced budget. We have cut contract spending by over $900 million in just 1 year, and repealed nearly 400 regulations and 13 pages of obsolete regulatory text. And we are advancing reforms to improve the ease of doing business and attract investment on the island. As a result, total employment reached 1.1 million in March of this year, the highest level since 2008. In 1 year, our trade surplus expanded by 30%, exports increased by 3.6%, reaching $64.2 billion. And construction employment increased by 5%, adding 1,900 jobs. When I took office, Puerto Rico was facing a power generation shortfall, and projections indicated that we will experience widespread blackouts last summer. Thanks to God, and working with the Trump administration and with emergency orders from the Department of Energy, we restored more than 1,600 megawatts of generation capacity and have not experienced an island-wide blackout in over a year. With DOE support, we are investing $368 million in grid improvements scheduled for completion by the end of this year. With EPA permitting assistance, we are converting power plants from oil to cleaner and more affordable natural gas, a transition expected to reduce energy costs by approximately $180 million annually. We are also pursuing 3,000 megawatts of new permanent baseload generation through public-private partnerships. Through our strong oversight of utility operators, we have accelerated FEMA-funded energy reconstruction projects, increasing construction by more than 25%. FEMA-funded permanent works projects in execution have increased by more than 37%. During the past week, over 1,100 customers lacked water due to decades of underinvestment in our water utility system. We're still restoring that service. And to permanently restore it, we have committed over $7.5 billion in 351 active capital improvement projects. We're helping bring manufacturing back to America through an aggressive reshoring strategy. After all, made in Puerto Rico is made in the USA. To date, 23 manufacturing companies such as Eli Lilly, Amgen, Stryker have committed to invest more than $2.6 billion and create more than 5,700 jobs, supporting our economy while reducing U.S. dependence on foreign adversaries for pharmaceuticals and other critical products. With the renewed attention on the Western Hemisphere, Puerto Rico is also playing a leading role supporting the counter-narcotics operations in the Caribbean and helping keeping the homeland safe. Looking ahead, one of our most pressing priorities is securing long-term Medicaid funding for Puerto Rico after the current 5-year agreement I achieved while I was serving in Congress expired in September 2027. More than 1.3 million Americans on the island rely on this program. As I have outlined, we are balancing budgets, rebuilding our infrastructure, and strengthening American supply chain, and creating new opportunities. As the United States approaches its 250th anniversary, Puerto Rico stands ready to continue contributing as an equal, full-fledged member of the Union. Since 2012, Puerto Rico voters have chosen statehood in 4 plebiscites. I look forward to working with Congress to respect that democratic mandate and secure equal rights, responsibilities, and representation for the 3.2 million Americans who call Puerto Rico home. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thanks so much, Governor. We'll now turn to Governor Bryan of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Governor Bryan is serving as the 9th governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands, a role that he has held since January 7th, 2019. Governor Bryan, you're recognized and you may proceed.
Chairman Lee, Ranking Member Heinrich, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I am honored to be here on behalf of the more than 87,000 American citizens and other residents who call the United States Virgin Islands their home. As I prepare to conclude the service as governor, I do so with great pride. I've had the privilege and the test of serving through some of the most difficult chapters in our history. I have watched our people recover from 2 Category 5 hurricanes and endure a global pandemic that temporarily brought our tourism economy to a standstill. But despite this, we have come out of the other side with a tourism industry and a community that is stronger than before. And through it all, I have watched Virgin Islanders rebuild with the resilience, determination, and patriotism that have always defined our community. We are proud Americans. Our sons and daughters serve in uniform. Our students pledge allegiance to the same flag that flies over this Capitol. But throughout my years as governor, I have come to understand the difficult truth. Despite our American citizenship, Virgin Islanders are asked to overcome barriers that Americans elsewhere never have to face, simply because we're in this great nation we call home. That is not simply unfair to the people of the Virgin Islands. It is also a missed opportunity for the Union. We occupy one of the most strategic locations in the Caribbean. We can strengthen America's maritime presence, support energy security, expand regional commerce, and serve as a gateway to the hemisphere. Yet our ability to contribute is too often constrained by outdated federal policies and foreign actions beyond our control. And over the past 7 years, I have learned that these issues are not faced only by our territory. The American territories have increasingly come together to identify shared challenges and speak with a common voice. That cooperation has shown that these are not isolated concerns. They are common American challenges that can and should be addressed through partnership. So my message today is simple. The people of the Virgin Islands are not asking for special treatment. We are asking Congress to remove these barriers to guarantee that we have the same opportunities, the same tools, and the same chance to succeed that every American community on the mainland enjoys. One of the clearest examples of these barriers is healthcare. More than 24% of our population is over the age of 65, and thousands of Virgin Islanders rely on Medicaid, Medicare, and disability benefits. Congress has already taken important steps to improve the health care funding for the territories, such as a permanent adjustment to the territory's Medicaid matching rate. And I thank the members of both parties who helped make that progress possible. But the work remains unfinished. While the Medicaid funding in the states automatically expands whenever enrollment or economic needs rise, the Virgin Islands continues to operate under a permanent federal funding cap. Our hospitals face similar challenges. Even when Virgin Islanders can access care, the institutions serving them must operate under a reimbursement system, TEFRA, that has not kept pace with the realities of modern medicine. Similar disparities exist with Supplemental Security Income, or SSI. An elderly American citizen living in a state may qualify for SSI benefit, but that same American citizen with the same disability and the same financial need may lose access to those benefits simply by moving to the Virgin Islands. Their citizenship has not changed, their circumstances have not changed, only their address. The promises and benefits of American citizenship should not depend on the geography, as the Supreme Court recognized in United States versus Vielo Madero. Only Congress can address these disparities. And the same principle applies to economic opportunity. For generations, the refinery on St. Croix was an economic engine for our territory, created jobs and strengthened families, but it remains closed due to the heavy-handed application of environmental rules. That is not only a loss for Virgin Islanders, it is a missed opportunity for the United States. We need the kind of future at home that helps, that federal policies help. Today, under the net CFC-tested income regime, federal tax rules can treat investment in the Virgin Islands as much like the investment in foreign jurisdiction, discouraging companies from investing in an American community. But the Virgin Islands is not a foreign country. We opened under a mirror code tax system established by Congress itself, yet we are treated disparately by the European Union as we are a blacklisted entity, even though our taxes are controlled by the U.S. I want to conclude by saying, as I see my time is running out, that I really want to thank the Congress. Over the last 8 years, we have made tremendous progress. We have fixed our retirement system. By the end of the year, over 50% of our grid will be renewable. We have recovered over $25 billion for our recovery. We have, of that, $11 billion of that is already created opportunities in contracts. Our tourism product is on fire. All we need now is to get the same treatment as everybody else. And yes, our power woes are becoming less and less, but we still need some help there as well. So I'd like to thank the committee for their work that they have done, for listening to us over the years, and for the tremendous support of the Bipartisan Budget Act, which has really set us on a course that is anchored in progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Bryant. The chair now recognizes Mr. Hofschneider, testifying on behalf of the governor of the Northern Mariana Islands. Mr. Hofschneider serves as Chief of Staff to Governor Apateang, who again, unfortunately, was not able to join us today, as CNMI continues to recover from the effects of Typhoon Sinlaku, which made landfall in April but has caused significant destruction to CNMI, necessitating his ongoing presence there to dig out from that mess. Mr. Hofschneider, thanks for joining us. You're now recognized.
Thank you. Hafade Tiro, Buenos Dias, Chairman Lee, Ranking Member Heinrich, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. I am Henry Hofschneider, and I serve as the Chief of Staff to David M. Apateang, Governor of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. I am honored to provide these remarks on behalf of Governor Apateang and the people of the Commonwealth. The Governor sends his regrets that he is unable to appear in person today. Conditions in the CNMI and the current demands of disaster recovery require his presence at home as our government, our communities, our federal partners continue to work of the work of recovery following Super Typhoon Sinlaku. The Governor has asked me to convey his deep appreciation to this committee for its undistracted attention to the needs of the CNMI and for the federal partnership that remains essential to our recovery, stability, and long-term future. When the governor was last in Washington, D.C. in February of this year, the Commonwealth participated in Section 902 consultation and the senior meeting of the interagency on insular group areas. At that time, we discussed many of the same long-term challenges that continue to shape our future: economic recovery, infrastructure, energy, labor, healthcare, and federal partnership. In February, these challenges were already severe. The Commonwealth was facing a deep fiscal and economic crisis caused by the failure of our primary economic sector, tourism, to recover from the collapse of international travel after the COVID-19 pandemic. Historically important visitor markets had deteriorated, government revenue had declined sharply, and federal pandemic resources had expired. Since then, these challenges have deepened. 9 weeks ago, Super Typhoon Sinlaku struck our islands. It tested our people, our infrastructure, public services, and our economy. It damaged homes, disrupted power and water systems, affected businesses, public facilities, roads, ports, schools, and healthcare services, and placed a new pressure on a government already operating under austerity. The governor has asked me to be clear with the committee. The CNMI is still recovering. It is recovering from Super Typhoon Sinlaku. It is recovering from economic collapse. It is recovering from the pandemic. That is why federal assistance at this moment in the Commonwealth's history is so important. The Commonwealth has limited means to resolve its fiscal challenges on its own. We have a small revenue base, a narrow private sector economy, high fixed costs, and limited access to outside financing. We must still fund schools, healthcare, public safety, utilities, corrections, medical referrals, employee and retiree health coverage, and pension obligations. Those responsibilities do not disappear because revenues decline. Post-disaster revenue data show that the Commonwealth's fiscal 2026 revenue forecast had been revised downward by approximately 9%, or $12.3 million. In April 2026, revenues fell approximately $6.7 million, or 32%, below the established baseline. We have also incurred more than $2.6 million in unbudgeted disaster-related costs. These are major losses for a government of our size. The largest recurring weaknesses in our economy revenue base is the condition of the CNMI's tourism industry. Tourism remains our primary private sector economic engine. It supports hotels, restaurants, transportation, retail, tours, cultural activities, airport revenues, jobs, and government collections. But visitors' arrivals are projected at approximately 4,511 in fiscal year 2026, more than 500,000 fewer than the 607,000 arrivals recorded in fiscal year 2018. Airline seats capacity has fallen from approximately 762,000 seats in fiscal year 2018 to approximately 167,500 seats in fiscal year 2026, a 78% decline. For the CNMI, air service is the foundation of our tourism recovery. Visitors cannot drive to the Commonwealth. They cannot take a train. Every visitor must arrive by air. When airline seats disappear, the ceiling for recovery drops with them. This has created a difficult cycle. Fewer flights mean fewer visitors. Fewer visitors mean lower hotel occupancy and lower hotel occupancy tax collection. Lower collections mean fewer resources for marketing and air service development. The Marianas Visitors Authority's share of hotel occupancy tax revenues has declined from $14.2 million in fiscal year 2018 to approximately $1.4 million in fiscal year 2026. We are trying to rebuild tourism with approximately 22% of airline seats, 17% of the visitors, and 10% of the NVA occupancy tax funding that existed when the industry was healthy. This is why the Economic Vitality and Security Travel Authorization Program, EVS TAP, and secure travel pathways are so important. The CNMI takes national security security seriously. We do not ask the federal government to ignore security. We ask that security be balanced with the economic reality of our islands. EVS TAP must be secure, accountable, and supported by strong screening. But removing it without a workable replacement would harm our economy at a time when we are still recovering from the disaster and years of decline. We ask for serious consideration of secure travel pathways for the Philippines and other appropriate visitor markets. The Philippines is a close ally of the United States and has strong family ties to our community. A Philippines waiver or travel authorization could strengthen tourism, support air service, and reduce dependence on any one market. Energy cost is another major pressure. The CNMI relies heavily on imported fuel for power generation. In May 2026, the Commonwealth Utilities Corporation fuel adjustment charge increased from approximately 24 cents per kilowatt hour to approximately 44 cents per kilowatt hour, an increase of approximately 81.6%. The Commonwealth government has historically spent approximately $12 million to $14 million per year on utilities. Under the higher fuel adjustment charge, annual utility costs could rise to approximately $21.8 million to $25.4 million. That could mean nearly $10 million to $11 million in additional annual costs for government operations. Schools need power, healthcare facilities need power, public safety buildings, water systems, wastewater systems, ports, public facilities all depend on reliable electricity. The CNMI needs reliable baseload power, a modern generation plant, stronger grid infrastructure, energy efficiency, and continued support for the Commonwealth Utilities Corporation. Clean energy is important, but we must be practical. Our hospital cannot run on promises. Our economy cannot recover on promises. We need power that works every day, including after storms. We are grateful for FEMA and SBA and all federal agencies working with us after Super Typhoon Sinlaku. Their assistance helps families repair homes, helps small businesses keep workers employed, restores public services, and brings confidence back to our community. But I ask the committee to understand that the financial impact of a disaster in the CNMI goes beyond damaged buildings. It includes lost business, lost wages, interrupted tourism, higher construction costs, energy power costs, and the strain placed on a small government with limited resources. For that reason, I respectfully ask Congress and the administration to support an increased federal cost share for FEMA public assistance categories C through G. The CNMI must repair roads, public buildings, utilities, waterways, and other permanent infrastructure. We cannot fully recover if the local share for that work forces deeper cuts to essential services. The labor impacts are also serious. As of May 2026, the CNMI Department of Labor had received 19 workforce. I'm sorry. Mr. Chairman, can I continue or?
Yeah, if you could wrap it up in the next 30 seconds or so, we'll move on. You're about 4 minutes over, but you can have another 30 seconds to wrap up.
I'll just wrap up. I still have more to read from Governor Apatang, but thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Mr. Hofschneider. Okay, we will now turn to the Honorable Governor Guerrero from Guam. She's currently serving as Guam's 9th governor. This is a position she's held since January 7th, 2019. Governor Guerrero, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman
Lee. Hit the microphone button, if you will. Thank you.
Sorry. Mr. Chairman Lee, Ranking Member Heinrich, and members of this committee, Hafaday, and thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the people of Guam. Guam sits at the center of America's Indo-Pacific defense posture. From Guam, the United States projects power, sustains logistics, supports humanitarian operations, and maintains deterrence across the region. Today, that strategic goal is expanding through one of the largest military realignments in the Pacific since World War II. This buildup is unfolding on a small island community with finite land aging infrastructure, and civilian systems already under pressure. Guam is the tip of the spear, but that spear is only as sharp as the community behind it. Our resilience as a community is the foundation underpinning America's defense readiness in the Pacific. It is the basis for DoD's call for a whole-of-government, one Guam approach to strengthening our Indo-PACOM force posture dating back to 2006. It is what not only justifies the reconvening of the Economic Adjusting Committee, but demands it. Healthcare is the clearest example. Guam is nearly 7 hours from advanced care on U.S. soil. In the Pacific, distance creates risk. The Department of Defense has recognized Guam's role in medical surge capacity and civilian-military interoperability in the Indo-Pacific. But our healthcare infrastructure was not built for the growth and mission demand now arriving. A modern Guam medical complex will strengthen civilian care, military readiness, and regional response capacity in a theater where time and distance shape outcomes. The same challenge exists with power resilience. The military mission on Guam runs on a civilian grid vulnerable to typhoons, aging infrastructure, and above-ground transmission failures. Our recent brush with Super Typhoon Senlako reminded us that Guam remains one major storm away from becoming a critical defense community unable to fully function operationally. Hardening and undergrounding critical power systems would strengthen operational continuity, emergency response, communications, healthcare delivery, and military readiness throughout the region. Cybersecurity must also be treated as part of the national defense picture. Cyber attacks, supply chain disruption, and gray zone operations now target the civilian systems that sustain military power. Guam's hospitals, utilities, public agencies, communication systems, and infrastructure networks are part of the resilience architecture that supports America's Pacific posture. That same principle should guide the federal government's approach to deep-sea mining. Guam understands the national security interests of critical minerals, as well as supply chain resilience. But decisions involving the Pacific Ocean cannot be made without the Pacific communities most directly affected by them. BOEM current process concerns potential mineral leasing across a vast offshore area near Guam and the CNMI that is one regional marine ecosystem. And any environmental impacts to this ecosystem will disrupt our economy, our culture, and social integrity lasting for generations. For that reason, Congress must invest in the infrastructure that underpins both Guam's resilience and America's defense readiness, including a modern Guam medical complex and the hardening of our power system. And Guam is already doing its part. We're not sitting on the sidelines waiting to be rescued. We've eliminated our structural deficit, rebuilt our rainy day fund, and reduced debt obligations for the first time in generations. Now we ask the federal government to match the scale of the mission with the scale of the partnership. Convene the EAC, adopt a One Guam approach, align resources with reality. As we join the nation in celebrating 250 years of independence, I ask that you remember this. Guam has given the lives of its sons and daughters, the best of its land, and a share of its treasure to keep this nation safe and free. We have done so without a vote in Congress, a vote for president, or a meaningful voice in our own future. Yet our commitment to America has never been measured by what we receive, but by what we are willing to give. Today, we ask only to be equal. I also would officially invite you to come visit our island because you will see how beautiful it is where America's day begins. Sidzus Masi.
Thank you so much, Governor Guerrero. And finally, last but not least, the chair recognizes Governor Pula from American Samoa. Governor Pula is serving as the 9th governor of American Samoa. He's previously held a number of roles in the United States government, including a nearly 30-year stint at the U.S. Department of the Interior. Governor Pula, you may proceed.
Thank you. As a cultural chief of the people of American Samoa, I remove my traditional lei as a sign of respect as I speak to this esteemed body of the United States Senate. Chairman Lee, Ranking Member Heinrich, distinguished members of the committee, talo falava, and warm greetings from the people of American Samoa. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today on behalf of the nearly 50,000 American citizens and nationals who call American Samoa home. At the outset, I would like to thank this committee for its continued support of the U.S. territories. I also extend my compliment to Congresswoman Uifatali Rattawagen on behalf of American Samoa and the territories on the U.S. House side. In addition, I'm grateful to the Interagency Group on the Insular Areas, IGIA, for its role in coordinating federal engagement and helping advance critical infrastructure and economic development priorities across our islands. American Samoa has proudly been part of the American family for 126 years. As America's only permanent sovereign presence south of the equator, American Samoa occupies a unique place in the Indo-Pacific region. Yet our greatest contribution to this nation is not our location. It is our people. For generations, American Samoa, likened to its sister territories, has maintained one of the highest per capita military enlistment rates in our country. Our sons and daughters have proudly served this nation in times of peace and war, demonstrating an unwavering commitment to the United States. Despite that commitment, American Samoa continues to face long-standing challenges. Our per capita income remains below that of every U.S. state. Geographic isolation, high transportation costs, and limited economic scale continue to challenge our ability to grow and diversify our economy. Yet we have demonstrated that federal investments can produce meaningful results. For example, American Samoa obligated its full American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, allocation ahead of the federal deadline. Some of those funds are now supporting significant healthcare modernization efforts at our only hospital, the LBJ Tropical Medical Center. We are constructing a new emergency unit, an ICU, and the territory's first MRI facility. These projects demonstrate that federal investments, when paired with responsible stewardship, deliver measurable results. However, significant barriers remain. Through the IGIA, American Samoa has identified 59 priority infrastructure projects totaling approximately $2.6 billion across energy, transportation, healthcare, telecommunications, and so forth. These are foundational investments required to maintain essential services and support long-term economic viability. I would like to highlight 6 priority requests. First, energy security. We request continued investment in renewable generation, battery storage, grid modernization, and water infrastructure projects. Our grid is small, isolated, and fully exposed to global fuel price volatility. Reducing diesel dependence is the fastest path to lowering costs. American Samoa Power Authority, ASPA, requested 5 projects totaling $23.3 million. Second, the Port of Pago Pago. We seek federal partnership to modernize our sole maritime gateway with an estimated cost exceeding $200 million. The territory has already committed $10 million for stabilization. We are also looking at using the port as a transshipment hub for critical minerals mined in the Cook Islands, facilitating transport to the U.S. for processing. Modernization is urgent. Current cargo handling capacity lacks regional ports that process more than twice the containers per hour. This investment will lower freight costs, strengthen supply chains, and protect a strategic U.S. asset in the Pacific. Third, healthcare modernization. We seek continued support to modernize our hospital and expand clinical capacity. Today, patients requiring specialized care must travel to Hawaii or New Zealand. We request relief from the territorial Medicaid match requirement. and inclusion in future rural health transformation funding. Current statutory structures do not reflect the fiscal realities of insular systems. Fourth, air traffic control. Our air traffic is controlled by a control tower in independent Samoa, 80 miles away. We request funding for a U.S.-operated air traffic control tower at the Pago Pago International Airport to improve aviation safety, emergency coordination, and operational control. Fifth, deep-sea mining policy. American Samoa maintains opposition to deep-sea mining in its waters at this time. Should federal policy advance, we request rigorous science-based review, full consultation with Pacific jurisdictions, environmental safeguards, and equitable benefit sharing. Sixth, ARPA extension. We respectfully request an extension of the December 31st, 2026 deadline for ARPA funds to ensure full and responsible deployment of remaining recovery resources. The story of American Samoa is not of dependence. It is one of partnership. Continued partnership will help American Samoa become resilient, economically viable, and capable of supporting both local priorities and broader national interests in the Pacific. Thank you for this opportunity. God bless the United States, and God bless American Samoa. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Governor. Appreciate your opening statements. We'll now proceed with 5-minute rounds of questions. In order of seniority, I'll go first, followed by Ranking Member Heinrich. Then after that, in order of seniority, subject to the early bird rule, followed by this committee. Governor Gonzalez Colon, I'd like to start with you. Your former Secretary of Economic Development resigned after stating publicly that interventions by your office following contracting investigations, quote, made it impossible to continue performing the duties of the position with the integrity and autonomy that the role requires and that every secretary owes to the public, close quote. Now, his resignation was followed by 10 other senior officials' resignations at the resignation of the director of Core 3, the disaster recovery terminal. Now, did you or anyone in your office encourage, direct, or request that disciplinary actions related to these investigations be reversed?
No, sir. And first, they're separate things. The first, the allegations are false. The second, the Core 3 director did resign, and he told me about that in April of this year because he got a family issue, and he will continue to work with me in other assets. So it's completely false, the allegation the former secretary is making. Second, he did ask about that contract, and I instructed him about canceling because he prompted the problem with the contract, and he was worried about the situation. So I told him to, if he was distracted, to cancel and redo the contract. No contract was awarded whatsoever. So those are false allegations, and they're investigated at this time by the Department of Justice in Puerto Rico.
Okay. So you've ordered an independent review of the allegations that have been raised, and you're categorically denying
all of them
of the former Director of Economic Development. Now, how can Congress be assured that federal funds sent to Puerto Rico aren't being misused or misplaced?
First of all, there are many federal funding on the island. We've been increasing the participation with the federal IG office, the federal FEMA, with the FBI, and all the federal liaisons in many of the areas. We're increasing the reports in all of the agencies. Not federal funding at this time, during the last year, are being misused. As a matter of fact, we are increasing the use of federal funding, and we are imposing more regulations to oversight and approving and presenting more local laws to review and do oversight on local and federal budgeting and review and corrupt probes as well.
Okay, so if the allegations raised by the former Secretary of Economic Development are emphatically entirely false, any idea why he would say those things if they were untrue? It seems like the kind of accusation that he would know if it were not true, that could be figured out. Any ideas on that?
I don't know what political motivations he may have. I don't have an idea. He submitted an allegation of one of his employees that has been submitted to investigation, that is part of the Department of Justice, and he was referred to further investigation by the Secretary of Justice in Puerto Rico and is right now under current investigation, and that's the allegation. Saying that my office, myself, or my chief of staff is involved is completely false. And creating the narrative of any kind of involvement in this issue is completely false again. There is no evidence. There's no evidence of that, sir. And I will tell you more. The facts are there. There is no sworn deposition at this time, and the employee that he is referring, he's fighting that allegation as well.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Hofschneider, do you think it makes sense for the citizens of one of America's biggest, most menacing adversaries, that is the People's Republic of China, should be allowed to enter a U.S. territory without a visa?
That's a good question. The answer to that, as we look at it from the CNMI point of view, they shouldn't. But there are other ways for other nationals to enter the CNMI without a visa.
Okay, so you agree that Secretary Mullen should close that program with respect to the PRC?
Chairman Lee, that's a very difficult question to answer because our economy depends on tourism. And around us in the CNMI, the closest island is Guam. Some people go to vacation or relax in the CNMI, and they're U.S. citizens. Some of them are maybe not U.S. citizens, but they enter the CNMI.
But you would agree, wouldn't you, that we shouldn't sacrifice American national security for tourism dollars, wouldn't you?
Of course not. But there's got to be a way to make them both work at the same time. We take national security very seriously. We live with it. We breathe with it. The military comes and visits our governor once a month, or regular meetings happen, and we talk to them about their activities, what's going on the island of Tinian. As you all know, there's a big military project going on there, Guam as well. And it's very serious, but to just cut it off and look at tourists from other market source would be very, very detrimental to the CNMI economy.
Okay, my time's expired, but I'm not confused by your answer. I thought you were saying a few minutes ago that you agreed that people from China should not be able to enter your territory without a visa. But your last statement seemed to contradict that. Help me understand which way you're going.
What I'm saying is we need to work on a system that would protect national security and protect the CNMI's economy as well.
Understood.
That's our life.
Talking about tourism generally, not necessarily supporting ongoing visa-free entry by PRC nationals into your territory.
Right. Let's work on that.
Understood. Thank you. Senator Heinrich.
Governor Colon, Puerto Rico residents continue to face all too frequent outages and reliability concerns. That's despite billions of dollars in federal investments intended to modernize the grid. And I understand that you've raised concerns regarding LUMA's performance and, in fact, are actively moving to challenge their legal contract in court. If LUMA's out of the picture, who steps up to manage Puerto Rico's grid and generation assets?
Since the last year, we've been trying to resolve the lack of commitment of LUMA with the government of Puerto Rico. I inherit that contract. So what we've been doing is first trying to coordinate those differences with the contract. The contract says that when you have a difference with the contractor, in this case the operator, you manage those differences, negotiating with them and having that difference being resolved by the courts. And we tried to do that. And that's the reason we filed a first motion to the courts. That's still pending. They tried to remand that to the federal case. Judge Swain at the federal level said that that should be resolved at the local courts. So that's still in that court. The second, we filed, after not being resolved, we filed a second motion to cancel the contract that is still pending to be reviewed. One of the issues is that we're asking the court to make a transition process to allow.
No, I understand that, but if you are successful, who steps in and manages the grid and the generation?
We want to have a private company as well with experience in the United States. So we are not looking to get into public hands.
That would require an immediate transition. It would require a commitment
least for a year.
from some private entity.
Yes.
I want to understand that transition. I don't want there to be a gap. I mean,
Of course.
people of Puerto Rico
It should not be any
need
gap,
more
of course.
reliability in their power than they have now. So, like, who would fill that gap?
The question that we are asking to the court in that case is to allow a transition process at least to a year, to allow the government of Puerto Rico to begin a formal process, to ask for companies that are interested, and they are, to begin that process of formal request for proposals and begin that transition process. But as we are.
So would LUMA still retain management through that year, or would someone else?
That will be part of the decision that the court needs to make, because as we are binding.
What incentive would LUMA have to manage for a full year if they're out?
We are not. We need the court to decide how that transition process will go, because the government of Puerto Rico is not looking to go back to government operating the system. And
I appreciate that.
I want to make that clear.
PREPA had huge challenges.
Exactly. We already got a bankruptcy in PREPA, so we are not looking at the government to take back that operation. So we want to have a private operator like we do have LUMA right now, and a transition to another private operator. So to make that transition process, we should have companies with experience in the United States. So we want companies that got experience in the United States in transmission and distribution to make that happen. In order to get that ready, we need the court to allow us that period of 1 year to make that open process. We cannot begin that process with the proper instruction of the court.
You referenced 1,300 megawatts of restored generation capacity. Can you walk through what specific projects make up that 1,300 megawatt figure?
During the last year, we saw many reports of what was going on. We got a very old system, and many people know from 70s and 60s. So we went with the Department of Energy and PREPA and even Genera, which is the other operator, to try to switch oil and bunker C, all installations, to convert them to LNG, right? And most of them in just a combined cycle. So we're talking about plants like San Juan and Palo Seco that were transitioning. Even last week, we were transitioning all turbines that were invested more than $58 million from the Department of Energy, and they were revamped in a few months and given now more energy. Pickers, new unit pickers that are being converted on the island that were using oil and now are using gas. They're going to be installed from FEMA money, Tesla units from batteries across the island as well, 6 units that are going to be installed to the end of this year. So what we've been doing is changing the complete use of oil to a diversified basket of energy, combined cycle, of course, LNG, and batteries as an opportunity to increase energy-based load and all.
Chairman, I apologize for going over my time. As I wrap here, I just want to ask unanimous consent to enter a letter from Governor Guerrero and Governor Apatang regarding deep seabed mining into the record.
That'll be admitted without objection. Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor, I think we need a little bit of an update on Medicaid, and a number of members here on our side have worked hard to try to provide stability to Puerto Rico's Medicaid program over the last few years, but the temporary fixes are about to expire, as you know. If Congress fails to act, Puerto Rico plunges into a multi-billion-dollar Medicaid funding cliff. Nearly half of your population relies on this program. I mean, this is life-saving health care. Can you just paint a clear picture for the committee of what this funding stability means for Puerto Rico?
It will be catastrophic not having that appointment of resources in September of 2027. First of all, I want to say thank you, Senator, because you've been always a leader helping us to the government of Puerto Rico to achieve the last deal of making the huge amount that was done during my time serving in Congress. I will give you a clear example. Puerto Rico's Medicaid money is always capped at 55% FMAP. That means that we cannot receive more than $500 million. It's capped by law. Different from the rest of the states, that depends on a formula based on the poverty rate. We don't have that as territories. So that means that Congress needs to intervene. As the hurricanes hit us in 2017, we received 100% FMAP for 2 years. And after that, because of the pandemic, we received 86% FMAP, which is the cost share of federal money that was assigned to the territories. At this time, it's 76%. It covers 1.3 million Americans, at least in Puerto Rico. Even with that money, and we're talking about $3.6 billion a year on the island, that never covers all the mandatory programs for Medicaid on the island, because we cannot afford the rest of the programs. That means we don't cover long-term care for elderly citizens in Puerto Rico. That's the reason you see a lot of Puerto Ricans moving to Florida, moving to Texas, and moving to the rest of the states, because there they can receive all the mandatory programs.
I want to get in one other question that I know you care about. I just want you to know that those of us that have been working with you, we're going to pull out all the stops to handle the situation that's coming up at the end of the year, and I share your view that the pain would be devastating. The other question I just wanted to get into very quickly with you is the question of the statehood matter. And the Department of Justice and state and Congresses have made clear again and again that the alternatives to the current unincorporated territory status under the Constitution are essentially statehood, nationhood as a purely independent nation, or nationhood freely associated with the United States. But certainly, there are people in politics, here who are floating ideas of a commonwealth that isn't governed by Congress and can even make its own treaties, but is still part of the United States. What do you think about these? I call them unconstitutional fantasies. They seem to me to be a distraction, and the status question needs to stay focused on if Puerto Rico should become a state or an independent nation, and I would be interested in your thoughts.
First of all, even Republican and Democratic Department of Justice and any administration of both parties has declared that unconstitutional. Non-territory can declare what federal laws applies to a territory. That cannot happen. And a plebiscite proposed by the Resident Commissioner of Puerto Rico saying that you can have a territory saying what federal laws applies and what not, and they can have which country they want to do a treaty or not, is being banned by the Supreme Court of this land and the Department of Justice, by both departments, by the Department of Justice of the Republican administration and Democratic administration, both. And the people of Puerto Rico have rejected, not once, not twice, 4 times in a row, but and the last one in 2024, but more than 60% of the vote against the current territorial status. So that is denying the consensus of the island of more than 60% that they want statehood. So, Senator, I believe that the only options the people of Puerto Rico got are or independence remaining as a territory, or statehood, which is the preferred option of the people of the island. And you know what? More than 230,000 people on our island have served the United States uniform. And as we are celebrating the 250th anniversary of America, it is time to solve our issue.
Well said, and I particularly appreciate your salute to the people who wear our uniform. It's
Thank you, sir.
incredibly important. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor, a lot of discussion about power and electricity today. I was surprised to learn that Puerto Rico, something like only 20% of your power source is solar, and that's mostly rooftop solar rather than any major system. First question, is it true that the current administration canceled some $300 million earmarked for solar development in Puerto Rico earlier this year?
During my time in Congress, Congress approved $1 billion money to solar installations on the island. I believe more than $500 million were installed in solar panels across different areas to try to solidify.
But was there a cancellation?
No, it was reapportioned $368 million instead of helping 10,000 individuals to 1.3 million citizens on the island. With that money, with those $368 million, we improved the 1.3 million people on the island's grid, and that's the reason we don't have power edges.
But it strikes me as odd that there would be a diminution of funds for solar. You're the Saudi Arabia of solar. You have enormous solar potential. And I don't.
And we don't have anything against
all
solar.
your testimony, you talked about LNG and other energy sources. I don't think you mentioned solar.
And we won. Actually, I was one of the co-authors of that solar bill. But the situation we do have in the island, sir, is that we don't have enough generation at this time. And
solar is generation, Governor.
Yes, but in order to have the whole island with power, we needed to have baseload generation. And
Solar plus batteries is baseload.
yes, and we are adding batteries this year. Actually, I signed a contract with FEMA to add the biggest amount of batteries in the island. So we are making diversified.
A separate question about resiliency, a sort of mundane question. I know in the Virgin Islands, they've installed these massive amount of telephone poles that are carbon fiber, I think, Governor. Clearly, enormous increase in reliability. Have you done that in Puerto Rico for your transmission?
The transmission line that's Luma, they are changing some of the poles. They're using concrete in the most of the poles that are being installed.
So that is part of your grid restoration.
Senator, if I may, when you refer to the solar, I think you were referring to the Solar for All program. We lost $50 million and was revoked by the administration. It was a plan we had to subsidize low-interest solar loans and also grant.
And that was canceled for the Virgin Islands.
That's correct.
Which is also a pretty good place for solar.
Right.
Quick question. Any chance of that refinery on St. Croix being reopened by a new, is there any redevelopment plans? That clearly was a major driver of the economy of the islands.
Thank you for that, Senator. Absolutely. I'm speaking to people interested in purchasing it weekly, especially since the action in Venezuela. Our refinery was made specifically to refine that crude, so there's a lot of interest, and we're hoping we can get it properly invested, permitted, and at least start the rehab before the end of the year.
Thank you. Governor Guerrero, question about your grid. Do the extensive U.S. national security facilities on Guam depend upon the local grid, or do they have their own energy sources?
Our Guam Power Authority is the only provider of energy to the whole island, including military bases.
So the security of that grid, you mentioned cyber.
It's very important,
But
yes.
also just vulnerability to some kind of attack
Right.
is a very important issue, not only for the people of Guam, but for our national security.
Absolutely.
And is that?
So
Go ahead.
we have been working very closely with INDOPACOM and also federal governments to enhance the security for those grids and for our power transmissions. One of the biggest Resilient action, I think, is putting the transmission lines underground. That's very key to hardening and efficient and effective transmission of energy. But we have, yes, we are very aware, Senator, about cybersecurity. We're very aware about attacks
Are you under
to Guam.
assault? I know the People's Republic of China realizes the strategic value of Guam. Are you experiencing cyber attacks and
Yes, we have.
potential sabotage, those kinds of things already?
Yes, we have had some cyber attacks just recently. Federal government, FBI, the CISA, and other various federal agencies are working very closely to monitor, investigate, and help us identify those attackers and, of course, try to get rid of them. But we have been, yes, we have had several, just recently, a cyber attack.
And so that's a problem not only for the people of Guam, but also, as I mentioned, for national security because
Absolutely,
of the
yes.
strategic importance. Thank
So
you.
we have a very good relationship with military and helping us to enforce that and strengthen that.
I have visited your island to visit those military facilities. I can attest it is a very beautiful place. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator King. Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for traveling a long distance to get here, and I appreciate continued work with all of you. Can I just, so you understand, we've been talking a lot about your grids. Are you all seeking grid modernization on your islands? Is that true? Is that, and let me start, Governor, with you. Just a yes or a no?
Yes.
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 Definitely, yes. And so as you have been planning this grid modernization, it hasn't happened overnight. There were plans that you have undertaken. Congress has appropriated in a bipartisan way funding to help support some of that grid modernization. I'm curious, under the new administration, my understanding is some of those projects that were previously permitted and ready to go forward under the previous administration have now been pulled back. And they have eliminated those projects. Is that true for all of you? Has that happened under this administration?
In the case of Puerto Rico, with the relocation of some of the funds, the DOE, with executive orders, has commenced and done some of that relocation and conversions, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Governor, so they have as well. Okay. Chief of Staff?
We received $63 million for solar energy.
Solar for all, yeah.
And we still have that. We're working on expanding that grant for the projects that we identified in the grant proposal.
No, other than that, has any federal dollars been pulled back based on projects that already were approved to move forward?
No.
Okay.
No.
Governor Guerrero?
Not for us, just the solar for all. Yeah.
And you do have solar funds that you can move forward with, or that's been pulled back?
That's been pulled back, yes.
So no more funding for solar? Okay. Governor?
No, but projects are proceeding.
Projects are proceeding forward. Great, thank you. Here's what I'm curious about, and I'm hopeful, I'm going to ask all of you. Obviously, the grid modernization in your communities is key, not just for your constituents, everybody on the island, for their safety and their health. It's important for national security. It's important to address cyber issues, so many things that we have been talking about. As you're planning to move forward, and you are looking at that grid modernization, I would hope that you would continue to talk with us and let us know what you need in terms of that modernization. But most importantly, based on your geography and where your island is located, what's the best generation? What's the best generation that, right, for that electricity that we should be focused on and not playing politics with or favoritism? I'm going to ask every single one of you.
For us, of course, solar. I think Senator Lee said we are the Saudi Arabia in terms of solar. And yes, and we are aggressively in our island, have solar farms and have several projects that turn to solar generation.
And you need the funds to continue to move forward. And by the way, let me just say, from Nevada, solar is our #1 generation for clean and renewable. And not only is it important and it creates jobs It's good for the economy. It keeps people connected. But we have batteries as well, and battery storage, and it is a baseload. I don't care what this administration says. It is an essential baseload, and if we are not developing those batteries, we are not developing that type of technology, some other country is going to be, and we're going to be left behind. So thank you, Governor.
I just want to say also for us, we've experienced 2 major typhoons, and our solar farms were very resilient and was very good.
Thank you. That's fantastic to hear. Governor?
In our case, we changed our public policy, so we are now diversifying our energy portfolio. So we are doing hydro, we're doing solar, we're doing LNG. We need to lower our cost of energy, which is so expensive. We're doing batteries to lower the cost of energy as well. We're doing combined cycle, and of course we need to have some oil. But right now, oil is still the most expensive one, and we need to get rid of a lot of the fines from EPA. So that's the reason we're changing to LNG and maintaining solar as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things I want to point out is, unlike the mainland, we don't have redundant grids. So when you're on an island, if your power goes out in Georgia, you got Texas or somebody else to pick it up. So when we're out, we're out. So yeah, our focus is to go at least 70% solar. The batteries are very expensive, but we have to get that in. The difference is we're buying solar now from our public provider. We have these private providers. We're paying 8 to 11 cents a kilowatt hour compared to 23 cents to 30 cents generated. So it's really going to revolutionize living on an island.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Governor?
That's a great question, Senator. I think one of the things I wanted to mention is that we're all different. Everybody think, we're in the islands, there's the sunshine, there's wind, American Express card. Anyway, in American Samoa, if you fly in, we hardly have any flat land. It's mostly like mountains just rise up, beautiful, green. So therefore, with solar, we don't have a lot of flat land, so we don't have a lot of solar. And also, we've tried in smaller places that we have some flat land. And with the wind, there are studies that have been done, and sometimes it's not consistent. So we basically, I think we all kind of look at different, right now we're looking at wave energy. That's something. Let me just say something which is really, it was all over the United States. We had a Western Governors Association meeting at the Department of Interior earlier this year, February. I was sitting between Governor Dunleavy from Alaska and another governor from Montana. And of course, we had the Secretary of Energy there, Secretary of the Interior. We're talking about this, and I think at one time the U.S. Attorney General, I was wondering why the Attorney General was there. Then I realized with Western governments, there's a lot of lawsuits against the federal government with the energy. And so I asked Dunleavy from Alaska, hey, since the president said, drill, baby, drill, you're going to have a lot of oil from Alaska, why don't you ship it down to Hawaii in the Pacific, for the Indo-PACOM and the state of Hawaii, and then we can ship it down to American Samoa. We're south of the equator, and I can sell that to all the Pacific Island nation that China is having domination over them. That's a good thing we can do. And Dunleavy said to me, Governor, what's your kilowatt per hour? I said, about 40 cents, north of 40 cents. So he wrote it down, and then he goes, how much do you pay for gas? I said, about $4 something, almost $5. So he thought a minute, turned to me, and he said, Governor, you'd be better off with small nuclear energy. And I was like, well, I certainly don't want to say the word nuclear to my constituency. But the point I'm saying is that we are so different in all the states and, including our territory. So we're trying to look at ways how to get our energy used. So I think it's a combination of things. That's the short answer I just want to say.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can I just say something about for the CNMI? The CNMI power plant is more than 50 years old. So we're looking at modernizing the power plants. We'll always depend on fossil fuel, to guarantee baseload. We're also looking at the small modular units. It's still years before it's commercialized. Geothermal, where there's been exploration a few years back or 10 years back. We want to restart the exploration. Wind energy. Solar, like the governor from American Samoa said, our land area is very small, unlike Guam, that it's a bit larger, but our utilities corporation, our company now is reviewing contract with our Attorney General to enter into an independent power producer for solar energy. And that's going to generate somewhere between 60 to 70 megawatts of electricity. So we're looking at all options. There's no one perfect answer. It's going to take a combination of a few. Thanks.
Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to return for a minute on a topic that Senator Wyden raised during his line of question, and that is territories being forced to run Medicaid on a capped block grant and a matching rate that's been frozen, and how they're disproportionately and negatively impacted relative to rates they might otherwise receive compared to their state counterparts. So part of it was a funding and reimbursement question, its impact on providing care. I had a follow-up question for Governor Gonzalez Colon as it pertains to workforce, right? Because you testified that below-market federal rates are pushing providers off the island, not just the patients, but providers themselves. When a Puerto Rico physician moves to Florida, the federal government pays the same doctor mainland rates because of their practicing in Florida, which is higher. And then when patients follow, they enroll in mainland Medicaid at a higher match. It only makes sense. So doesn't underpaying Puerto Rico fail even on these policy terms and arguments, shifting costs to the states, number one, but then the island losing both patients and physicians? So my question, I guess, would be what role do training pipelines, residency slots, and licensure play in growing a homegrown workforce, and where would better federal support make a difference?
First of all, Senator, you're completely right. And that's one of the main problems we do have. And that creates another situation. The United States is putting more money in those states, so it's more cost for the system than allocating those resources in the local states. Even when we receive a minor increase in the funding on the island, we are retaining those professionals on the island. And even with the last deal that was done in Congress, we increased a little bit the retainer, not just for the physicians, but for the whole industry, and maintaining those on the island as well. What we did in the last year, we increased the amount of local residents for the local doctors, because that's another situation. We got a brain drain. Our local, University of Puerto Rico, which is our local school of medicines, they graduated, they moved to the States, they got hired immediately, and locally they received almost a half the amount of money that they may be doing in the States. So that creates double problem. Less doctors on the island, less professionals on the island. They got the same licenses. They're professionals in not just nurses and the rest of the healthcare industry as well. So we increased those. We're asking CMS, and they've been visiting the island the whole year. They've been visiting the island, meeting with the stakeholders, professionals as well. One of the problems is we don't have, as the U.S. Virgin Islands just mentioned, the disproportional shared hospital portion. We don't have the SSI. So those create an additional burden to our local hospitals. And that's a situation that we may lose private hospitals on the island because they need to cover a lot of the services that are not covered by the system. And in the case of Puerto Rico, let me tell you one of the problems we do have. Long-term care service, we don't cover that. The long-term we added non-emergency transportation last year. If this is not extended, we may take that away. Durable medical equipment, we include that in 2024, and we will take that away as well. Hospice care, we include that in 2024, we may take that away. Home care is the first time included, we may take that away. Those are mandatory programs in the rest of the states, but in the case of Puerto Rico, we don't have the enough resources to cover those mandatory programs. We shrink those resources. If we go back to the $500 million, we're talking about giving some resource to 600,000 people instead of 1.3 million assistance to the rest of the island. So low-income subsidy, we don't have the Medicare Savings Program as well. So those are different programs that Medicaid got in states that we don't have in the territories. And that creates another constraint in our system. And that's the reason people just take a ticket and they move to any other state.
Just to add on that, the fact is all our hospitals are public. So we don't have the ability to turn down anybody. So insured, uninsured, underinsured, we pay. I mean, for 87,000 people, we're handling at least like $50 to $60 million in uncompensated care annually, and it's boring a hole in us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Padilla. Senator Gallego.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member. Governor Cohn, good to see you again, and obviously always good to hear from my friends in Puerto Rico. I'd love to talk about SNAP, because obviously there is a disparity there. And, Puerto Rico's been part of the United States now for more than a century. In 1981, the island was removed from the National Food SNAP program, and this move cut Puerto Rico's funding by nearly 25%. And as you know, Puerto Rico's current nutrition system program is capped also. Unlike SNAP, it cannot expand when need increases, so emergencies, for example, which tend to happen. And when Hurricane Irma and Maria devastated out in 2017, Puerto Rico didn't have access to disaster assistance that states can request directly from USDA. So instead, the island had to submit a full plan to USDA before it could receive, and obviously that bureaucracy started up. Can you speak to how this gap in nutrition assistance continues to affect Puerto Rico's disaster response or disaster response preparation?
Yes, this is one of the issues that we need always to come to Congress. Whenever there's a national declaration of disaster, territories need to come to Congress and enact a new law to assign new resources, because we don't have that provision. We just got the NAP program, not the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program. The rest of the state got the SNAP program. So that creates another burden to the territories. We need to wait until Congress act, and that may take months, that may take weeks. It'll depend on the necessity to receive that extra money to help all people in the case of a situation. It could be an earthquake, it could be a tsunami, it could be a hurricane. In the case of Puerto Rico, NAP is a capped block grant. So that means you get just that amount of funds that is designed to the island. In the case of Puerto Rico, we import from the states almost 95% of what we consume. So this is not that we're taking the food from China, we're not taking the food from any other places, we're taking our food from the states. And it's traveling directly from Florida in our weekly commute. So in that sense, in order to get the food to our table to people in real need, we are asking to have a transition process. And the government of Puerto Rico, since the last 3-4 years, by different measures that are being approved by Congress, are making that transition. Transition, not just in paper, coming with the Department of Agriculture to allow us, 1.2 low-income residents, to receive, the employment and training program, to start a pilot program to see how we can make that happen. Right now, there's been language approved in the Nutritional Assistance Program to allow that to continue to happen with the assistance of the Department of Agriculture. The House approved its version in the Farm Bill, and we work with that committee and the report language. In our case, the funding approved will literally raise a little bit of the funding for the island.
Senator, can I put in real quickly?
Go ahead.
In the Virgin Islands, I look at the CNN reports that are mainland Americans are complaining about 4% inflation We have not seen less than 7% inflation in the last 5 years, and we've had as high as 14% inflation. And I always use chicken to make sure people understand what we're dealing with. A bucket of chicken in St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands is $56. A 20-piece hot wings is $35. And not that we can afford to go to Kentucky Fried Chicken because it's luxury eating for us, but that's true in the rent, the power, everything else. So our efforts now in solar is to be able to control the price. This is the only way we can control inflation as we move forward. I would love for us to consider setting different poverty income limits for the territories because of the duress that we are seeing.
No, thank you, Governor. And I have 3 kids, and I travel to Puerto Rico with my 3 kids, and they love eating. And so I end up paying a lot, and Governor has met them all, so she knows what I'm talking about. One of the things that actually got me first interested in, particularly in Puerto Rico, is because I served with a lot of Puerto Rican Marines in the Iraq War, and Puerto Rico actually has some of the highest concentration of veterans and per capita participation. And one of the things that they really disturbed me when I got back was that a lot of them do not receive the same benefits that they do on the mainland. So if you serve your country as American, Puerto Rican, and you go to Florida, you get full benefits, right? TRICARE for life, you get treated great. However, if you are a veteran on the island of Puerto Rico, you do not actually get the same benefits. Can you describe that disparity, Governor, and any other governors, have you seen that kind of disparity? Because I think it's particularly disturbing for many of us that have served with men and women from the territories that their benefits are entirely zip code related instead of the fact that they serve their country.
And you just said, they are just related to the place they lived. If they live in Florida, they got their full benefits. And we're not just talking about being veterans. Is that disproportionate share hospital, the Social Security income, that is related to their age. It's just because where they lived. They lose that benefit as soon as they get back home. And sometimes they just want to get with their family, and they cannot receive that home. And it's a shame, and that's the reason people are continue voting to end that disparity. And I know that's the same situation for most of the territories.
Yes, Governor.
For us in Guam, Senator, we do have those benefits, but our biggest problem is they're so slow in coming. Claims processing is very, very slow. When veterans apply for durable medical equipment, they have to go to Hawaii to get the durable medical equipment. And so one of my suggestions, which I had already posed to the Secretary of the Veterans, is that we do our own regional claims processing in Guam. And if we do that, then we can also service Palau, Pohnpei, the Marshall Islands, who also have a lot of U.S. veterans there. But these people have to fly to either Guam or U.S. to even do their claims processing.
Because they're nationals.
Because they're sovereign nations.
They're sovereign nations, but they're U.S. nationals that can serve in the military, but don't necessarily have the right to vote. I think people forget that too.
So if we have this regional office where we can do our own claims processing, then we can also service these outer islands through satellite offices. So for us, it's more the processing. It takes months, sometimes even years, to get the service.
Senator, I was just going to echo the same thing. During the first Trump administration, I traveled with the then Secretary of the Veteran Affairs to the islands. We went all the way to Pohnpei, which is Federated States of Micronesia. And that was the issue. We were in Hawaii, where a lot of them have to travel to. And I tell you, I was really surprised the way the veterans were talking to the Secretary of the Veteran Affairs. They call it the bitching session.
It's pretty common as a veteran, just to be honest. Doesn't happen. It happens in Arizona. It happens in New York.
I was surprised, and then, I was like, wow. So we were trying to, I was working at the Department of Interior to kind of do the thing what Governor Guerrero is saying, kind of have it at a regional base where the other satellite offices can help some of these veterans who, fought in the war. So same thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. The same thing is going on in the CNMI that Guam is experiencing in American Samoa. I just want to let everyone know, Governor Apateng is a Vietnam veteran, and he is like 75, 76 years old. He's going through a lot. And the other veterans that have come home and made Saipan their permanent home, they wait. They need services, medical services, answers from the veteran office. It takes time. And sometimes we get word that someone's coming over to Saipan to help the veterans with medical care, medical needs, where they go to. But sometimes they don't come. We have to wait. And then if veterans have to fly to Guam for a very simple treatment or test, the cost is so much to fly from Guam and back. I mean, from Saipan to Guam and back. It's over $600. And there's only one airline that flies between these two islands, United Airlines. It used to be, we can pay for a round trip ticket to Guam like $200, $300, but now it's that high. And veterans are they need to relax, enjoy their moments, their remaining time, and they have to go through additional stress to just try and get help.
Senator, if I can,
Up to the chair at this point. I apologize.
I just want to make a comment about air transportation. As throughout the islands, the South Pacific, the North Pacific, air transportation is very key for connectivity, for the economy, for commerce, and so forth. And we are very limited in air transportation. And one of the reasons is the cabotage law, which says that a foreign air carrier cannot go to 2 U.S. ports of entry. So with us in Guam, this cost of it's about $4,000 just to go from Guam to to California and back. To Hawaii, it's about $3,000. And so if the cabotage law was exempted from us, we could use Philippine Airlines, we could use China Airlines, we could use Korean Airlines that can fly to Guam, pick up passengers, and go on to the United States. So you ask what Congress can do. If you could review this cabotage law and just give us an exemption or a waiver to be able to have the opportunity and the access. I'll tell you, South Pacific Islands is the same thing. They have limited carriers, and so is the North Pacific. Removing the cabotage law is going to do a lot to improve commerce and the economy of our islands in the Pacific.
Thank you. Senator Murkowski and then Senator Ronan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for holding this hearing. It's good to see our governors here and to have the opportunity to renew acquaintances. We should not limit our governors to 5 minutes when you come back to once a year, maybe once a session hearing, but this is the way our process is set up, so I feel like I need to offer a little bit of an apology because it is so important that you are here, that you all have flown as long as you have, as many hours as you have. And so I hope that you have had a good reception as you are meeting individually with members and members of the administration to express the concerns and to state specifically the many, many ways that we can, the federal government can be there to help, whether it's on the healthcare side, the issue that you have raised, Governor Guerrero, about the cabotage and how we deal with transportation. There are so many things that we are in a position to do to help, but we need to understand the impact. My state of Alaska is going through what I know virtually all of you are facing as governors as we're looking at the high cost of fuel. When you are communities that are powered by diesel and the price of diesel has gone as it has, we have a little bit of an extenuating circumstance in Alaska because our fuel deliveries in many of our coastal communities are twice a year, not due to distance, but due to ice. And so we have similar challenges, again, where I feel that I represent a big islanded North state, whereas your islands may be smaller and warmer, but many of the same challenges. I wanted to ask both to Governor Guerrero and Governor Pula, because both Guam and American Samoa have raised some concerns or issues regarding the potential offshore critical mineral development. And Governor Guerrero, we had a little bit of a chance to talk about that yesterday in my office. I think we're all looking to try to understand that. I mean, in Alaska, we are eyes aware, not certain of how this would work. The regulations are not in place, and it has raised an issue of concern in northern waters as well. So I'm wondering if you can share with the committee what you might consider meaningful consultation with territorial governments would look like before the federal government advances any future leasing decisions. And further to that point, about the role possibly you see of the government when it comes to surveying, mapping. We don't know what we don't know oftentimes, but the ability to even characterize the resources if commercial development remains uncertain. So if you can just please speak to that issue, because it is very relevant to the moment.
Thank you very much, Senator. You're absolutely right. And one of the biggest concerns we have in our island is this deep sea mining licensing and exploration project that's really going very, very fast without any input, if anything, by the Pacific Islanders, other than maybe the time to make public comments. But we expect that we want actually face-to-face communications with those entities, and that we don't learn about these requests for interest or comments through public media. You can imagine our surprise when that happened.
Have you asked for that one-on-one dialogue?
I have met, yes, with the head of BOEM, and we have asked to be heard. And they did come out, but very limited time with us, and didn't really spend a lot of time with our public to get the input. And even American Samoa was actually the first island that had that event going on. But even with 65,000 comments submitted, we felt we were not heard, because the next day, the process of the licensing changed and was expedited. Then, a few days later, we hear that the land area space was expanded without even our knowledge and information. So this is what we suffer in our islands, is policies that are passed, made, acted on without input from any of us. And I guess that's because of our political status. We're an unincorporated territory. And so my fear of this is that the United States could just come in and say, oh, you have no control. We are just going to come in and mine these waters. And please know that this is our livelihood. Our lives are very dependent on these waters. So I think more dialogue, more discussions, and listening to our concerns, genuinely listening to our concerns.
Governor Pula, American Samoa has clearly been in the news.
Well, American Samoa is in a very interesting situation, because in our EEZ, we do have those critical minerals out there. I, as a governor of American Samoa, our lifeblood is basically tuna, which is, a migratory species. So in the Pacific Islands, and this is something I'm going to complain about, the United States, for many years, have kind of neglected the fishing industry in the Pacific. China has now dominated, our areas. We have the largest Starkist canning tuna left for domestic tuna. The Starkist supply rations for the military, and they're hanging on to our cannery. Now, the fact that we have critical minerals in our EEZ, and the fact that territorial waters only go out to 3 miles, beyond that, that's the federal government. I want my people to know that I am against mining. However, should the federal government move forward, that we would like to have basically a seat at the table to be able to understand science and everything so that we don't damage this area because of the resources. On the other hand, I would rather, for the national interest of the United States, if we have those minerals in there, if they do it right, do it in a way that is environmentally friendly, that we, our little territory, would very much appreciate, revenue sharing. Not only just for our territory, but it's important for the national interest. I don't want my grandchildren to speak Chinese 20 years from now. I want them, the United States, to have power over energy in terms of fuel and all that. I mean, the world's in commotion these days, and I want to do right by our nation, and I want to do right by my territory. So that's where I am. Thank you.
Senator, can I say something for CNMI? All right, real quick about deep sea mining. Yes, we went through the process. The publication went out. They invited comments. We submitted comments over, I think BOEM received over 65,000 comments. You mentioned something about meaningful consultation. So that's a term that needs to be defined by BOEM and the CNMI, Guam included. If you look at the CNMI, the Northern Mariana Islands Archipelago, we're a chain of 14 islands, and it extends south near Guam, and it goes all the way up north. On the eastern side is the Mariana Trench, and then right along that, the proposed mining area, it borders the Mariana Trench. The second area identification that came out from BOEM identified the western side of the chain of islands. Now you have our archipelago sandwiched between two potential mining areas. Once mining permits are issued and commercial mining begins, I'll leave it up to you to imagine what conflict might arise. We have ocean vessels that come in. They deliver goods to our islands. The military uses the same ocean to do exercise their training so their troops would be defense ready. We have our culture. We've lived in the islands for many, many, many years. We know the waters around us. No one has asked us about what do the waters mean to us. It's our food. It's our identity. We've never done anything to jeopardize it. It's amazing. And then President Trump signed the commercial tuna. It opens up the Pacific Ocean, our area as well. So that would create additional activity out there. So can you imagine the traffic? Who knows what might happen up there? So Governor Aptang is opposed to deep sea mining, but we need to sit down. We've met with Matt Giancona this February. He said they'll be out to meet with the people, our community, and they sent their representatives. They were there on the island for just a day, and they left after that. So we need more meetings, more meaningful consultation. It doesn't just mean that we look at the environmental or the ecosystem that might be damaged. We need to look at our economic livelihood.
Thank you. Senator Haruna.
Thank you. I just want to have a little bit of clarification regarding the deep sea mining. So, Governor Guerrero, you mentioned that is happening rapidly. But is it the consensus of each of you? By the way, thank you for coming this far to share with us your priorities and your concerns. But is it that do all of you share the concern that you are not being given meaningful consultation or input to what is happening in your environment, in the seas that surround your nations? Is that a shared concern with all of you?
Senator, I do want to say that the BOEM office, as well as NOAA folks, have traveled down to American Samoa. They've gone out to the area where there are critical minerals. In April, the Deputy Secretary McGregor of the Department of Interior came down to American Samoa, spoke to the leadership of our legislature, myself, and our delegate to Congress, Ms. Radwagen. So we are engaged. I want to say that we have been engaging, and most likely because American Samoa in the EEZ do have those critical minerals. Therefore, there has been, I would say, engagement with us. I am still not there yet in terms of concurring with the speed of how they're moving forward. I have been told that even if they issue license through BOEM in the month of August.
Governor, I don't have that much time, although I would like to request the chair to give me a little bit more time, as others have, because this is really important for all of us to understand. So you are being engaged, but Governor Guerrero, you're expressing concerns that you folks, Guam, has not been
You're absolutely right, Senator.
consulted.
On November 12th, I found out through the announcement, public announcement about a public comment period for deep sea mining. And mind you, Guam is not identified in the deep sea mining, but CNMI is. But where they want to do the deep sea mining is very close to Guam. So it does affect us.
Yes.
And when I found out about it, I called Governor Apatang to see, hey, did anybody tell you? And he said no. And so that's a very concrete example of, yes, going quickly without input from the islands.
Thank you. So what would you suggest that we contemplate doing to make sure that all of you have adequate input to this particular activity, deep sea mining in your waters?
My suggestion is that Congress asked to put a pause on deep sea mining and do a lot of research on science and data, and to allow also, or, you know, I know you can't force people to do this, but to come forward through the agencies to meet with the leaders and the people through public town hall meetings and so forth. So you can't legislate increased communication, but certainly work towards policies that might say to everyone, let's look at this more closely before
With the rest
we
of
move
you
forward.
support some kind of a communication that to the powers that be, that there be a pause on deep sea mining? Do you all
Yeah.
agree?
Yeah.
Yes,
For me, yes.
Yes?
Governor Apatang and Governor Guerrero have written a letter to Chairman Lee to introduce the legislation to place a
And
moratorium.
you all agree that that would be a good idea?
We believe so. It gives us time
Okay.
to work and study what
Yeah.
BOEM is releasing. Most of
This
the
is-
materials that they're releasing and information is
Yeah,
good for them.
This
I
is
am-
very
I'm
serious,
trying to-
Senator.
I'm trying to get a
Because
consensus.
the
right?
seabed is not resilient at all. And once you go in there and you disrupt the seabed and the environment, it's very hard to
Yes.
recover.
As an island state, Hawaii is very aware of the potential for manganese nodules and other minerals in the in the waters off of Hawaii. And also, I just want to share with you that as an island state, Hawaii very much empathizes and understands the high cost of energy if you are relying upon importing fossil fuels, which is why for all the states, Hawaii residents paid among the highest for electricity, and why we are so focused on alternative and renewable energies. And I can very much understand why you are going in that direction of looking for other ways of keeping the costs down for people, so for your constituents. I did want to ask a little bit about the visa waiver program. I have some familiarity with visa waivers, so this is for Mr. Hofschneider. So as far as I know, that there's still visa waiver programs that apply to Japan, South Korea, and many of the European nations. Is that correct? Do you know?
That's correct.
But in order for the travelers to come from these nations, they still have to go through a vetting process. So my question is, for the program that you have in CNMI, are the Chinese people who avail themselves of this visa waiver program, are they vetted? Because the chairman expressed concerns about the kind of people who are coming in under this program.
They're
Are they
supposed to be
vetted?
vetted by the immigration, USCIS.
They're supposed to be,
vetting
but they're not?
I don't know if they're not, because we're not doing the vetting. It's
Well, the chairman expressed serious concerns about this program to the point where he is suggesting that it be completely stopped. Do the people from the Philippines also, are they included in CNMI's visa waiver program?
No, they're not. And
Would
that's
you
what
like
we're
them to
asking
be?
as well? Yes. We're asking,
I mean, is it the State Department that authorizes, would they have to authorize CNMI to have such a
it's
program?
the Department of Homeland Security.
It's Homeland Security, and it has to do with denial rates, and there are various kinds of factors that
Right.
go into whether a country can enter a program like this.
Right. So Governor Eptang and Governor Guerrero have written Secretary of Interior Doc Burgum and
So
DHS Secretary Mullen to include the Philippines in
So,
Guam's
I mean,
visa
having
waiver
worked on
program.
some of these programs for Hawaii, particularly Korea's visa waiver for South Korea, then I understand how important and what kind of impact such a program has on tourism. And that's why for Hawaii, I very much push for a national visa waiver for South Koreans. So I would suggest that, I mean, really not, far be it from me to tell you all what to do, but considering that, I think this is an important program for CNMI, as you suggested in your testimony. I do think that there probably needs to be a more careful consideration of the process by which people come to CNMI under this program. So for Governor Guerrero, you note that there is a lot of military infrastructure being built on Guam and to deal with the movement of the Marines out of Futenma in Okinawa, among other reasons. So you do need workers, don't you?
Yes, we do, and we have a H-2B program. And initially, the H-2B program had capped the number of H-2B, was capped for the number of H-2B workers to come to Guam, but Congress has recently removed the cap. And now there is no cap, but it's only for military projects. And the civilian community also need those H-2B workers because our construction is also expanding and our economy is expanding. So right now, this is only available till 2029, and I know that there is a provision in the NDAA to expand it to, I think, 2031, and that would be greatly appreciated if it was supported and passed.
Would you consider a longer time frame? Because
I would
it's not as
consider
though
maybe
these
not even having a time.
I mean, we have had to extend this.
The other
Worker
issue,
visas.
Senator, is it's only for military construction.
Mm-hmm.
And one of my requests is that we just remove that military construction and just say for construction for the island.
I understand. And just as a last note, you all raised some concerns about the high cost of providing health care. And there have been some massive changes to Medicaid that's going to make it even harder for you all to provide Medicaid coverage. And that is going to hit millions of people nationwide. I can certainly empathize with the need for us to look at what kind of reimbursements you are receiving from Medicare, Medicaid. The states also have that issue, by the way, because Hawaii, for example, would like our Medicaid reimbursements to be reviewed. So again, I hope that these are areas that we can take a look at and see what we can do to work with you all to support your needs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks so much, Senator Hirono. All right, we've I previously considered doing a second round, but we've got a vote that's going to close soon, and we'll turn into pumpkins, so we got to head down there. I appreciate each of you for coming today and for your testimony. It's been very informative. As I close, I want to make a couple of comments. First of all, Governor Guerrero, I'm grateful that you raised the Jones Act of the Skies issue. It appears to me, as I've been thinking about it in response to your questions, some of our territories, and I would certainly include Guam, American Samoa, and CNMI in this. You're so far from the United States mainland and so much closer to many other countries than you are to the United States. This appears to disproportionately and unfairly affect you and your populations in a way that's fairly unique. It also seems to me that the purported public policy justifications of those laws as applied for your territories might be outweighed by the unique burden that your territories face in that. In some ways, they do to your areas what the Jones Act might do to other territories, including perhaps Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. So I'm going to take a look at that, and I really appreciate you raising it. That is an important point. With regard to the CNMI issue and the visa waiver program, although I do believe we've got to get rid of that particular policy, I am very sympathetic to the concerns you expressed, which are legitimate, about maintaining your tourism industry. And I'd be happy to work with you and your governor to help think of other creative ways that we could do that without creating the same national security concerns that we face as a result of this. And then, Governor Bryant, I was hoping to follow up with you with an additional question, but I'm out of time, and I'm going to have to run quickly for a vote, and for that I apologize. Normally I'd like to stay afterwards and visit briefly with the witnesses, but I've got to run very fast to get to this vote so I don't lose. But the issue I wanted to flag, and that I may ask you about in a follow-up question in writing, relates to a gun control measure passed by your legislature on June 12th. As I look at that, it appears to present serious questions as to whether it can withstand scrutiny under the Second Amendment, particularly in light of the Supreme Court's analysis in Heller and also in connection with the Brune case and the test established in that case with respect to constitutional carry. So I hope you'll take a look at that and consider a veto if, as I suspect you will conclude after you've done the analysis, these questions are significant. With that, we're going to have to conclude the hearing. Any senator who wishes to submit additional questions for the record may do so. The deadline for submitting such questions for the record is at 6 p.m. on Thursday, June 18th. Senators will also have until 6 p.m. next Wednesday, June 24th, to add statements for the record of today's hearing. So thanks again to each of my colleagues for being here, for their participation in the business meeting earlier, for helping to get that passed out of committee. And again, I thank the governors and representatives for their important testimony before this committee. And as I sprint to the floor, the committee stands adjourned.
Good morning. It's Monday, May 25th. Wishing everybody a meaningful Memorial Day. The multi-front war in the Middle East is now 961 days old. I'm your host, Jonathan Schanzer. Welcome back to the FDD Morning Brief. Well, deal or no deal? I think that's the question that everyone is asking. A flurry of reports over this long weekend, which doesn't really feel like a weekend, about a possible diplomatic deal between Iran and the United States, brokered by Pakistan, involved with the Qataris and the Saudis and Lord knows everybody else in the region. All this talk has sent the price of oil down, but it has sent anxiety way up in Israel and among Iranian opposition types, not to mention your garden variety Washington types that are worried about America's standing in the world. Donald Trump says he is in no rush to get this done. The same thing is what we're hearing from the Iranian rump regime, but one does get a sense of urgency. We get a feeling that they are racing towards some kind of a deal, whether it's fully baked or not. And it's in that spirit that the sense of urgency that we have here, well, we've decided to turn that into an FDD sit rep style episode here at the Morning Brief. You may recall that I declared Monday to be a day off for this program. Well, no rest for the weary, folks. We're back at it today because it just felt like we really needed to be. So with that in mind, it's now time to introduce our guests today. Both are fixtures on this program, both well known to most of you. I think first, let me introduce Jonathan Conricus. He's a senior fellow at FDD. He's a former international spokesman for the IDF during the early phases of this multi-front war after October 7th. Today, he's out there doing battle with some of the worst human beings on the planet. I have to say, he's got a stomach for this that I just don't. But anyway, he's out there on some very contested airwaves just every day, day in and day out. Alongside him, I'm proud to welcome Behnam Bentaleblu. He's a senior director at FDD's Iran program. He's a fluent Farsi speaker. He's a keen observer of all things Iran, from the regime's weapons and its rhetoric to the opposition movements that we believe will ultimately bring it down. We're going to bring both of these fine gentlemen on today to help us understand just what on God's green earth is happening in the diplomatic realm, and perhaps a little bit too about where things stand in the war. So without further ado, let's get started. All right, guys, welcome back to the FDD Morning Brief.
Great to be with you.
Thank you. Good morning and shalom.
Good morning, guys. All right, so Behnam, I'm going to start with you. What is happening? Are we on the precipice of a deal? Are we not? I mean, we've been through the ringer here for the last 48 hours. What is your assessment of where things stand?
Well, I feel like we're going to continue to ride the roller coaster this holiday weekend into early this week. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and even U.S. President Donald Trump continue to set and reset expectations. And you also see some Iranian officials, be they spokespersons or parliamentarians, also kind of take a page from the Trump playbook, kind of straddling the lines between it's a deal or war, or it's a deal now or a deal later, or it's a deal maybe soon and geopolitical limbo to come later. And I think the president, as you know, and Jonathan knows, and everyone knows, has strategically cultivated this uncertainty and doubt. But the Iranians seem to be cultivating that as well. And just like it was a game of chicken during the war, and just like it is a game of chicken in the Strait of Hormuz, it's a game of chicken over the headlines. Who needs this deal more? Who's trying to do more spinning? And ultimately, what will this deal contain? We don't know what we don't know in terms of the full text, but there's tons of leaks, tons of side reports on social media, in Iranian media, and in English language media we can get into today that has raised cause for concern.
Yeah, so let me just push you on that one point. I mean, there were people that had a readout yesterday with, I guess, what was identified as an unnamed administration official who briefed a number of, let's call them friendly media types that I guess are close to the Trump administration. So what did we pick up yesterday about what could be in that deal?
Well, one of the most important things in that call or readout that was shared by, surrogates, advocates, experts on social media was phasing. Some said that, no deal, no dust, no deal, or no dust, no dollars, to make sure that even though what is being framed as a memorandum of understanding buys the regime 30 to 60 days of time to negotiate, the purpose of those negotiations is for America to be able to extract all of Iran's enriched uranium. Previously, there were debates about 60% 10% versus the rest of the highly enriched stockpile, which is the 20%. Now there's, some potential hinting that it could go over the LEU as well. The Iranians, as you know, have pushed back vociferously on this officially and on social media, and even in their, hardline TV and internet space, saying that they won't be giving this stuff up. So even that which has come directly from administration sources continues to be contested by the Iranians, while on the flip side, the Iranians are throwing stones into the phasing that U.S. official or pro-administration person had put out, talking about the frozen assets. Is the money going to come first? Is the money going to come during negotiations? That's all unclear. Perhaps the most clear thing that the audience needs to know is that this is going to be straight for straight and less for less. Once you get those two things out of the way, all those big questions that govern the nuclear issue and nuclear space, those are going to come barreling down on both sides and on all of us watching quite soon.
Okay, one last question before I go to Jonathan. You mentioned hardline. Okay, that's a term that people use in this space, but what we're hearing right now, and this, I got to say, it alarmed me a little bit yesterday. With one of the readouts that I read, there's talk about empowering the moderates and sidelining the hardliners. This is terminology that we heard during the Obama administration, and this was used as justification for entering into a deal that you and I and a lot of other folks were opposed to. The framing of that, does that bother you? Are you concerned about this, that they're trying to reach out to people that may be more pragmatic in a regime that is not salvageable? Is that a concern right now?
It's a concern. It's not the number one concern. I'm concerned when American officials in particular are the ones who raise these framing issues, less so when Iran experts allegedly raise this stuff. Listen, I said hardline here, referencing Iran's parliament speaker, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. My problem, just today, as you saw, he was reappointed, reelected as the parliament speaker with a mass majority of that parliament. This is not a democratic exercise. This is authoritarian consolidation. My problem with the framing, not from Iran experts or whatever, but from Western officials who use that, is they misread that individual's opportunism as pragmatism. And the problem there is, of course, if you think that is someone who is moderate, what are you going to do and how are you going to deal with the regime actually being able to bring these sorts of figures to the fore to be able to hoodwink America and go back to quite literally those hardline policies that these guys love to promote, protect, and defend. So, when we say hardline within the Iranian context, that's because there's an even narrower group, the 29 votes that oppose Mr. Ghalibaf, that they're part of this thing called the Paidari faction, which those guys are even out to lunch by the Iranian government standards.
All right. Thanks for the context. All right, Jonathan, you're in Israel and you're watching this. Israelis are watching this. I was watching some of your media yesterday. I got to say, there are some who are saying it's all good. We've got this. The relationship with the United States is terrific. There are other people who are saying Netanyahu's been sidelined by all this, that there's frustration building. How are we to understand the way in which the Israelis are viewing the talk of diplomatic breakthroughs or some kind of a deal that would probably keep the regime in place?
Yes, Jonathan. So I'd say that I'll try to reflect, general sentiment and what people in Israel are speaking about and feeling with regards to the situation against the Islamic Republic. There's a lot of, I'd say it's a challenging moment for Israelis because I'd say that a lot of people had, and perhaps many still do, have a lot of faith in the president, in President Trump and his administration, based on his track record leading up to this current situation. But this is a very challenging moment because based on almost everything that is leaked or provided to international and Iranian and Israeli media, most of it isn't good from an Israeli perspective in the sense that, it keeps the regime in place. There's very little or no actual talk about Iran's ballistic missile program, their long-range drones, and very importantly, their continued support of terror organizations in the region, Hezbollah, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, the Houthis, etc. And those are issues which, from an Israeli perspective, yes, of course, nuclear is paramount. And I think a lot of Israelis, they understand that that is the primary objective, and they're happy that that apparently is being addressed. But when Israelis ask themselves, okay, so where does this leave us? What does it mean for Israel's security? What does it mean for people in northern Israel, the Gaza periphery area, Judea and Samaria? What it means is we're not done. We're not done fighting because the Iranian regime isn't done. And they will very likely, with the money that they will be provided by unfrozen sanctions or by releasing sanctioned money, probably very likely that money will go not to the benefit of the Iranian people, to its horrible infrastructure of the country, to electricity and many other things that are needed, but it will find its way to rearm Hamas and Hezbollah, probably first Hezbollah and then Hamas. And that is very worrying, because what it means at the end of the day is that we're looking at continued fighting against a very persistent and religiously motivated enemy that is on a jihad against Israel. So trying times, but I'll add on a personal perspective. I still have faith in two major contributors. One is this American president. I've seen what this administration and this president have done so far, and I have faith that this deal will be a much better one than anything that we've seen in the past. And I also have faith in the arrogance of the Iranian regime and the same hardliners that you spoke about and that Benham provided such excellent insight into, their way of thinking and their lack of pragmatism. I think that their hubris, their arrogance, and their willingness to, or their inability to look at things in a more nuanced way, I count on that to eventually be the showstoppers and to allow Israel to return to where I think we need to go, and that is to continue to apply military pressure on the regime until we see significant changes and a significant improvement in the security of the region.
Yeah, I mean, I think I appreciate the sentiment. Look, my concern right now, maybe it's the top concern, is the idea of signaling to the markets, to the international community, that Iran is open for business. The idea of lifting sanctions, this is something, of course, as a former Treasury guy, my hair's on fire about that. I don't like that as a messaging thing. But there's something else that I'd love you to weigh in on here, Jonathan, and that is, the regime is saying, at least according to some of what's been released from the regime, that they include Lebanon in their ceasefire. So in other words, they're going to try to hold the United States to account for things that Israel is probably set to do in Lebanon, because things are heating up over there with Hezbollah. So maybe if you could just explain how these two fronts are tied, or at least how the Iranians are trying to tie them, and what you see happening next there.
Yeah, to be clear, if the Iranian regime succeeds in tethering the ceasefire deal or the end of hostilities between the US and Iran to ceasefire or end of hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah, that will be a strategic win for them. That will allow them, the Iranian regime, to save and protect what remains of their main proxy in the world and their most important military organization, Hezbollah. And that's, of course, something that mustn't be allowed to happen from an Israeli perspective. Now, what we have on the ground, on paper, we have a ceasefire, which is relevant for Tel Aviv and Beirut, but it definitely isn't relevant for northern Israel. It is not relevant for communities in northern Israel, and it's not relevant for Israeli soldiers that are currently deployed on the Lebanese side of the border, defending those Israeli communities from possible Hezbollah attacks from Lebanese villages. And what we have in northern Israel is an active war zone. We have Hezbollah drones that are being fired, multiple drones that are being launched every day. We have an almost endless flow of Israeli casualties. Most of them are military, but we also have civilians that have been severely wounded by Hezbollah drones. We have rockets being fired, and the general mechanics and visuals of an active war front. And to many Israelis, this is very, very disparaging, because many Israelis feel that we are restricted by a political agreement that isn't, tethered to reality, and where it's not really, a fair, let's say, representation of what's going on the ground. From an Israeli perspective, my perspective, now is a time of opportunity for Israel to apply heavy military, political, and financial pressure on Hezbollah. Hezbollah are the weakest that they've ever been since they were founded by the Iranian regime some 35, 40 years ago. And now is the time when your enemy is down and bleeding currency, bleeding popularity, bleeding military capabilities, is the time to enhance pressure, not to relent. The Iranians, of course, understand this, and that's why they are so adamant on having Hezbollah as part of the deal, which I hope will not be tolerated. We've heard the Israeli Prime Minister with press statements claiming that in a conversation between him and the president assured Israel that Lebanon would not be part of any ceasefire deal with the Iranians, and I hope that is indeed the case. And I think this is all very relevant because the political and military sentiment in Israel is enough's enough. You know, we have a lot of casualties from drones that the Hezbollah are firing, and there are lots of cries and demands in Israel for significant military activity in Beirut and elsewhere in Lebanon in order to send a very strong message to Hezbollah that this isn't, these aren't violations that Israel is going to tolerate. So I think we're in for a few challenging days.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. And if you ask me, it looks like we could just continue to see calm limp on, even without a deal in the Strait of Hormuz, while Israel begins to engage more seriously with Hezbollah. For those that have not seen, we had a fascinating conversation with Ryan Brobst from FDD Center on Military and Political Power last week, where we looked at the Hezbollah use primarily of what we call FPV drones, these first-person view, where you have fiber optic cable, not even on radio, but you have this thing that can't be jammed, and they are using these drones. They're not particularly sophisticated, but they're using them to deadly effect. And this is ultimately, I think, what is going to prompt Israel to fire back with ferocity. And nobody wants to see that Israel be tethered to some kind of a deal that they're not actually even party to. And that does give one a sense of the I don't know, let's just call it some tension within the U.S.-Israel alliance, possibly. But Behnam, I want to turn back to you. The opposition to this possible agreement has been voiced, and we've seen some pretty prominent people come out. I mean, we're talking about Roger Wicker from the Senate. We're talking about Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz. So there's senators that have come out and talked about this, and that's significant, I think. We also have people like Mike Pompeo, former CIA director, that came out and warned against the deal, at least as articulated. So I guess if you would talk a little bit about what's happening here in Washington, but also, I mean, the Iranian people themselves cannot, I mean, you can just imagine the frustration for those that have been advocating for the downfall of this regime. Some of those voices I've seen as well, voicing some concern. They're not slamming the president, because I think he's been obviously terrific on a bunch of, of related issues, the 12-day war, the maximum pressure campaign, the ongoing battle here. I don't think anybody can fault the president for what he's done with regard to the regime, but now we're starting to see some of those concerns. So talk to us about that.
For sure, Jonathan. And the fear is that there could be a gap between the rhetoric and reality, and the rhetoric and the expected reality following, the increased expectations of that rhetoric. But just before I touch that, going back to what the other Jonathan had said, he talked about these two drivers, the latter being the hubris or the arrogance or the pride of the governing officials of the Islamic Republic. To tie that into exactly what we're saying today, even those skeptics, even those who are somewhat more vocal in the dissident and diaspora community about, the direction that this diplomacy with the Islamic Republic is going, one of the few silver linings for them, and this is a line that has actually come directly from Iran between the January protests and the start of the conflict late February, early March, is that, what would drive America ultimately to push away from the table, or to push away, or to push towards real pressure, kinetic and non-kinetic. And the phrase in Persian is tawakkul bikhariyat akhund, or trust in the foolishness of the clerics. So when Jonathan is talking about the pride and the hubris, that is still a through line here. Donald Trump may get sick and tired of the way the Islamic Republic is trying to negotiate and renegotiate the last last thing that they negotiated. And that is something that is actually giving that diaspora and dissident community a bit more breathing room. Yes, it's clear that President Trump wants to be deal maker in chief, if not as much, if not or as more as being commander in chief when it comes to the Iran threat today. But certainly you have within the Beltway, certainly you have within the states, and certainly you have within the global Iranian diaspora concerns as to direction that this would take President Trump's post-war, post-blockade Iran policy. What would we be doing if not normalizing part of the regime's either control in the Strait of Hormuz, which the president and even that administration call the other day said that that would not be recognizing and that would not be doing, or what would we be doing in terms of repatriated funds or frozen funds or even future sanctions relief with this regime? How do you continue a policy of maximum pressure when you've just taken your foot off of the gas of the most important non-kinetic measure against this regime's main lifeline, which is oil and crude oil and naphtha and petroleum product exports? You know, we saw in the whole month of April, we just did an analysis with a friend of ours, Saeed Ghassaminejad, a little while ago, looking at April oil export data. Pre and post blockade, it was a little over 900,000 barrels per day. If the trend lines continue, it'll be 110 or 111,000 barrels per day. This is the president's most important source of leverage, in addition to the compounding fuel crisis inside the Islamic Republic today. Everyone, whether you're talking about senators, whether you're talking about Washington establishment, whether you're talking about the Iranian diaspora or dissident community, everyone is worried about the president giving up potentially on that leverage, either for a deal to simply be able to limp along past Hajj season, past World Cup, going into the potentially midterm season. And so the question all those communities have is, what will the future, hypothetically pretend you get a deconfliction and de-escalation deal, what will the future of U.S.-Iran policy look like on the back end of that? And what else can you guarantee you'd be doing against the Iranian threat in the region, on missiles, on human rights? I mean, look at goodness, the day we're talking today, I think it's day 86 or 87, forgive me for not having the right number, of the internet being shut down in Iran. I mean, this is atrocious. The Islamic Republic of Iran is literally willing to bleed money from itself. On some back of the envelope estimates, 35 million officially, 70 to 80 million dollars unofficially. It's willing to lose just to make sure that Iranians cannot communicate with each other.
Day.
Cannot per day, exactly, cannot share these stories with the outside world, and that we don't get to have a vector, voice, or source of influence in.
Yeah. So, all right. So, Jonathan, I want to kick it back to you. This idea that Behnam raises that, there's economic pressure to continue to put on this regime. There's obviously also military pressure that we've not seen now for 60 days plus, because we've just decided to kick the can down the road as we try to negotiate. This appears to be the strategy. It's about deconfliction in the Strait of Hormuz and the Persian Gulf primarily. But if things were to ramp back up, I mean, the idea of economic pressure that I think Behnam has just explained, it's working, right? We are seeing the regime bleed out quite a bit right now in the economic realm. But then there's the kinetic stuff that I think Israel's probably pretty eager to get back to. So what would that look like in your view if, let's just say, this entire thing collapses and the U.S. and Israel start at it again, epic fury, as they call it, that resumes? What is on the table from the Israeli perspective? Because they've had, I mean, this is the thing, right? For 60 days, they've had the opportunity to refine plans, to create new target banks inside the Islamic Republic, which is still exposed. They don't have the air defenses that they had even at the beginning of this war, let alone what happened last year when the Israelis took out pretty much all of it. So they are still very vulnerable there in the Islamic Republic. What would a resumption of war look like from Israel's perspective?
So I think it's very enlightening to listen to the words of the Israeli Chief of Staff, Lieutenant General Eyal Zamir, a very wise man, a very brave commander, but also I think he chooses his words very carefully. And his last statement made yesterday regarding the situation of readiness and preparations for battle of the IDF against the Islamic Republic, it was the first time that I saw him or anybody else senior in the IDF who isn't a politician speak about not only combat readiness, which is given and clear, that's the obvious messaging, but also mentioning the regime. And if you go back to the beginning of, Roaring Lion, Epic Fury, you'll remember that politicians spoke about the regime and creating conditions and the Iranian people and a lot of things that I think are excellent, and that's the path that we should go on. But the military was very careful, and it stayed in a very clear lane of we are attacking the nuclear weapons program, we're attacking their military infrastructure, air defenses, and we're weakening the command and control and the military forces, and of course hitting a lot of the senior elements of Iranian military and political leadership. But at that time, the IDF didn't speak about the regime. Now, for the first time in the framing and positioning, the IDF is doing so. And I think that's very, very important, which leads to the answer. I think we will see, we will see a significant broadening of the scope of targets that the Israeli Air Force will be striking. And I think we will have a relatively creative interpretation of dual use infrastructure. I think it will be a very broad interpretation of that legal term, whereby the infrastructure that allows the Iranian regime to fire ballistic missiles, to fire drones, to conduct command and control, to provide logistics for their troops, to continue the blockade of Hormuz, and to continue to oppress the Iranian people. But the four first ones, which are targeting Israel, will be the ones that Israel will target. And what that means is that I think road infrastructure, transportation, electricity, and other key enablers of the Iranian regime to continue to fight and to wreak havoc on the Middle East and to fire at Israeli civilians, that they will be the target. Now, here is the significant challenge, which I think is very clear for CENTCOM planners and commanders and for Israelis. How do we do that in the least harmful way and with the minimal amount of collateral damage and consequences for the Iranian people? Because I think both CENTCOM and the IDF are clear about the fact that that is an objective that we want to establish. This isn't Gaza, this isn't Lebanon, whereby if there is collateral damage, then that is not a strategic long-term issue. Here, I think against the Iranian regime, it is, because the objective is to help the Iranian people. At the end of the day, not a clearly spoken one, but I think it's pretty clear that it is, to help the Iranian people move forward. So I think we will see massive fire against targets that haven't been struck before.
Well, and that's if we go back to conflict. And we may not. And I think that's obviously that's what we're all watching here, this question of whether kinetics come back into play or whether we leave things in limbo or whether we get a deal. Look, we're wrapping up here that half hour, and we try to stay as close to that as we can. I want to ask both of you to, I think we all know that I think among the three of us anyway, that the downfall of the regime is exactly what we're still looking for, and whether that's done through economic warfare, kinetic warfare, a combination thereof, covert action, who knows, right? But if a deal is struck, and here's where I want to ask both of you to just weigh in for a minute or two before we close out. If we have to have a deal, if the president decides that it's deal time, right? That between deal and no deal, he wants a deal. And now the question is, as we always put it, Behnam, back in the day when we were when we were talking about the negotiations about the JCPOA of 2015, that deeply flawed nuclear deal, we kept saying no deal is better than a bad deal. What looks like a good deal if we're going to get into this? So I'll ask both of you, if you're to try to say right now, what are the things that from a U.S. and Iran perspective, Behnam, and from Jonathan, from your perspective from Israel, what does a good deal actually look like? What makes you breathe a little bit easier if we get the right terms? So Behnam, want to start?
Sure, and I'll try to be brief, but I remember that phrase because then candidate Trump also said that and tweeted that no deal was better than a bad deal. And I believe that was in 2015, 2016 at the height of his electoral season. Listen, we've written on this a million times before. I would have front loaded with three sorts of preconditions or four sorts of preconditions. Number one, internet. Number two, hostages. Number three, IEA monitoring and access. And number four, political prisoners. The Trump administration has significant leverage here. You want to front load any kind of agreement and force the regime in Iran to know that these are the four preconditions that they should meet, or four signs of quote unquote goodwill or confidence building measures that they're going to have to work for. They're going to have to, one, turn on the internet. Two, get rid of the foreign hostages, dual nationals, foreign nationals. Three, help bring in the IAEA for monitoring and verification, because after all, if this is allegedly going to be a nuclear deal, if you're going to dance with the devil, if you're going to bite the bullet, you're going to have someone monitor and verify that. They're not being able to achieve their actual mission today. And then lastly, you want to put a stop to executions, which unfortunately have continued. These are the four things the president has real leverage to ask the Iranians for upfront. So I would say anything that doesn't extract these for free, if you are required to pay for any of these four things, it's already going to be a bad deal. Number two, what should the meat on the bone, the skeletal framework of a larger deal? President Trump, despite in term one putting significant political capital on the line to aggregate together the domestic, the cyber, the nuclear, the terror, the transnational, regional, the drone and missile threats, in term two, he segregated them out again and prioritized the nuclear. So if you're going to do the a la carte approach, FDD, me, Ord, Andrea, two lovely friends and colleagues have put meat on the bone. In March 2025, we have an actual monograph that we put out on what dismantlement, it's a word we took from the chemical weapons lexicon and applied it to the nuclear world, what dismantlement actually looks like. There's like at least 19 different vectors, your favorite word, Jonathan, on how to actually achieve that. At a minimum, I would love to see all of those different ones met. That could be the skeletal framework, both for the fissile material side, the facility side, the monitoring and verification side, the international side, and then, lest we forget, the delivery vehicle side, the ballistic missiles, for example. One reason I'm content not including quote-unquote terrorism into this is because since October 7, Israel has shown, and America has followed up, but it's been mostly Israel, that you don't need to pay to stabilize Hezbollah. You don't need to pay to play in Iraq or with the Houthis. The best tool against these is kinetic. So perhaps in 2015, it could have been worth adding terrorism into this. Now when this axis of resistance, as Jonathan was saying, is on life support, is bleeding legitimacy, revenue, men, and military power, continue to bleed them on the battlefield. Don't negotiate over this. So one, get those four conditions. Two, the bulk of the dismantlement agreement needs to be what we put forward in March 2025. Friends and colleagues can go check out that monograph. And then number three, don't fall for paying for something that you've already achieved on the battlefield since October 7th. So those three different layers of the cake is the minimum what I would ask for if you're going to dance with the devil. Ultimately, I would have significant reservations of even the best deal possible, because now that we're in two direct, overt, kinetic rounds of fighting with the Islamic Republic, or what's left of it, is going to play to the edge. So even if we get the perfect deal, I guarantee you, as soon as Donald Trump leaves office, that deal will expire.
All right. Good words of warning there. Jonathan, last word to you. What are Israelis, do you think, what are they looking for here if there is a deal that has to be made? If you got to bite the bullet, what do you want in it?
Yeah, I think what Behnam said is just tremendously succinct and excellent, and I would really second everything he says. I think the words of wisdom backed up by serious research, and I really hope that the people who are part of the process are looking into the monographs and the research done by Behnam and other colleagues at FDD. From an Israeli perspective, I would add that this, it's another chapter in the book called The War Between the Islamic Republic of Iran and the State of Israel. It's a relatively good chapter so far, out of many bad chapters that we've had in the last 47 years, but it has the potential of being a probably really good chapter that can lead us to an end of the story the end of the Iranian regime if done correctly. What I would add to what Behnam said, I would add, of course, what we spoke about before, no conditioning or tethering between the source of evil and other areas of evil in the region, no protection of Hezbollah, and on the contrary, continued enhanced pressure on Hezbollah as a means of de-escalating and future-proofing the region from future conflict, because Hezbollah is an escalator, and if we can neuter Hezbollah, then it means that the Iranian regime will have less of an ability to influence things. Second, just like when you make a commercial agreement or when you rent an apartment, there should be penalties. And what I think is missing from all of the conversation so far is what if Iran violates, which we all know, anybody who has a minute of Middle Eastern mileage, we know that the Iranian regime will lie, obfuscate, and deceive, and they'll do anything, say anything to get away with what they can and keep the regime in place and continue to oppress the people and continue to spread the Islamic revolution. That's why there needs to be very clear sanctions and the threat of military action if and when the Iranian regime doesn't meet its requirements according to the deal, which, for instance, Behnam stipulated. That needs to be there, and I agree, we're in a tight space here because there's a finite amount of time. There's approximately 2 years left of this presidency, and then God knows what will happen in the future, and we don't even know what will happen after the midterm. So that needs to be there. Otherwise, what I fear and what I think many Israelis agree on is that the Iranian regime will do what it does really well, use diplomacy, and it'll lie, extend, obfuscate, muddy the waters, and all of the tools and tactics that they have in order to get away with murder and oppression and terrorism. And that there needs to be parts and clearly stipulated actions as a penalty if the agreement isn't honored by the Iranians.
I think that's a great way to leave it. The idea that there were consequences for Iran's war to begin with, the launching of the 10-7 wars, as I would tend to call them, that there were consequences for the regime back last year in 2025, again this year, not to mention the beating up and the steady dismantlement of the Axis, as we would call it, the broader network of terror groups. Consequences, I've been saying it since day one of this war. That's what we want to impose on all of our enemies. And I think a great way to leave it. All right, guys, thank you for joining us today. You guys have been superb. And for folks watching, listening, it's time to pack it up, pack it in, let the rest of your day begin. If you want more smart content for this Memorial Day holiday, you know where to find us. Visit FDD.org. And a reminder here that doom scrolling is really not great for your brain, except our social media. That stuff, I mean, this is really good stuff. You want to learn from us. And so, yeah, keep going. Yeah, if you are interested in supporting us, please do. You can head on over to FDD.org/invest to make a highly appreciated, highly tax-deductible donation. We're going to be back on Wednesday. Will you? You don't have to answer that right now. You have 48 hours. Until then, I'm Jonathan Schanzer on behalf of Jonathan Conricus and Behnam Ben-Taleblu, signing off for FDD.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney.
We're addicted to the parlor game, the Fed, the monetary ballet.
Where do you see opportunities in a fixed income space here in 24?
With Lisa Mateo on markets.
AI affecting demand for cloud computing.
And Michael Barr with news.
Another legal setback for Donald Trump, this time across the pond.
The best in economics, finance, investment, and international relations. This is Bloomberg Surveillance on Bloomberg Radio.
You know, Lisa, it's great. Damien Sassower waltzes in his music cues up. It's an amazing skill that he has to do that. And for the Burbs, Damien Sassower on short notice, Paul Sweeney with Alex Steele in support of a really important Bloomberg conference at NEF, and Damien's been kind enough to come in. What are you here for, a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
I'm here today and tomorrow, yeah.
Today and tomorrow.
Today
okay,
and tomorrow.
great.
We're going to watch the VIX go to 30. It's going to be wonderful.
It's going to be interesting. We'll talk a lot about that. Yesterday, we were really restricted by a fabulous discussion of our international relations, the geopolitics of, let me get the list down here. I think we're going to do a little bit less of that, but thank you to everybody that checked in yesterday, particularly Elliot Ackerman and James Stavridis with my book of the summer with Chip War. 2054 is the name of their book, and I got to get to that. That's an important read right now. But we're going to get back to markets today, and we're doing it with Damien Sassower with a U.S. full faith and credit 4.95%. Is EM showing the same angst that we see in full faith and credit U.S.?
Absolutely, Tom. EM credit and equities, which were up on the year, are now down on the year. EM equities specifically overnight on the back of some of the weakness we're seeing out of Asian equities because, my goodness, the Chinese economy, strong start to 2024, appears to be fading here. You know, we got some weaker activity data overnight, despite the fact that GDP kind of performed well, above 5%. It's just not convincing anyone that that we're worth it through of it.
We'll get to this later. We're going to get to the start the show off. Lisa Mateo's over there. When do I get in? But seriously, on the currency front with a strong dollar, I just happened to look at Philippine peso, and I'm sorry, it's 55 to 57. It's weaker. Is there a destabilizing in your world because of what we see with strong dollar?
Well, the EM carry trade's been the big star performer this year, Tom. We talk about it all the time. And what happens in markets like this, when volatility ticks up, and by the way, the VIX is at 19 and change right now. When vol ticks up, it kind of filters over into EM, and that causes carry trades to unwind. And that's what we're seeing, a bid for funding currencies.
That's what we see here to get us off on 3 hours here. Drew Mattis to start us off.
Yes.
A strong year as well. Steve Chivarone from Federated on your next allocation. We're on Apple CarPlay. We're on YouTube. We'll get to that. I got to get out on live chat on YouTube as well. We're in the Interactive Brokers studios and with your Bloomberg Business Flash, Lisa Mateo.
Good morning. Yeah, we've got red and green in the screen after the major averages ended with losses to start the week. Right now we have NASDAQ futures, they're little changed. Dow futures, they're up about 0.3%. S&P futures, they're little changed as well. Over to the 2-year yield at 4.94%. That's up about 2 basis points. The 10-year yield at 4.64%, and that's up about 4 basis points. To commodities, gold. Citi says gold will hit $3,000 an ounce over the next 6 to 18 months. Right now, we'll check in with spot gold is at $2,372 an ounce. COMEX gold at $2,388 an ounce. As far as oil is concerned, we have Brent crude at $89 a barrel, NYMEX crude at $85 a barrel. On the economic calendar for today, reports on housing starts, building permits, and industrial production. And yes, earnings season continues. We'll start with Bank of America. They're down about 1% right now. Reported trading revenue for the first quarter that beat estimates. Then you have Bank of New York Mellon, BNY Mellon, up 2%. First quarter revenue topped estimates. It benefited from higher market values and also increased client activity. We're still awaiting results from Morgan Stanley. That's expected around 7:30 Wall Street time. We'll be sure to bring that to you. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Damien.
Lisa Mateo, thank you so much. We start strong here with a layout of the American economy, but folding it into investment strategy. And the hallmark of Drew Mattis's work, and this is from Maury Harris and the team at UBS ages ago, is the research note is very carefully written. That's what Drew Mattis does at MetLife right now as Chief Market Strategist. Drew, I've just got to start with the first bullet point because I think it says so much, and we saw it with our retail sales yesterday. Corporate profit strength never really left us. Is that the big fake of the next 3 weeks as we go, oh, earnings are pretty good?
Well, it seems to be the case. We've been trying to figure out why the labor market's remaining so strong. That caught us a bit off guard. And it seems like the reason it was so strong is because firms could afford to hire people. Of course, when you look at a lot of the details in the economy, they're not particularly great. I know how the market's behaving, and I know what yields are doing, et cetera. But, when you look at certain things, you like to see kind of a consistency in order to become confident, and then in order to kind of increase risk.
Right.
And that consistency isn't there. And that's, I think, troubling going forward. One case in point I'll give you right now is, tax receipts. Tax receipts, the U.S. government said were going to be extraordinarily strong in April. That would affect bill issuance, treasury issuance. We could see a decline there. tax receipts kind of look like they looked last year, so that there's not this kind of rapid expansion caused by the improvement in the equity market that we've seen. So, and if that doesn't happen, there are all kinds of secondary effects in terms of flows in and out of the banking system that will matter. And we'll see how that plays out over the next couple of weeks.
With Drew Madison Met Live on YouTube, search up Bloomberg Podcasts to get out there and onto our valuable live chat, really intelligent chat. What I need right now, I need an intelligent question. Damien, dive in here with Drew Madison.
Drew, back in 2001, when we were at Lehman Brothers together, you were a senior financial markets economist. I was a lowly associate fetching your coffee.
Were you allowed to speak to him?
No, never. And here's the thing, Drew.
I saw Dick Fold once.
Lehman was the big bond house. You're talking about credit card delinquencies. Tom is emphasizing that point. Talk to us about spreads here. Why aren't spreads buckling here under the weight of some of the things we're seeing in the markets?
Well, I think it's the same that you see in the equity space. But, spreads are basically holding in. There's so much demand for anything that resembles an investment what you're seeing is this pressure. And of course, you do have corporate profits staying higher. You have inflation, which is actually credit positive, right, up to a point. Yep. And so, I think people are pricing in kind of this Goldilocks scenario where we have just enough inflation that doesn't worry the Fed too much, but allows for an easier payback of all that debt that's out there. And then, of course, you look at profit margins and they're holding up. And so you kind of push them all together. And if you sprinkle in a little bit of productivity going forward, you have a pretty good outcome. The real question is, are you being paid for your risk appropriately? And I think that's a question people have stopped asking, in part because there's a little bit of almost fear of missing out in kind of the credit space.
So, Drew, I get the sense you want to talk equity. So is now the time to double down on growth, or are we shifting to quality here?
I have a problem with risk assets when we don't see the consistency, and when cash is paying 5%, right? So, what are you taking the risk for, and how much risk should you be willing to take to get that extra couple of basis points? And I think, that's the problem we're having when spreads are this compressed, when equities are behaving the way they are you really getting paid appropriately for the difference? And in my opinion, I see some signs of weakness in the labor market. They never panned out into kind of an overall deterioration in the labor market, but they're still there. You're still seeing some weakness in kind of consumer credit, particularly for kind of, lower creditworthy borrowers. I think when you add those up, there are signs of weakness in the economy. They're just not enough to kind of offset this kind of juggernaut of corporate earnings and profit margins.
Tom, it sounds like Drew's getting a little defensive here. Real estate, maybe utilities, maybe those defensive beaten down sectors.
I did the math here. Damien, dive in here, but let me explain the math. And I looked at NASDAQ 100, and the answers were through 2 standard deviations, a little bit of gloom there, out of the very tight trend. It's a maximum drawdown of 3-point-some%, or maybe it's 4%. But it has been so long, Damien, since Drew Mattis saw a correction.
Yep.
He doesn't even know one is anymore.
Pimples and elephants. Drew, I wonder if you could just quickly talk to us a little bit about what you're seeing geopolitically here. Obviously, the Middle East, obviously, Eastern Europe. How does that kind of factor into your calculus in terms of asset allocation?
Well, I think if you look at everything, every geopolitical flashpoint is inflationary if it happens. Right? If something deteriorates from where it currently is. And if you look around the world, you'd be hard pressed to kind of put your finger on a part of the globe that doesn't have a geopolitical issue attached to it, that doesn't involve penguins, right? So, you pick a continent, there's a problem. That problem could be inflationary and has the potential to be inflationary on a global scale. So, from my perspective, that's another reason to be a little bit more cautious here. And it's one reason why I think, this idea that the Fed can hold at kind of the level of inflation we're currently at and just kind of wait things out. All the risks are skewed to one direction on inflation, right? We're not suddenly going to wake up and inflation's gone away tomorrow. And in that kind of environment, I think, the game that they're playing in terms of the level of caution is a tricky one.
Drew, we got to leave it there. Drew Manis, thank you so much with MetLife this morning to get us started. Here's Steve Chiavarone coming up next. Red and green on the screen. Nice lift to the market. Fractional. Futures up 3. As Damian Sassauer mentioned, the VIX above 19, 19.11. With our news in New York City, John Tucker.
All right, Tom, thanks. Middle East tensions may be ramping back up. Israeli military officials are saying they have no choice but to respond to Iran's drone and missile attack over the weekend. But the U.S. and European allies are urging Israel to avoid the kind of tit-for-tat that could spark a wider war. Here's State Department spokesman Matthew Miller.
Israel is a sovereign country. They have to make their own decisions about how best to defend themselves. What we always try to do is provide our best advice as a longtime friend of Israel and a longtime ally and partner of Israel. And that's what we've done since October 7th across a broad range of fronts. It's what we have done over the weekend.
Well, the Biden administration has put more than 500 sanctions on Iranian entities to hold Tehran accountable. And the turmoil in the Middle East has added new urgency to passing foreign aid in the House after months of inaction. Let's get that story from Bloomberg's Ed Baxter.
Speaker Mike Johnson is planning separate votes this week on new aid to both Israel and Ukraine. This in an attempt to assemble fragile coalitions to speed weaponry to both places.
We have terrorists and tyrants and terrible leaders around the world like Putin and Xi and in Iran, and they're watching to see if America will stand up for its allies and in our own interest around the globe, and we will.
Now, his party majority is very slim, and he may need Democrat support, and he very well may get it. The impasse over aid has been dragging on since October. Ed Baxter, Bloomberg Radio.
And the Supreme Court will weigh the legality of charges brought against hundreds of people in connection with the attack on the U.S. Capitol. The question for the justices is whether a law passed as part of the Sarbanes-Oxley financial reforms can be read to cover the January 6th riot. Hundreds of people, including Donald Trump, have been charged with obstructing an official proceeding. Global news, 24 hours a day, whatever you wanted with Bloomberg News Now. I'm John Tucker. This is Bloomberg. Tom, Damian.
John Tucker, thanks so much. Good to have Damian Sassauer in with us with real expertise on EM. Damian, you know what you do with EM. You go back pre-1995.
Yeah, okay.
Because you're looking at the Asian financial crisis. And
I'd love to get some reliable data pre-1995, but I'm with you,
and
yeah.
I'm sorry, we're round trip over 20 years. Indonesian, what is it?
Rupiah.
Rupiah. Indonesia rupiah is basically back to the angst of 1998.
That's exactly right.
And IMF meetings coming up. I mean, nobody, including you, can ignore this, right?
It's not just the rupee you mentioned earlier, the Philippines peso. It's the Indian rupee. I mean, the high yielders in Asia are all getting crushed today, basically, because these carry trades are rolling off. And those are all high-yielding carry currencies within Asia, a way to kind of clip a little bit of extra coupon.
20 seconds.
It's not doing well.
Who cares about this?
I care.
I know you care, but
emerging market practitioners should care,
Powell
risk
care?
managers should care, banks should care, and quite frankly, it's a precursor of things that could happen in DM. That's why you should care.
Okay, Damian Sassauer, thank you so much. What a joy to have him here with the world blowing up. DXY, 106.26. Yen is really not through levels, but there. We're on Apple CarPlay. Stay with us there worldwide. On YouTube, search Bloomberg Podcast. We have a live chat. Good morning.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo. We have little movement in futures. Dow futures, they're up about 0.4%, but NASDAQ futures, little change. S&P futures, they're just up about 0.1%. Over to the 2-year yield at 4.95%. That's up about 2 basis points. The 10-year yield at 4.65%, and that's up about 4 basis points. To currencies, we have the dollar stronger, Japanese yen weaker, euro, British pound stronger. Bitcoin is lower at 62,733. Now, today we have reports on housing starts, building permits, industrial production, and that follows yesterday's strong economic reading on retail sales. Also, words from San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly. She said there's no urgency to adjust those interest rates. To earnings we go. Johnson & Johnson down about 1%. First quarter profit beat estimates. Drug sales came in higher than Wall Street expected. And then we have United Health Group. They're up about 6%. Reported first quarter profit that beat expectations. Also affirmed its outlook for the year. And that's despite those costs related to their cyber attack. And then we have some news from Trump Media and Technology that's racing earlier losses. They're up about 2% right now. It says its social media network, Truth Social, plans to launch a streaming platform. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Damien.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Damien Sassar in for Paul Sweeney, which is a good thing. Lots going on the screen, and we'll get to that through the morning. This is a joy. He has arguably the most intimidating job in asset allocation on global Wall Street because he has to put up every day with people like Linda Dissel and Steve Auth, who've been doing this for decades and decades. And the young whippersnapper comes in, and what he mostly does is take notes and comes up with really, really smart, dynamic solutions in asset allocation. Steve Chiaveron, thank you so much for joining us. I love the way you approach asset allocation. Which is the movable part right now that matters?
Oh, I think the part that matters is, we've been positioned, Tom, all year for a more hawkish Fed, so fewer rate cuts than the market. What we're contending with now, and the question at hand, is were even we too dovish with our kind of 1 and 2 cut forecast? Is it 0? And if so, that calls into question a number of asset allocation decisions.
Into earnings season, putting up with Steve Auth and other titans at Federated Hermes, into earnings season, what does free cash flow look like? Are we missing use of cash? We talked about it 3 years ago like it was religion. Are we missing a massive use of cash this time around? Witness J&J and United Healthcare this morning.
Look, I think first off, you've had an earnings inflection. And this is what makes this market hard to sell and makes us want to buy dips here, is companies are, earnings are inflecting higher at a time where rates are likely to fall. I mean, it may be delayed, it may be slower. And so both of those things are good for cash flow. And it makes parts of the market that should benefit from an economy that's stronger than expected. We've got a 2.6% GDP growth this year. And parts of the market that should benefit from rate cuts when they eventually come, they should start to participate. And they've been on sale for 6 months here. And so that makes us interested, despite some of the concerns that are out there.
Steve, we got to talk King Dollar here. I mean, you have to help me out. I mean, as a portfolio manager, math, it's the math. It's all about diversification. It's asset allocation. But when the dollar's going in this direction and it's all going one way, how do you diversify? How do you build ballast into your portfolio? I mean, you certainly can't go into non-dollar assets, fixed income or equity, can you?
Well, I mean, emerging market debt's been a good trade this year, right? As spreads were a little bit wider and have tightened, and that's something that we've what's that?
Past tense.
Well, the debt's been pretty good. I mean, it's certainly something that we've kind of leaned in through most of the year. I mean, I think the story here is that we do expect a broadening out from the strength of the kind of Mag 7, but we expect that primarily in U.S. value.
Yeah.
We expect to see that more acutely once rate cuts come in small cap. It's hard to make an argument here to be massively overweight international when you've got a scenario where inflation's behaving. It looks like those central banks are going to get to a cut cycle a little bit ahead of us. And we've got real questions as about whether or not a 5.5% federal funds rate is even restrictive in the United States. And so we just prefer the U.S.
You just made a great point. Central banks in emerging markets, Tom, they tend to follow the Fed, right? And so, my question here is, have markets gone too far in pricing in cuts in emerging markets? I'm thinking Brazil, I'm thinking Poland, Chile. Some of these markets, forward markets, are pricing in significant cuts between now and the end of the year. Mexico. I mean, Do we really think that some of these central banks are going to be able to deliver on that in the face of a Fed on hold?
I don't know if it'll be as dramatic as the markets expected, but when you look at the inflation trends non-U.S., they are much more well-behaved. I think the broader point on emerging markets is emerging market equities tend to do well when the Fed is cutting, when the dollar is weaker, and neither of those things are happening imminently.
How does emerging ginormous tech stocks do? I mean, I look at some of these growth, blue chip, U.S.-based growth portfolios. I mean, how much Meta Facebook can you own? How much NVIDIA can you own? What's the risk to our portfolio concentration now?
So, you know, it's hard for a professional investor to own them at the index weights if you have any position size limits. You know, for us, you know, we're in this almost like it's a Cisco moment, but it's different, Tom.
Explain that. That's fabulous.
Okay.
I'm going to steal that.
So
like that.
You've got...
This is Sunday evenings, like 20 Mule Oval.
Here we go.
Whatever it was.
My wife's wearing her Cisco shares on her finger. I'm just letting you know.
Congratulations. My wife's ring came from the lumber aisle at Home Depot last year. She asked me to take her somewhere expensive. So you've got 6 companies that all killed their parents, right? No one shows you their MySpace anymore, and no one searches on Yahoo. And they all became prominent by figuring out the next big thing. And these 6 companies see AI, and they're asking themselves, are they going to be unseated by it? And they have more money than God, slightly less than the Catholic Church, and they're willing to spend all of it to figure out the AI thing. And so demand for what NVIDIA sells is huge. I think the one thing that's different between this and the pure Cisco moment is these companies know to sell it as a service, right? So whatever the solution in AI is, it's going to come with a monthly subscription.
Yeah, Damien John from Tiffany's just emailed in. He says, tell Damien he could have an NVIDIA moment anytime he wants.
Well, that's a good segue into my next question, Steve. Commodities.
Yeah.
Commodities have rallied big time. Gold has rallied big time, right? But what's really interesting is just last week alone, we saw a really big move in copper. I mean, now it's starting to spread into the industrial metals complex. What's the read-through into equities and other asset classes?
I think there's a huge secular story about the AI revolution, which right now has been all about tech, becoming a real economy story, right? Once you get to a factory that has fewer workers, that factory can be in the United States. And we have trains that can't stay on rails and ships that hit bridges and, you know, cars that fall through streets in Pittsburgh, PA. And so I think you've got, as you have this reshoring, this manufacturing renaissance, to borrow from Nancy Lazar and her theory, as that becomes more and more evident, I think there is an old school industrial build out needed in the United States. And you're going to see copper do to the U.S. what it used to do when we were talking about China growth.
Sounds like, you know, Anaconda Copper and Steve Roth.
It's Anaconda Steel. Let's get her.
Yeah. Steve Chiavarone, just brilliant. Thank you so much as well. Mr. Chiavarone was Federated this morning. I look at it, Damien, and like, where are we fourth quarter? With barely a pullback in the market, I think people have really been sobered up here, and it makes even more fascinating the earnings to come after the big banks.
Well, for me, Tom, it's that high frequency growth. I mean, like the PMIs, you know, they're sort of starting to tick higher globally, you know, so that manufacturing rebound sort of starting to extend into Europe and Asia. And the question is, does it have enough juice to find its way into asset valuations? The verdict is still out.
And of course, China front and center, folks, with a 5 handle on GDP, and it was the makeup of the 5 handle in that, you know, we'll get a lot of good coverage of that.
Infrastructure investment.
Yeah, you know, typical like big industry investment there, waiting for the consumer to come on as well. But all in all, really, really fascinating here. And Damien, again, I come back to the heart of the matter. We've forgotten what a correction is.
Yeah, no,
we're supposed to go down 10%.
A correction is when the New York Mets go 8-3 after beginning 0-5 on the season. That, my friend, is a correct. They're 500 playing 500 ball now.
Yeah, they're fun to watch. I mean, they come.
I don't know about fun, but
I've been watching all the early teams here, and some are getting it done. The Kansas City Royals, I mean, I'm all over them.
You know, we have some playing games out of the West in the NBA tonight. It's going to be interesting.
That will be interesting.
That'll be very interesting. Well. Lakers, Warriors.
Stay with us. On Apple CarPlay, I've got a great lineup coming up. But on Apple CarPlay, please look for the Bloomberg Business app. It is free, and you can download CarPlay from there. On YouTube, search Bloomberg Podcasts. That's the place to get us. And there's a live chat. It's very valuable. People suggest songs. How great is that? We're going to get satisfaction from that. Good morning.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo. Right now, futures, we've got green on the screen. We've got S&P futures. Well, that's little change. Dow futures up about 0.4%. NASDAQ futures, they are little changed right now. The 2-year yield at 4.95%. That's up about 2 basis points. The 10-year yield at 4.65%. And that's up about 4 basis points. Want to check back in with some of the bank earnings that we've had coming into today. We're just awaiting from Morgan Stanley at any moment. Bank of America, they're down about 0.1%. Bank of New York Mellon, they're up about 1%. And we have PNC, they're down about 0.5%. And in other news, buyout interest, that's fading over at Samsonite. Sources saying the private equity firms feel the price is just too high, and that's going to be clearing the way for a dual listing. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Damien.
Thanks so much, Lisa Mateo. Thank you for that. Morgan Stanley's out with earnings, and it's just simple. There's a nice lift here. We're watching the stock carefully. It had a little lift before, I think maybe off of Bank of America. Mr. Pick with his first headline out on the Bloomberg here, taking over for James Gorman. Institutional Securities saw strength across markets. That's what CEOs are supposed to say as well. Here's a key statistic. Wealth management was $6.7 billion and came in at $6.9 billion. So on a first moment look, that's very constructive. Like Bank of America, they have a 3% rise. Maybe, Damien, they'll give it back as we look on. But it's a continuing story here that life goes on. You just execute over 90 days and good things happen.
You seeing any headlines on the layoffs that were supposed to come under Ted Pick? I mean, there were supposed to be quite a few of them.
But will they be subtle layoffs? I think this is a new thing. You saw the shock of Tesla layoffs yesterday. Yeah. Okay, fine, that's a managed layoff, but you wonder if they'll be more discreet here. In charge of discreet at CFRA is Kenneth Leon. Ken Leon's been doing this for years, and we're going to not only look at Morgan Stanley, but with Ken Leon, look across all of banking. Are the days over, Ken Leon, where they announce a 6% layoff, or is everybody cuter about it now, 20 here, 10 here in Asia, et cetera?
Well, Tom, it's good to be with you. And, you know, these businesses are cyclical, so we can always see that as a scenario. But the narrative is not about going into recession, significant layoffs, or streamlining. It's about taking advantage of technology. And most importantly, today, with disappointing Bank of America results and probably very strong Morgan Stanley results, it's the capital markets that's going to give you outperformance.
I look at the capital markets, and to me, what's important here is on an employee basis, there may be layoffs, but they're going to rehire the same amount of people or more in other areas like technology and intellectual content. Is that what's happening?
It is. And even on one of the calls yesterday, they're talking about artificial intelligence, or AI, and how you can work that into processes of the bank, particularly the back office.
Sector dispersions usually at its highest during peak periods of market distress, Ken. I'm curious, it's been abnormally high in U.S. equity since the pandemic. Talk to us a little bit about the role of sector allocation, diversification in the current environment.
It's a good question. And as a research director and looking top down, I'm thinking of the financial sector for listeners. There are 12 constituents. Berkshire Hathaway is the largest. The 6 largest banks are in there. They're 65% of the sector. So we're going to have a full week of bank earnings. But quite frankly, for your question, the most important one is the performance and outlook of the 6 largest global U.S. banks.
Interesting. So, rate-sensitive sectors, other rate-sensitive sectors, like utilities and real estate, are probably the 2 worst performing sectors in the S&P this year, I believe. Talk to us about those sectors. Do they stand out to you in the current environment?
Yeah, we have an underweight on those sectors, mostly because, we have the scenario of a very healthy economy. Yeah. And we think that looking out, even if we have a correction, and Sam Stover, our chief investment strategist, there's been 24 corrections since World War II, but they come back to regain those losses in 4 months. That's the average. So we'd like to be with growth, which is technology. We also like communication services and also consumer discretionary.
I look, Ken Leon, with the Morgan Stanley earnings, and I guess it comes down to the strategic difference, the distinction between Goldman Sachs with a bang-up effort the other day, maybe awful lot of gloom about David Solomon. Boy, he pushed that aside. In Morgan Stanley here, what's the distinction between Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley, and what does Mr. Pick show this morning?
Well, there's two things. First of all, what is the body language and really delivery of a new CEO versus one of the Hall of Fame, James Gorman? Second, I think, Tom, we're entering a very interesting period. I said capital markets is really going to drive these particular firms. But when you look at Goldman Sachs and asset management, it's their really closer link to alternative investments, private equity, and equity and debt financing. There is $1 trillion of business from sponsors still to be released into the market that will benefit Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs.
What do you think about this, Damien? What's your distinction right now between Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley?
Well, I mean, I think the interesting thing is, well, they're two very different banks right now. But
I agree with that. That's important.
And I think really for me, I'm looking at credit card delinquencies above pre-COVID levels, bankruptcies rising, housing activity in decline. So I take a little bit of your point, Ken, with the fact that this economy is completely healthy. I mean, talk to me about these recession odds. I mean, they've fallen substantially. Can the Fed really, truly engineer a soft landing?
I think Jay Powell's getting better in his messaging. He needs to be more Alan Greenspan, because when things are quite honestly working well, and I keep hearing from the financial media rates higher. Even at these levels, corporates are beginning to go to the capital market. The first quarter was a record for debt underwriting since 1980, and I think for the consumer, there are parts of the population that do suffer. But I think we're going to wait. There's no need to cut rates immediately.
One of the things that's important here, folks, is we await the Ken Leon 62-page annual letter. It's like James Diamond's letter. It's just Ken Leon. Ken Leon, what would you put in your 62-page letter after seeing these bank earnings, their reports on revenue, Moynihan's effort on digital? What do they look like 5 years out?
Wow. It's a great question. And I think what we'll see is that these banks are positioned to flourish and grow as we see innovation and change in the market.
You asked me a little bit earlier about what the difference between those banks are, and the way I see it is, net interest income versus wealth management. I mean, to some extent, right? And I'm talking B of A to Morgan Stanley.
A bank versus asset management.
A very big bank, though. And so my question for you, Ken, is talk to me about this curve. I mean, everyone seems to think the curve's going to steepen. That should be pretty bullish for Bank of America, for Citigroup, for JPM, no?
Well, Bank of America probably went 0 for 10 on the results today, but on net interest income.
Okay, we got to stop the show here. This is the second time you've mentioned this. Where did Moynihan fail today?
They missed it on net interest income. They missed it on wealth management. They missed it on investment banking. And on trading, it was just average compared to even JP Morgan Chase or Citi. So, but to that question, net interest income, they're getting pressure on cost of deposits. I went through the 60-page supplemental, and I'm just not finding anything to cheer about. And believe me, I look at all the key metrics.
Oh, come on. The solution, Ken Leon, is they got 212,000 people. They're going to go in there after they hear the Ken Leon report. How many bodies does it take to right-size Bank of America after a challenge?
In history for Bank of America, and I've been covering them 15 years, you do sometimes get quarters like that, and then they come back strongly next quarter. But they are one of the best in terms of their disclosure and explaining their performance.
Ken, not even equity trading? I thought equity trading beat.
It's very minor. It's actually equity trading is a very small component.
No, I'm joking. I'm looking for one silver lining in the report. I agree with you, Ken.
Ken Leon, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate this. Wonderful to finish all the series of Banks Strong here, and particularly Allison Williams. Thank you so much for leading our coverage. Mr. Leon is with CFRA. Red and green on the screen. Damien Sassower watching the VIX now through 19. A better VIX, 18.83. With our news in New York City, John Tucker.
All right, Tom. Israeli military officials are saying they had no choice but to respond to Iran's drone and missile attack over the weekend. This even as Europe and U.S. officials boosted their calls for Israel to avoid a tit-for-tat escalation that could provoke a wider war. We get more in Israel's possible response with Bloomberg's Ethan Bronner in Tel Aviv.
The sense that the United States is back again, embracing Israel and sharing in its defense needs and so on is important to people. It's the most important alliance that this country has. But, there's this kind of old debate here, which is, do we want to be loved by our friends or feared by our enemies? If we have to choose, we'll choose feared by our enemies. Now, the remaining question is hitting back the best way to be feared? And I think that's part of the debate, too.
That's Ethan Bronner in Tel Aviv. President Biden hitting the campaign trail in his childhood home state of Pennsylvania. Biden's campaign says the trip aims to highlight the differences between the president's tax and economic agenda and the policies of Donald Trump, who oversaw tax cuts for the wealthy and corporations. The 3-day trip includes a visit to Scranton and events in the Pittsburgh area. That's where Nippon Steel's deal to buy United States Steel has rankled union allies. The president will close out the trip tomorrow or Thursday in Philadelphia. And another body recovered at the site of the Baltimore Highway Bridge collapse. It was found in a construction vehicle underwater. Well, the FBI, meantime, says agents boarded the container ship. They're looking for any evidence of criminal wrongdoing. One of Copenhagen's oldest buildings is on fire, and its iconic spire has collapsed. The roof of the 17th century old stock exchange that was once Denmark's financial center was engulfed in flames. The distinctive spire in the shape of the tails of 4 dragons twined together reached a height of 184 feet. And finally, the flame that's to burn at the Paris Olympics was kindled today at the site of the ancient games in southern Greece. Cloudy skies prevented the traditional lighting. That's when an actress dressed as an ancient Greek priestess uses the sun to ignite a silver torch.
Lisa Mateo was shortlisted for that.
Yeah, well, she did it last year. They offered up a prayer to Apollo. Apparently he wasn't listening. Instead, she used a backup flame. And the lesson there, always have a backup flame.
Yeah. Okay. Right now, Paramount has a prayer to Apollo. That's what's going on there. John Tucker, thank you so much. John, of course, our surveillance congestion reporter. This weekend, I enjoyed both the West Side and the FDR here in New York. Are they going to become parking lots with the congestion tax?
Possibly so. At least that's the argument presented by the opponents, including New Jersey.
Yeah.
That case still in court, taking place in Newark. My question, I still haven't gotten this answered, and I have to take a deeper dive. When you come in to this, are you charged just once or every time you go through one of those?
Oh, they're definitely going to charge every time, John Tucker. John Tucker, our chief Greek mythology strategist. John, tell me a little bit.
I am now praying to Apollo.
Tell me a little bit about your parking garage of choice. Our parking garage is on 58th Street. It's just below the 60th Street cutoff. What's your plan?
Well, Damien, I have no plan. My plan is to throw myself on the mercy of those that pay my bills.
What's interesting here, folks, is this back and forth between Damian Sassower and John Tucker. They're actually living this. To me, it's like a joke. It's like, ha, ha, ha. Sweeney is on the train. To you guys, this is a real deal.
Yeah.
I mean, where do you park on 62nd Street and walk fine? That's great. But what if you work on 53rd or you work,
Well, what if they redirect you? There's a little bit of construction. All of a sudden, they send you a block around the corner to 59th, and you just paid $20 for no reason.
What does Bank of America do at Fortress Moynihan? That's a brilliant skyscraper.
They asked Jim DeBari for help. He's the man over there. He turns the lights on in capital markets at B of A. I would just ask him.
Quickly, John Tucker, what's the calendar on this?
I don't know.
Summer?
It's whenever the courts conclude, and it could be.
Lisa's now in her head.
Could be well into the summer.
June, thank you.
June, but yeah.
June's busting out all over with congestion fees. We'll see. Raging debate here in New York City. We welcome you across the country and around the world. What you need to know: higher yields, the market churning. Of course, waiting for geopolitical headlines, international headlines out of Israel. Good.
Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo. Right now we have S&P futures. They're up about 0.1%. Same for NASDAQ futures. We have Dow futures up about 0.6%. The 2-year yield at 4.94%. That's up about 2 basis points. The 10-year yield at 4.65%. And that's up about 4 basis points. Over to commodities, we have spot gold lower at $2,373 an ounce. And we have Brent crude at $89 a barrel. NYMEX crude at $85 a barrel. Want to point out bank earnings. We'll check in with Morgan Stanley right now. They're up about 2%. And then we have in other news, Tesla reporting that the company's round of layoffs that will affect more than 10% of its workforce, well, it's already begun. Reuters saying it's hitting the U.S. and China as we speak. And then layoffs over at HSBC. Sources saying it's going to cut about a dozen roles in its investment banking division over in Asia. And finally, some tension at Stellantis. Its CEO's $39 million pay, drawing concerns from investors because they're taking job cuts as the Jeep maker transitions to EVs. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Damien.
Let's wrap up the script here. Damien Sessa are with us, Paul Sweeney with Alex Steele at a Bloomberg NEF soiree. We'll have much more on that as we go into the morning. Damien, you're sort of living the commute, living the life large. He's got the romantic weekend I don't have. Teslas, they're everywhere. I see them constantly, almost like I see Toyotas, and yet what a troubled story. What are your thoughts on use of Tesla?
You know, they scare me because, I don't hear them coming. And, I'll be walking on the street. All of a sudden, these EVs come up behind you. And I'm like, it sounds like a cat purring. I'm like, oh, my God, So, but anyway, look, Tesla's a rare breed. Obviously, the layoffs are going to matter. I'm interested to kind of see what that means for some of the conversations that are happening between Olaf Scholz in Germany and President Xi Jinping in China. Because as we know, they're being accused of dumping specifically in EVs, into Europe and into the U.S. for that matter. And we're going to see whether or not there's any progress there. I doubt it. But it seems to be that Europe's ripping a page from the U.S. playbook.
Can Tesla go into Europe, though? And that's the real point there.
Yeah.
I can't say enough, folks, how this is a partition between the U.S. view on EVs, China, and the German view on EVs, China. It's a raging debate in the background.
They're going to have to compete with the Euro auto manufacturers, and they're not going to let them in easy.
We'll have to see on that. Futures up 11.
Now, a look at the front pages. What's making news around the world? Your daily roundup of today's headlines from major publications.
The daily look at the front page is a stack of newspapers at the desk of Lisa Mateo. It's brought to you by Interactive Brokers. Interactive Brokers, charge dollar margin loan rates from 5.83% to 6.83% rates. Subject to change. You'll learn more at ibkr.com/compare. She's fired up. She's got a whole list of twisted stories here. People love this or they hate this. People are like, can you just talk about Japanese yen? And I'm like, come on, Lisa's got some jewels here. What do you start with?
All right, this was on Bloomberg. This has been going on. The U.S. preparing for an antitrust suit against Live Nation over Ticketmaster. So this Live Nation Ticketmaster whole situation has been going on for some time. Sources are saying they want to force Live Nation to spin off the Ticketmaster ticketing business. The agency's been investigating that entertainment giant for years, so it's been going on. The reason why, well, there's concerns Live Nation illegally tied its concert promotion services to use on Ticketmaster. But these two companies emerged like 14 years ago. After this lengthy antitrust investigation, they both agreed that they wouldn't tie those services together. But now they're saying, well, they
I've got
are
a
doing
really
that.
strong opinion on this, Damien, before I voice. What's your thoughts on Live Nation?
Well, when we go on tour, what does that mean for us, right? We're not going to be really reaching our true audience out there. You on guitar, me on the bongos. So, I'm a little, I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Here's my thoughts on this. This is all about the artists. The artists want to feel that they're being an egalitarian, and I'm going to have a $80 or $100 ticket so the people can come see me. And the demand for some of these acts is not $80 or $100. It's way, way higher. It's just an artificial auction theory because the demand is way, way higher to pick the artist, but the artist doesn't want to visibly show on Ticketmaster a $480 ticket.
Try getting tickets for U2 at the Sphere or Billy Joel here at MSG. There you go.
The Taylor Swift tickets.
Swifties,
I take this back to the artists. I take it right back, and they're representatives. They're artists, and it's a mess. I mean, what's there going to be? Litigation out of this, Lisa? Is that the basic
That's what
idea?
they're trying, antitrust suit. Yep.
Okay, what do you got
We'll
next?
see. Bubble tea. Have you ever tried it? Either of you?
Oh, God.
No, the
Don't
milky
get me. I didn't know you
beverage
were
with the
doing
tapioca bubbles in it. No. I haven't tried it. The kids love it.
Oh, really?
My Apple Pay goes, I don't even know how much I spent on this for my daughter, but here's the thing. So the market for it in China, competitive. They're fighting for customers. But now they want to start to bring them, here to the mainland, to different areas. You have a company like Cha Panda. They're looking at Southeast Asia. They're looking at opening a store in South Korea a few years ago. You have Haiti. They opened up in New York in December. So they're starting to trickle in. A few companies planning IPOs in the coming months in Hong Kong. But they're saying that they're going to start rivaling coffee chains, that it's going to be this battle between the coffee chains and the bubble tea.
This is, my bank does what did you spend during the year? You get it about now, for 2020. Bubble tea was number 8 on my list.
I'm telling you.
I don't even know this. I mean, the fights block to block on the Upper East Side on bubble tea. Have you ever had it?
I've tried it. It's too sweet for me. I can't do it.
It's basically sugar and tea, right?
Yes.
Am I
and milk.
narrowing it down? And this is Cherubs out the door. It's
Long
3 p.m.
lines, yes.
Long lines.
Yes, and they're addicted. They're in the malls. They're overtaking. They're just going.
Where's
to different
Starbucks
stores in
on this?
the mall.
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. They're going to start rivaling in with the coffee chains. So
Okay.
We'll see how this battle goes. I don't know.
Bubble tea.
Do New Yorkers like their bubble tea or their coffee? That's the question.
Or their strawberry lemon refreshers.
The Cherubs like their bubble tea.
They do.
Let's move on. This is too painful.
It is. Okay, here's a new trend for you. Longevity vacations.
Yes.
Okay, this is the trend. People are dishing out big money. We're talking about $1,200 to go on vacation and get ozone therapy, or to $1,800 to get early detection cancer tests on their vacation.
Wow.
And it's really, really going on. Resorts are starting to go to it. Resorts can now find biological age testing, poolside vitamin IV drips, stem therapy. This is all happening for
This
a
is
big
so Damien
price.
Sassower.
I mean, shout out to Dan Weinstein, Restore Hyper Wellness, IV drips on vacation. You don't have to go to vacation to get your IV drip. You can do it right in Westchester County. Restore Hyper Wellness, Dan Weinstein, shout out.
Is there such a thing as a Tang drip?
You need one of those.
Okay, but this is a
No, in all seriousness.
I don't have the guy in front. Yeah, in all seriousness, there's a lot of people with a lot of disposable income into this.
Taking red light, they do cryo there. You go into this freezing chamber. I've not done any of this, by the way.
Bloomberg Intelligence has a cryo thing.
It puts years on your life.
Gina
apparently.
Martin Adams is in there 3 days a week.
Wish.
Are you done, or is that
No,
it?
this last one's a zinger. Gonna love this
Oh,
one.
thank you.
This
More
one's-
bubble tea.
No, this is from the New York Post. So apparently there was this blog post on X from a tech executive who's saying he spoke to a guy who admitted to spending $10,000 a month on AI girlfriends.
Oh.
Okay, so he went on different websites. He can create them. He points to 2 ones, Candy AI and Cupid AI. So this tech guy is saying that if someone were to come up with a dating app that was for digital AI girlfriends, they could
This
make
is family
$1
radio.
billion.
I
AI
have 2
girlfriends?
daughters, Lisa. I can't talk about AI
I don't
girlfriends.
Believe this?
It's terrible.
I don't know where this is going. I mean,
you
to
imagine?
Lisa's,
Wives on Saturday
to
night,
Lisa's
the
good
AI
point.
girlfriends on Friday night. We get
But
it.
Damien, help me here. I get, this is
dating
like
app
a
with
Mandeep
AI?
Singh thing. I get AI for Chat GPT, and the computer people tell me it's like a whole new world after all.
Yeah.
But other than that, aren't we just searching around for things that maybe will stick to the wall?
I have to say, there was a big take on the terminal. I don't know if you caught it, Lisa, Tom, about sextortion scams and driving teenage. I don't want to get all dour here, but it's a real serious thing, and you got to read this article. It's about driving teenage boys to suicide. Nigeria, these guys are basically pretending to be girls, reaching out to young students, high school students, and causing them to do some really awful things. It's really terrible.
And
Anyway,
draining their
got to
bank
read it. It's a
accounts,
big take on Bloomberg. It's on top.
Okay, there's the newspapers today. That was a different one.
AI girlfriends.
Well, I'm not worried more about bubble tea. That's more
Bubble
the
tea.
reality. All I know is Lisa Mateo drove the market higher with our newspapers.
Oh, look at
Futures
that.
up 16, Dow futures up 259, and VIX under 19. Jess Metten came in. She said, Tom, Stones, Satisfaction. We're doing Satisfaction, the Shirelles, off of the miracle the Stones wrought.
Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney.
Are these stocks under-owned by institutional Wall Street?
A lot of these companies talking about generative AI.
With Lisa Mateo on markets.
Investors just worried about the ongoing sales slump in China.
And Michael Barr with news.
A ship traveling through the southern Red Sea has been attacked.
The best in economics, finance, investment, and international relations. This is Bloomberg Surveillance on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney, Bloomberg Surveillance. Yes, economics, finance, investment. What a show yesterday on international relations, working all through the weekend to bring you that perspective on the Eastern Mediterranean. Paul Sweeney off with Alex Steele today. They will be with you at 10 a.m. from the Bloomberg NEF conference. It is our lead conference on hydrocarbons, on energy, and we'll have that for you. Damian Sassar agreeing to sit in with us for the next 2 days, and perfectly timed as well. Damian, unquestionably across economics, finance, and investment, dollar strength changes the debate.
Yeah, if you look year to date now, the 22 major emerging market currencies, just one, the Mexican peso, is up on the year in dollar terms.
It's just fascinating to see here. Bloomberg Surveillance this morning, we're brought to you by CohnReznick. Of course, CohnReznick Advisory Assurance Tax. Let CohnReznick's enterprise risk advisors help you build confidence in your supply chain using data analytics. Visit CohnReznick.com. CohnReznick, CohnReznick.com. We're out on Apple CarPlay, the Bloomberg Business app. We're on YouTube. You search Bloomberg Podcasts. There's a live chat, very active, really pleased with it. Thank you to the gentleman who just said, can you just get Mark McCormick on? I love, folks, when you ask us for guests, because usually my little brain can't get there. Mark McCormick at TD is fabulous on dollar, and he has been dead on dollar resiliency. That's a brilliant suggestion off of live chat. One more question as our guest sets up here, Damian. If I see dollar strength as well, if we have an election, and if Mr. Trump's elected, you know what he's going to say. We got to drive that dollar weaker.
Yeah.
Can a president do that?
Yeah, I think he could try. What I think is notable here about the price action in currencies is the fact that while the dollar is rallying, it's even rallying versus the Japanese yen in a sort of safe haven bid. You would have thought that the yen and even the Swiss franc would actually do okay, and they just, specifically the yen is rolling over here.
This is a joy, and for Global Wall Street, this is without question our interview of the day. Well, let's do this. Let's get the data in first. Lisa, I was going to go to David Hunt, but let me go to Lisa Mateo with the Bloomberg Business. David Hunt needs a data check. Lisa, please.
He does. And we've got green on the screen right now. This is after the major averages ended with losses to start the week. So we have Dow futures. They're up about 0.6%. S&P futures up 0.2%. NASDAQ futures up about 0.1%. The 2-year yield at 4.94%. That's up about 1 basis point. The 10-year yield at 4.63%. And that's up about 3 basis points. To commodities, gold. Citi actually saying gold will hit $3,000 an ounce over the next 6 to 18 months. Right now, we'll check in with spot gold. It's lower at $2,372 an ounce. We have Brent crude at $89 a barrel, NYMEX crude at $84 a barrel. On the economic calendar for today, reports on housing starts, building permits. That comes out in about a half hour from now. And then we have industrial production. That's about less than an hour later from that. Earnings, yes, it is earnings season. So far, we've heard from Bank of America. They're down about 0.5%. Morgan Stanley up about 3%. Bank of New York Mellon up 2%. And PNC, they are down 0.5%. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Damian.
This is a joy. And for Global Wall Street, this is the conversation of the day. It is rare that you are in the consultancy game. You know, you do Princeton engineering, you get some Parchment graduate, you end up at McKinsey, you do that. You end up running the asset management franchise, and then the rarest of rarest things, you actually go out and do it.
Yep.
Because like Prudential was like, yeah, okay, Prudential, and then they became PGIM, and then they started with total return excellence. The guy driving this ship is David Hunt. He's the chief executive officer at PGIM. We're thrilled he's with us today. I can go for like 2 hours with you. So get comfortable.
Let's go, Tom. It's great to be with you.
Where is the bond?
You say I finally have a real job.
Yeah, you got a real job.
Sounds like Ken Griffin.
Where in 5 years is the bond debt world? I don't understand active management versus what the passive world's going to be, and ETFs. What's Greg Peters going to be doing in 5 years at PGIM?
The good news is Greg's going to be really busy because bonds are back, and I'm really glad you asked it in a 5-year context, because I think that's the right view to take. There are both near-term reasons why we believe bonds are back, which are just the higher yields, and as we begin to get a little bit of duration back into this, we'll see a lot of money shifting from money market funds. But the real structural shifts that are happening are actually probably more important to the 5-year view. And that is that retirement assets, pension assets, when rates go up, become better funded. And they actually then move to de-risk their portfolios,
Right.
and that means moving money significantly into fixed income.
The blunt instrument here, and I can go back to John Templeton 30, 40 years ago, and I can go to Larry McDonald's essay of last year, is the wall of money that's out there. Your smartest people at PGIM, where is that money going to go? I think that's the great mystery right now. Again, over 5 years, where does trillions of fear money go?
So the good news is it's going to go back into high quality fixed income assets in the public area, and I want to talk about the private area too, because a lot of it is going to go into private assets. But in the public asset pieces of this, you mentioned the wall of money, but a lot of this is retirees, right? This huge demography change, which is happening not just in the U.S., but all around the world. They need decumulation products and they need income products, and that means fixed income.
And Damien, I can't say enough, McKinsey Global Institute, what they've done on the failure of global retirement systems is just stunning.
And they're absolutely right.
Yeah.
We are in no better shape than we were 20 years ago in this move to DC. And so we at PGIM are working really hard to make sure that there is a very big suite of decumulation and income products available to people who need them as they hit 75.
Well, I mean, let's tear up the scripts here. Let's talk about choice. Choice for investors, choice for retirees, choice for active managers, for passive choice. You know, I'm looking at the the Bloomberg Global Aggregate Bond Index. Sorry. Down 4 point. I used to work at Lehman Brothers. Down 4.3% year to date. If you look at it by subclass, by currencies, there's only one subclass by currency that's up on the year, and it's only by a handful of basis points, and that's China. So let's talk about choice. What choice do fixed income managers have if everything's in the red this year?
So they need to take the longer term view. I think taking something on a 3-year basis is not all that useful. Really, when people have their retirement savings at risk, they are looking at an ability to meet income payments over the next 20 years. And so they need regular income as well as whatever appreciation can happen in the bond portfolio. That's a different construct. So when you ask me, what are our portfolio managers going to be doing? They are going to be spending as much time on decumulation and income as they do now on the accumulation phases of this. But they're going to be every bit as busy.
David, we all have children. I have 3 myself. You know, we're not supposed to pick favorites, but, you know, Hayden, my 12-year-old, you're my favorite. Kathy Hepworth, Greg Peters, Robert Tipp, who's your favorite? No, I'm just kidding. Don't answer that question. But seriously, such smart people there. Talk to us about the quality within PGIM, about retaining, hiring, keeping that type of talent there, and giving them an environment, a culture to make the right investment decisions for their fiduciaries.
So I'm really glad you raised that, because it is the secret sauce, right? In order to be a successful active manager, you need to both be right, ultimately, in your investment thesis, and you need to be non-consensus, meaning it can't be priced in now. It's easy to be okay on one of those two. You need both. And you need a culture, therefore, that actually supports that. So you need to back people even when they're wrong for periods of time. And most corporate cultures can't do that, right? You need an investment culture that values and wants non-consensus views and then backs people that have it.
Our running joke is the only way you snag Porcelli is the Hinkley picnic boat, the 40S. And he comes down, Porcelli comes down to
You can
Hudson
find him on
River.
55 Locust in Greenwich, Connecticut.
He comes down the picnic boat every morning just to come up to the dock at PGIM is, well, do you guys have a consensus view now, or is it like PIMCO where you're like fighting and arguing and screaming in a 10 a.m. meeting about where the view goes? How do you run
So we do both, right? We absolutely believe that at the end of the day, people should argue for their views,
Right.
and those views are divergent, and they should be. And we don't see that as a problem. We actually think that's a strength. But we do, at the end of the day, have to position portfolios.
I got to squeeze this in as a chief executive officer. Work from home, work from office. Where are you?
So we went quite early in all of this to our culture is a talent organization, and we need mentorship, we need creativity, and we need people to be together. And so we're going to do that 3 days a week, and we're going to be in the same 3 days a week. And so we
Come on, I
declared
got
that
to make
early.
some news here. Where are you in 12 months? You going to go to a 4-day, 5-day, 6-day a week in the office?
So I'll be honest with you, Tom. 2 years ago, I had in our employee survey, I had 1,000 questions on back to the office.
Right.
This year, I got 12.
Okay.
It's a finished issue for us. People feel like we've gotten a good balance.
Don't be a stranger. I want you to come back and talk about engineering at Princeton. David Hahn, CEO, PGIM, thank you so much. Be sure Porcelli's got he's warm enough in this.
I'm gonna work on his golf game.
Chill going down the Hudson River. David Hahn, driving the picnic boat for Tom Porcelli as well. With our news in New York City, John Tucker.
All right, Tom, after Iran's weekend drone and missile attack on Israel, the question isn't if the country responds, but how. More on that from Bloomberg's Rosalind Matheson.
There's a wide range of possibilities here, from a direct attack, as you say, from Israel on Iran. That would not be unprecedented, but that's one option for them, targeting military sites, perhaps even nuclear sites in Iran. Of course, there's a lot of concern about Iran's nuclear program. Or does it go for something instead, like going for one of Iran's proxies in the region? We're talking about the Houthis in Yemen. We're talking about Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon. Do they go through one of those proxies to retaliate?
Iran's deputy foreign minister is warning any Israeli counterattack would be met with a more severe, faster, and immediate blow. House Republicans will walk the articles of impeachment against the Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas over to the Senate today, kicking off a trial in that chamber. Republicans accuse him of mishandling the crisis at the southern border. The Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer, has made it clear he wants to make quick work of this impeachment. He can move to dismiss the charges or hold the trial not on the Senate floor, but in committee. Vice President Harris returning to the campaign trail to underscore the stakes of the election once again. The VP speaking in Las Vegas a week after the Arizona Supreme Court upheld an abortion ban from 1864.
What we are seeing in these states that we are talking about are Trump abortion bans, and he can't get away from that.
In the wake of the Arizona Supreme Court decision, now California bracing for an influx of women seeking abortions. And the Supreme Court will weigh the legality of charges brought against hundreds of people in connection with the attack on the Capitol. The question for the justices is whether a law passed as part of the Sarbanes-Oxley financial reforms can be read to cover the January 6th riot. Global news, 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm John Tucker, and this is Bloomberg. Tom, Damien,
John Tucker,
Lisa.
thanks so much. Really, really interesting going on here. We've got a lift in the equity market, of course, very, very different than the angst that we saw yesterday. And again, thanks to Admiral Stavridis and Ian Bremmer and others for being with us. And I guess it's sort of back to more normal, but as you look at the screen, is one thing. Damien, we haven't even talked about this. I got a 10-year real yield.
Yep.
Back umpteen years, 2.21%.
2.21.
How do you do business with a 2.21% 10-year real yield?
You go to the tips market, right? Because it's got it on the flip side, it means that break-evens are probably undervalued here. So, I mean, maybe you carry in I heard the tips, you actually can carry in tips. You get positive carry for going a little bit further out on the curve. It's not a bad idea to do that.
Inside Baseball with Damien Sassowers. Please stay with us on Economics, Finance, Investment. Good morning.
24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo. Futures are on the rise. Right now we have Dow futures up about 0.5%. We have S&P futures up 0.1%. NASDAQ futures, though, they are little change right now. The 2-year yield at 4.94%. That's up about 2 basis points. The 10-year yield at 4.64%, and that's up about 3 basis points. To commodities, we have spot gold lower at $2,374 an ounce. And over to oil, Brent crude $89 a barrel, NYMEX crude at $84 a barrel. To earnings we go. Johnson & Johnson just down just under 0.5% right now. First quarter profit beat estimates. Drug sales came in higher than Wall Street expected. And then we have United Health Group. They were up about 7%. First quarter profit beat expectations, also affirmed its outlook for the year, and that's despite the costs from that cyber attack that they suffered from. And some news from Microsoft, up 0.2%. The company will invest $1.5 billion in G42. That's the UAE's top AI firm. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Damien.
You know, Lisa, I was getting sentimental there after the newspapers as well. I mean, you know, like a substantial foundational cash flow of the Keene household went to Boba Mosa on Madison Avenue, and I'm clicking in here with the kumquat lemonade at $5.25. I mean, the cherubs were out the door, lined up halfway down the block for this stuff. They're not in business anymore. I don't know what happened to them, but you know, but the Boba Mosa thing's got to go away.
It's a lot of money.
It really adds up.
But the kids love it. I'm telling you, they're like addicted to it. They always want it.
And then they bring it home. They get this ginormous size. They bring it home. They put it in the refrigerator, and it sits there for 3 days.
Oh, got to throw it out. Toss it.
Thank you, Lisa Mateo. We're playing off the newspapers there. If you're not in the last segment, I mean, newspapers was especially strong today. This is a joy. He's usually in Los Angeles. You know, he's like, what's Mookie doing? What's the Dodgers doing? He's worried about Hollywood, the future of Paramount, and all that. Sri Kumar is truly one of the guests people lean forward and listening to. He was iconic at TCW for years, and of course now Sri Kumar Global Strategies. And it's just simply on the economy, but with a different take. What is your distinctive take now, a wise one, versus the consensus view?
I have stuck to my view, Tom. The consensus view, as you know, has been first 6 cuts, 7 cuts in interest rates during 2024. Then it came down to 3 for sure. First cut was going to be in March. No, but it's going to be June for sure. And I even wrote saying they should be increasing the interest rate, not talk about how many times to cut.
So the change that we've seen in the last 2 weeks, do you suggest we could see a shock interest rate lift because the real yield is getting out where it is?
Exactly. I think you should be increasing interest rates at this time if you really want to kill inflation. But there are political reasons not to cut interest rates. This is an election year. And I look back to what happened to the Nixon re-election campaign in 1972. Arthur Burns, whose path right now, Jerome Powell seems to be following, followed a policy which was intended to make the Richard Nixon re-election possible. And look at the way it is. You can't cut interest rates too soon because inflation is too high. It's tough for the Fed to explain why they are doing it, especially when they lost credibility with the transitory inflation argument in 2020, 2021, okay? But then can we cut closer to November 5th? No, you can't, because that will be called politicized action making. So how they are going to face it, Tom, is clearly not clear. It's not clear to me at all, and that's where I come.
Sri, when you leave in the morning from your home up in Malibu, you take the PCH down to Santa Monica, Shutters, great place. You know, and you're thinking about this, and you're thinking about channeling Arthur Burns, and you're thinking about Arthur Burns and that stop and go policy of the 1970s. What does that mean for fixed income investors? How do you manage your duration risk in that type of an environment?
It is very difficult to manage your duration risk. In other words, you're going to be either very good as a trader managing your duration risk, or you're going to be very bad and you're going to lose a lot of money. It's not clear which way you're going to come down to. But the point is there is no in between because it's a very tough environment. What I keep saying, though, is that you can make money if you ignore the next 2 years. you're saving for your retirement, you're saving for further education or for living, then you can ignore all the changes in the short term. And there I would come forth and say that long-dated treasuries, despite the killing they have suffered in the last few days, is still a good place to go in. You know why I say that? The higher interest rates, the higher yields are going to kill some part of the economy.
Yep.
The banking crisis of March 2023 is going to look like child's play.
Yep.
Then, this is the history of the Fed. You say, I'm very much focused on bringing down inflation. Keep saying that until you create a crisis.
That's right.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have to save the system. And then I'm going to flood the place with liquidity.
John Williams was with us yesterday.
Blue button.
And of course, you know, the Detroit Lions blue button. John Williams was with us yesterday of the New York Fed. And the raging debate here is, and I think of John Taylor out at Stanford, we got to change the Taylor rule. We got to change the foundational dynamics of your academics. Do we have to? Can we work within the same theoretical and applied regime of 20, 30 years ago when you were at TCW or Drexel or that? I mean, or is it a new territory, Sri?
Thank you for asking. John Taylor, actually, I have one more connection. He was one of the 3 professors on my PhD committee at Columbia. So I'm very familiar with the Taylor rule and visiting him.
And this is Taylor at Columbia before he went out and got indoctrinated at Stanford. That's a
right.
joke. What are we going to do about the basic foundations of our belief, or do we have to find a new post-pandemic economic belief?
I think you have to go back to the pre-pandemic, long ago, 1990s approach to Taylor rule. And it was first proposed, Tom, in 1993. Janet Yellen, who was then in San Francisco, said she hopes that it can be adopted soon. And 30 years later, there is no progress toward it. So my answer to you, Tom, would be yes, you need the Taylor rule back. It is a very flexible formula taking into account whether your growth is above or below target, your inflation is above or below target, and based on that, should you be increasing or lowering interest rate? You put the formula out, you publish it in newspapers, speak about it on Bloomberg, and I will know what's going to happen to interest rate.
Right.
There's no mystery.
Damien, get a question in here.
Sri, I have to ask you this. You know, I mean, and to our audience, you know, Sri and I debate this offline. You were at TCW, Dave Lovinger, a China expert in the truest sense of the
Know him
form.
well. Good guy.
Talk to me about China. How can we even think about China? And is it even investable at this point? I mean, how can a U.S. dollar-based investor approach China in the current environment?
The way to deal with it, I think, is for you to have a small percentage of your portfolio which you can throw away, which you can afford to lose. And it is not going to be anymore a significant chunk of your portfolio if it ever was. Right. So what you're going to do is to say that if things work out, and if you have a regime, even with Xi Jinping, who somehow switches over to free market capitalism rather than controlling the communist system, which is, there are no signs it's going to happen. That's why I say toss very tiny portion of your portfolio. That's the only way to approach it.
Look forward to the Milken Institute with Bill Lee out there, chief economist for Milken, and as a senior fellow, Sri Kumar. That will be an important event in Los Angeles. Sri, thank you so much. And yes, we'll feature Sri Kumar on Single Best Idea here today, our podcast that we'll be putting together. I mean, I think this stuff is brilliant, and it really goes back, and you got somebody, Columbia, with Taylor ages ago, and Ned Phelps and the rest. Do we get back to that economics post-pandemic is a raging debate.
Well, I think that stop and start type of Fed, I mean, wow, that is going to be a very challenging environment for fund managers to operate in. I mean, if that's exactly what we're heading into, where the Fed might hike, it might pause, it might cut, I mean, that is tough.
I go back to the dual mandate. How can you be cutting rates with a sub-4 handle?
Right.
Unemployment. It just doesn't, and I get that there's an immigrant mystery here, a migration mystery here as well, but I just a hugely
the pricing tree is just
actually, Lee talked to me today about the Fed Decides coming up May 1. We're looking for a great show there as well. Sri Kumar on fire there. Thank you so much from Los Angeles. Red and green on the screen right now. The VIX. Well, okay, I'm going to go with it. Deep under 19, 18.98. Thank you. Brent crude, quiescent, $89.73. On YouTube, Bloomberg Surveillance. Good morning.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo. We've got red and green in the screen now. NASDAQ futures, they're little change, but we have Dow futures up about 0.4%. S&P futures, they are little change. To the 2-year yield at 4.95%. That's up about 2 basis points. The 10-year yield at 4.65%, and that's up about 4 basis points. To commodities we go. We'll have COMEX gold at $2,390 an ounce. We have spot gold at $2,373 an ounce. And over to oil, Brent crude, $89 a barrel. NYMEX crude at $84 a barrel. Want to touch back in with bank earnings today. We've heard from Bank of America. Right now, those shares are up about 0.5%. We also heard from Morgan Stanley. They're up about 3%. Bank of New York Mellon, they're up nearly 1% right now. And finally, PNC, they are down 2%. In other news, buyout interest fading over at Samsonite. Sources are saying private equity firms, well, they think the price is too high, and that's going to clear their way for a dual listing. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Damien.
Lisa Mateo, thanks so much. There is housing data, and it is a miss. The revisions are actually constructed. That's about as positive I can get. But month over month, looking for negative 2%, and it came in negative 15% as well. The revisions just out are a little more constructive. But all in all, the housing market, a pause, Damien. I mean, you look at starts, you look at permits.
My wife's not going to be happy with this.
You know, month over month, it's like there. And I'm sorry, the bank rate mortgage, I looked at the fancy moving averages of a 30-year mortgage. It's not grim, but the vector's towards grim.
What is the mortgage fixed rate 30 now?
7.3, bank rate
7.3.
Yeah.
That's why nobody's buying.
It's getting up there. And I mean, you know, again, this is a backstory into the Fed discussion, and we're going to do this in a bit. Our economic indicators support for all of Bloomberg's surveillances. Economics brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with the solutions they need to grow a thriving business. Commonwealth, go where you grow. Visit commonwealth.com to learn more. The CEO of Commonwealth, I think he ran the marathon yesterday in Boston.
Yeah. We had a little bit of an upward revision on the prior month, just so you know. So the housing data is not so bad. It's not brutal.
Revision as well. Industrial production, always interesting, coming up at 9:15. Greg Ducker with us right now with EY. Greg, I just want to play off what Sri Kumar just said, which is the interest rate regime is so messed up with inflation rising and not any sense of transitory disinflation. Are you in any way modeling out a probability of a rate increase?
Well, I think we can't say that it won't happen. We know that there can always be surprises to the upside, but I would still think we're close to, we're close to the onset of the easing cycle more so than we are to another rate hike. We have heard some policymakers become a little bit more concerned with the inflation dynamics. I, for myself, continue to believe that the disinflationary momentum is well in place. Yes, the data has been a bit hotter than expected, a little bumpier than expected. But if you look at the underlying fundamentals that drive inflation, pricing power, pricing sensitivity, wage growth, productivity, those are all actually still quite encouraging. And some of the bumpiness that we've seen are in sectors that are perhaps less reactive to the Fed. Insurance cost, medical care cost, those are the types of things that may not necessarily react that much to the Fed staying higher for longer.
Surveillance, not correction, but we like to be up to date. We can do that with the Bloomberg Professional Service. Damien, the 30-year bank rate, 7.43%, out at 2 standard deviations, above late February, and that's taken that back to middle of December.
Wow.
Mortgage rates peak 8.2%.
Greg, I have to ask you this question. You know, we're looking at the CPI prints outside of the U.S. from last week. Mexico, Brazil, China, Taiwan, all weaker than expected. So to your point, disinflation is kind of taking hold outside of the U.S. But my question for you is, can diverging price pressures between the U.S. and the rest of the world really fuel that central bank policy divergence that we're calling for? I mean, can these other central banks actually cut in the face of a Fed on hold?
I think that's what we're seeing being priced into markets, right? We're seeing the dollar strengthen quite a bit against emerging currencies. We're seeing strength in terms of how the higher long-term rates in the U.S. are affecting the rest of the world. I think this tightening in financial conditions is something that we have to be keenly aware of, because in the past, this has led Fed policymakers to be a little bit more cautious about how they communicate their intent to tighten or ease monetary policy. So this is certainly something that we have to keep in mind, but I would not put it past the ECB, for instance, to start cutting rates in June as it has telegraphed, while the Fed stays on hold and perhaps waits a little bit longer to see more evidence of disinflation.
So when you get somebody smart like Greg Dacko, folks, talking about a tightening of financial conditions, what do? Good morning, Michael Rosenberg. You look at the Bloomberg Financial Conditions Index, and I didn't see this until Greg came up with that great insight, Damien. We've had a lot of tendency towards an accommodative policy.
Very much so.
And it is broken down decisively.
Really?
Back
I got to bring that up.
March, well outside 2 standard deviations. So we become a little more restrictive here. I see in the 10-year real yield. I don't know where Greg sees it, but to his point, we have become less accommodative.
Well, Greg, let me ask you that question. We all know the components inside these financial conditions indices, right? And one thing that's not behaving, or that is behaving, shall I say, are spreads. So we know it's not spreads that are driving that tightening of financial conditions. It's got to be the VIX and equities, right? I mean, what is it?
Well, it's the VIX, it's equities, it's the dollar that is strengthening. And if you put all of those together, it is leading to some tightening of financial conditions. Now, in the grand scheme of things, this tightening has not been massive and has not reversed the easing that we had seen previously. So it's nothing alarming as of yet. But I'm sure policymakers are paying close attention to the fact that the 10-year yield is now above 4.6, that the 2-year yield is approaching 5%. These are the type of indicators that Fed policymakers have been increasingly talking about. They've been talking about the restriction from monetary policy, but at the same time, they've also been talking about the restriction from financial conditions. Lori Logan, of course, spearheading that discussion. But that is really something that we have to keep in mind when it comes to how rapidly the Fed may or may not ease. We're now looking for 2 rate cuts over the course of this year. We've moved that down from 3 with the onset in July and the second rate cut in November. But I think we still have to keep in mind that there could still be swings to the other side, to more easing if the data disappoints. Let's not forget, the Fed right now and some policymakers are playing it on a play-by-play basis.
Yeah.
So each and every single economic data point has its own importance. Not sure that's the right approach, but that's what the Fed is doing right now.
Greg, I agree with your call on disinflation, but I need to push back just a little bit here. I mean, commodities have rallied across the board. They're up 4.1% year to date. Energy, 5.4%. Precious up 14%. Now industrial metals are starting to play ball here. I think copper had a huge week last week. How does this factor into your calculus in terms of looking at inflation? I know it's all about the core and, core exempt services, whatever. Talk to us a little bit about the impact of commodity prices. That's something we should be concerned with here.
So first, to set the scene, I think we'll have core PCE inflation around 2.5% in the next month or next couple of months. So that would be the timing in terms of the onset of rate cuts. But you're absolutely right that these higher commodities prices, and in particular, the potential for higher oil prices, could put Fed policymakers in a bit of a bind, because the higher energy costs would not mean just higher prices at the pump, but also higher transportation costs that filter through in this supply fragile environment that we have. So that is a risk, because if you have this higher commodities price inflation that generates higher inflation, that puts the Fed in a bit of a bind, because it's contractionary for economic activity, but at the same time inflationary.
Greg Dacko, thank you so much. EY Parthenon, greatly appreciated on the economy this morning. Green on the screen here, a lift here. Futures up 11, Dow futures up 243. The VIX from that stressful 19 level comes into a better statistic, 18.67. The 2-year yield, 4.93%. With our news in New York City, John Tucker.
All right, Tom, thanks. Middle East tensions may be ramping back up. Israeli military officials are saying they have no choice but to respond to Iran's drone and missile attack over the weekend. The U.S. and European allies are urging Israel to avoid the kind of tit-for-tat that could spark a wider war. Here's State Department spokesman Matthew Miller.
Israel is a sovereign country. They have to make their own decisions about how best to defend themselves. What we always try to do is provide our best advice as a longtime friend of Israel and a longtime ally and partner of Israel. And that's what we've done since October 7th across a broad range of fronts. It's what we have done over the weekend.
The Biden administration has put more than 500 sanctions on Iranian entities to hold Tehran accountable for the attack. The turmoil in the Middle East adding new urgency to passing foreign aid in the House. After months of inaction, Bloomberg's Ed Baxter says votes could come this week.
Speaker Mike Johnson is planning separate votes this week on new aid to both Israel and Ukraine. This in an attempt to assemble fragile coalitions to speed weaponry to both places.
We have terrorists and tyrants and terrible leaders around the world like Putin and Xi and in Iran, and they're watching to see if America will stand up for its allies and in our own interest around the globe, and we will.
Now, his party majority is very slim, and he may need Democrat support, and he very well may get it. The impasse over aid has been dragging on since October. Ed Baxter, Bloomberg Radio.
And the Supreme Court will weigh the legality of charges brought against hundreds of people in connection with the attack on the U.S. Capitol. The question is whether the law passed as part of the Sarbanes-Oxley financial reforms can be read to cover the January 6th riot. Hundreds of people, including Donald Trump, have been charged with obstructing an official proceeding. But defense attorneys argue the statute refers to documents and congressional investigations, not the counting of electoral votes before a joint session. The Biden administration will argue and urge the court to read the law more broadly and allow the prosecutions to stand. And another body recovered at the site of the Baltimore Highway Bridge collapse. It was found in a construction vehicle underwater. The FBI, meantime, says agents boarded the container ship that crashed into the span, causing the collapse. They're looking for any evidence of criminal wrongdoing. Hours before leaving port, the container ship reportedly had electrical problems. Global news, 24 hours a day, whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm John Tucker, and this is Bloomberg Radio. Tom, Damien.
Michael Barr, not with us this week, and he would speak of Ernie Harwell and the Detroit Tigers. I was
just going to say that.
Ute and Kurt Gowdy at the Boston Red Sox. Before Kurt had huge national fame, he was the voice of my childhood. Let's listen to someone speaking about the judge.
Here's the 1-1. Swung on. There it goes. Deep left. It is high. It is far. It is gone. Number 62 to set the new American League record. Aaron Judge hits his 62nd. All the Yankees out of the dugout to greet him.
John Sterling. Damien, he retires at the young age of 85.
Iconic.
I would listen to him, just listen to him, even with the dreaded Yankees.
He's going to be missed. I mean, absolutely iconic. I don't know how I'm going to listen to the. Well, I guess they have Michael Case. You know who I remember? Phil Rizzuto, the Scooter. God, I love the Scooter. Love the Scooter. John, who is your favorite Yankee broadcaster?
I'll just tell you, Connell McShaney used to work with us. He had interned with the two of them in the Yankees booth and said it was hilarious, and they were both nuts in the greatest way. Yeah. So it's just like it must have been a joy working with those two guys.
It's legendary. He's going to be missed. I mean, it's going to be it's heartbreaking almost.
And I look at the new generation, and there's some that I just adore. I'll leave them out right now, and there's others that are just, they don't have the passion. We have to be careful.
The chops.
We have to be sensitive and like this, and I'm like, no, you got to be John Sterling. You got to have some emotion to it. John Sterling, of course, always associated forever with the New York Yankees, particularly back to the 1990s when the Yankees won. I thought I'd get that in there.
Okay, I mean, it's nice to see, you talking about the Yankees when the Boston Red Sox are having a little bit of a harder time here.
Wait, did you see their unearned runs? Errors, unearned runs.
I know. But look, I mean, the Red Sox, it's early in the season. I think the boys up north are going to make a run here.
I think it's time for me to buy an Orioles jacket and say, I love the Baltimore
At least
Orioles.
You got the Celtics.
Futures up 14, Dow futures up 271. The VIX does better and better, 18.41. We're watching the bond market this morning. 2-year yield, Damian Sassar on that minute by minute. On the break, he's trading 4.93% on the 2-year yield. Stay with us from New York City, Bloomberg Surveillance.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo. Right now we have NASDAQ futures up about 0.1%, but Dow futures up 0.7%. S&P futures are up about 0.2%. To the bond market, the 2-year yield at 4.93%. That's a little change, and the 10-year yield at 4.62%, and that's up about 2 basis points. Some more economic data coming in today. We talked about it. New home construction in the U.S. fell to the lowest level since August, and this is as consumers kind of wait out those high mortgage rates. Residential starts, they decreased 14.7% in March. Building permits, they fell more than expected too. Some companies making news. We'll start with Tesla. They're down 2%. Now, yesterday we heard the company was planning to lay off more than 10% of its workforce. Today, Reuters saying it's already begun, hitting the U.S. and China. And we have some layoffs at HSBC. Their ADR is down about 1%. Sources say it'll cut about a dozen roles across its investment banking division in Asia. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Damien.
Thanks so much. Gene Munster now with Deepwater Asset Management. Gene, thank you so much for joining us and to talk on Apple today. They got a May 2nd earnings report. I want to forget about all the gloom about China, revenue worries and that. Can they hold margins and continue to develop free cash flow, which has basically doubled since pre-pandemic? Can they still generate ample free cash flow growth?
The simple answer is yes, they can. They generate about $100 billion in operating income. And so this is about a $350–400 billion revenue company. They'll probably do about $95 billion this year. Free cash flow will be around $55 billion. So this is still a machine when it comes to. And I want to. I think I buried the lead relative to that data point about their free cash flow. Is revenue growth. If you take what it will be in the March quarter, what they're going to report in a few weeks here, revenue growth over the past 8 quarters has been down, will be down 0.4% on average. So they continue to drive that kind of $50 billion plus free cash flow despite revenue being flat. I think it speaks to the strength of the business model that they have.
So I got to go back to use of cash and running a company for profit, not growth, which I think most of the media doesn't understand here. Gina Martin Adams, adamant we're going to see use of cash click in here. Are we going to see a use of cash bombshell from Apple?
I think that So first, this is going to be the period when they report their March quarter. They typically give guidance about what they're going to do in terms of expanding their buyback and their dividend. And I would expect an increase in the buyback and dividend somewhere around $25 billion. So we're continuing to see them expand, and that's over a multi-year period. But the bottom line is I expect to continue to see that move higher. That's coming at the same time where we're going to hear more about their investments in AI. They, of course, broke the seal last quarter after a full year of not proactively talking about AI, and now they have this event coming up in June where they're going to announce some products. But those products come at a cost, and there will be an investment cycle here. And I think Apple investors should be aware of that investment cycle. What does it mean ultimately for the business in the near term is you have these gross margins kind of right around 40%. There's probably going to be a little bit of a step back in gross margins, maybe by 50, 100 basis points, about 1%. But I do think that we do need to factor in what they're investing in AI when we think about the context of the capital distribution that they'll announce.
Damien, pre-pandemic gross margin 38%, now out at a modeled 44%.
You know, I mean, Gene, we're a little over a week away from April 25th when Microsoft, Google, and Amazon report after the bell. But before then, this Thursday, we're going to see earnings from Taiwan Semi. Tom's favorite book, Chip War. I mean, Chris Miller. I mean, talk to us a little bit about Intel, AMD. What does China and all that's going on with the chip war mean to those companies, and how are their stocks expected to perform?
So I think Intel, they're two different stories. They're both within the context of chips, and in terms of when you look at what's happening in China, Intel has greater exposure relative to AMD from China. So I think that there is more of a headwind. Both of them are going to face a headwind, and specifically within China, some of these revised recommendations from the government puts Intel and AMD like 8th and 9th on the list of chip providers that they recommend. The top 6 are Chinese chip providers. So that is going to be a headwind. I think that's part of what has negatively impacted iPhone sales over the past year, is that there has been this spoken focus towards Huawei within government employees. It's a massive base. So I think this is going to have a negative impact on Intel and AMD. In our flagship Titan Fund, we own AMD. We do not own Intel. We have sold Intel, not because of this China, but because of, I think, just some of the challenges that they have had. I think there is some managerial challenges that they've had just to try to capture some of those faster chips and to build those better chips. So big picture is this. China is going to be an issue. It's going to be an issue for AMD, Intel, Apple, Tesla. All of these companies are going to have to navigate this. It's going to get worse there over the next few years.
Gene, let's shift gears. Let's talk a little bit about M&A activity. Microsoft-backed Rubik is seeking up to $713 million in an IPO that just announced. Talk to us a little bit about the potential for M&A activity within the tech sector over the balance of 2024. Do you expect a lot more new issuance? I mean, what's really there? How deep is the pool?
So two pieces to that. First, in terms of the M&A side, is I don't expect much, in particular because the best companies already have valuations that are $5 billion plus. It's going to require some of the bigger companies to take action to be the acquirers there. And of course, given what's happened in the regulatory environment, I just see that less likely. Whether it's actually less likely to happen, I think I think the management teams feel that this is not worth to invest the time in that. So I don't expect a lot of M&A activity. I do expect, not this year, but in 2025 to be the first year where we're going to see a class of AI-first companies go public. Interesting. And I think that what we have seen, of course, with the move relative to AI, a lot of that value has been created with the mega caps, but we haven't seen really an AI IPO class yet, and I think we will see it. They can be from companies like Databricks. It can be obviously OpenAI, Anthropic, some of these kind of the ordained AI companies likely will go public 2025.
Well, let me fit in this question. Does private money front run that public process?
Private money does. I want to be careful about how I answer this because, yes, the goal of private investors is to invest as valuations continue to increase into the public markets. That's how venture makes money. Of course, sometimes that gets turned upside down. And venture investors, we have venture funds too. It's a different investment style. It's more of tech visionary. We are not only tech visionaries, but we're also tech investors. I just want to make the quick point is that I think the mistake that a lot of venture makes is they just look at everything as being rosy and can oftentimes overpay. And there is a painful, look what happened with SPACs in 2022. There's a painful correction that a lot of those earlier investors. So I think that they're just as risky. Owning stuff in venture doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to go up when it goes public.
Thanks so much. Gene Munster, really, really wonderful comments here, particularly on Apple. Gene Munster with Deepwater Asset Management. Damien, to your wonderful question there on IPOs, I've got this nostalgia of yearning for an IPO market of another time. And to me, it's just gone. The business now is being 5 or 6 cute phone calls.
Round B, round C, round D, round H, round Z. I mean, that's where the action is. I mean, if you want, you can't get in at the IPO. You have to be pre-IPO.
Yeah.
If you want to make some money.
I just think that I'm as guilty of this as anyone. A nostalgia for the red herring, the road show, the merch bag.
The good old days.
The good old days. It's gone. Yeah. I mean, it's 6 phone calls, and like you say, it's the ballet of getting out front of the private money guys.
Yeah, well, I think that's technology and its impact, quite frankly, on the broader financial markets, right? Yeah. I mean, people have information. They know these companies before you needed the investment banks to bring them to market.
On Apple CarPlay, can't say enough about it, Bloomberg Business app, and also on YouTube search Bloomberg podcast. Jess Benton demanded it. Wall-to-wall satisfaction. They invented it. The Stones.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney.
Why are we upset if we're creating jobs?
Inflation's still a thing out there for the everyday consumer.
With Lisa Mateo on markets.
The economic calendar jam-packed today.
And Michael Barr with news. Tensions between the U.S. and China have heated up even more. The best in economics, finance, investment, and international relations. This is Bloomberg Surveillance on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. Tom Keene, Paul Sweeney. Paul Sweeney on at 10 o'clock with Alex Steele, the BNEF Hydrocarbon Energy Infrastructure Seminar. It's a huge deal for NEF. And Paul Sweeney will be there leading our coverage at 10 a.m. And Damian Sassower. Rich, did you see how Damian stacked the deck here? Like he said, I'm not coming on. He had a Sassower tantrum, and he said, I'm not coming on unless we speak to ex-Lehman people.
That's right.
Is Dick Fuld with us here later?
Oh, I'd love to get we can talk
Mattis,
commercial paper with Dick Fuld.
Yeah,
great.
I mean, Drew Mattis was with us earlier. We got Crescenzi coming up. For Global Wall Street, I mean, this is what it's about. Sassower pulls weight. To have Tony Crescenzi with us, we're going to get right, too. And, I mean, where's short-term for Damian Sassower? It's not commercial paper, 2 year?
I mean, I know 3 months. You don't look more than 3 months in this market.
5.x% T-bills.
Come on, you got to stay tactical, stay on your toes. I mean, I guess, I don't know.
Okay, this is domestic we're talking. We're not talking, Indonesia or something.
I mean, I think even Indonesia, really. I mean, look, I know it's a less liquid market there, Tom, but I mean, the way this market's trading, you really got it. You can't look much further out than 3 months.
3 basis points, 4.95%. I'm going to call it a 5% 2-year yield. We're going to get to Tony Crescenzi here in a moment. On Apple CarPlay on YouTube, search Bloomberg Podcast. We are humbled by the intelligence of a live chat out there, including song ideas and Bobo Mosa and the rest of it. From the Interactive Broker Studios, our Bloomberg Business Flash. Lisa,
looking forward to all of that. Good morning. Right now, futures. We have Dow futures up about 0.4%. S&P futures up 0.1%, but NASDAQ futures, they are a little changed right now. The 2-year yield at 4.95%. That's up about 2 basis points. The 10-year yield at 4.65%. That's up about 4 basis points. More Fed speak later this afternoon. Chairman Jerome Powell speaks in D.C. alongside the head of the Bank of Canada. And then meanwhile, you have the Fed's John Williams and Mary Daly said there's no rush to cut interest rates, but they still think they can move this year. We had some more bank earnings out today. Morgan Stanley, they're up 3%, posted better than expected first quarter revenue. Its wealth management business got back on track. And then you have Bank of America. Their traders, they notched one of the best quarters on record. The company also reaped the benefits of elevated borrowing costs. Those shares up more than 1%. We also heard from BNY Mellon. They're up about 1%. And PNC, they're down 2%. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Damian.
Lisa, thanks so much. The Blue Book just out, the IMF. Of course, I trudge around Washington with my Blue Book, my Green Book, my Maroon Book, all the brilliance of the IMF. They raise their outlook. That's going to be the headline you're going to hear about, including growth leadership by the United States of America. But for the spring meetings, IMF saying the medium-term view is still that struggle worldwide. Joining us away from a longer view of economics and really on short-term paper, truly owns the high ground, Anthony Crescenzi with us of PIMCO. Tony, should I be nervous about a 5% 2-year yield?
Hey, Tom. Hey, Damian. No, you should be happy. You should be pinching yourself. You should be blissful. We haven't seen these yields in quite a long time. And it's one of the reasons why many people think that the U.S. economy is faring better. There's a story on Bloomberg today about it. Interest income in the United States is about $1.8 trillion today. That's up $300 billion from 2 years ago. It's $300 billion.
But the ambiguity is downplayed. I'm going to blame the media for this. Interest rates are
yes,
higher.
Of course.
OMG, price down, yield up.
Yeah.
But you know, and you've codified in all your books, including the great Stigham's, 2,000 pages, you've codified that there's an ambiguity here. Explain the ambiguity that price down, yield up can be good for our listeners.
Well, here's a statistic going back several decades. The 5-year, looking out 5 years in terms of what you're likely to get in terms of a total return, looking at the Bloomberg aggregate, which is a pretty much a compilation of the Bloomberg aggregate. Let me tell you what that is. Hey, by the way, on Lehman, I worked for Lehman Brothers in the 1980s in the World Trade Center, 104th floor with a view of Uptown. Remarkable period that was. Yes. But so looking at the Bloomberg aggregate today, which is 40% U.S. Treasuries, 25% mortgages, 25% corporate bonds, the yield is 5.25%. Now, if you take that figure, that starting yield should be the return you get the next 5 years based on the 30-year history of it. The rolling return over a multi-year period should equate to what you see as a stated yield today. So 5.25%, is that good enough? For some investors, maybe not. That's why yields are rising, prices are falling, they're selling. They think yields will go higher. But I would suggest to investors that they be careful about the story now. And what I would suggest is thinking about 3 don'ts about what to do in terms of investing now. We're often asked about what to do. Here's what not to do.
Right.
For one, don't try to time the market. Awfully difficult to do. Secondly, sure, perhaps don't catch a falling knife, but do catch these yields while you can. These yields could slip away. And finally, don't fight the Fed. And Tom and Damon, you might think this means, well, the Federal Reserve is keeping policy tight, so it's a bad thing. But it's tough love. The more it stays tight, and it is getting tighter based on a definition of what is tight, a falling inflation rate, and it is falling, a 2.8% PCE versus a 5% yield.
Right.
They were almost equal last year. Fighting the Fed today means believing the central bank will be successful in its quest to bring inflation down. It has every means of an ability to do that.
Tom, did you see Tony wink at me when he said, "Don't be a short-termist to actually invest for the long term"? I mean, he winked at me. He winked at me. I'm reading your note, Tony, and I gotta say, don't fixate on the Fed's 2% objective. Focus instead on the notion of "quote-unquote" price
one of my favorite ideas.
Stability. That reads like the South China Morning Post. Price stability. What is price stability?
Well, Damien, so I'm really old. Tom is much younger than me, but I recall a period before 2012, and I'm going to tell you what that means, when we didn't have a 2% price objective to go on. We had to go on something else. And what was that something else? A notion that prices are stable or they're not. So it was in 2012 that Ben Bernanke, the former Fed chair, implemented the idea of a price objective. Prior to that, called the 1960s, 70s, 80s, 1950s, what did an investor have to go on to drive prices higher or lower? They had to decide, are prices stable? Now, if we fixate as investors on the 2% target, you could miss a great deal of return in your investment portfolio. And many that have fixated on the 2% target in the past 6 months have lost a significant amount of investment return in their portfolios because we haven't gotten to 2%, but we might be achieving price stability, which Alan Greenspan and Paul Volcker defined as a level of price changes or degree of price changes that ceases to have an impact on business and household decision making. And that's where we're moving, and that's why the equity market is feeling better, because we're getting closer to an era of price stability, even if it's not 2%.
Tony, behind closed doors, some of the conversations I have with the people I know and that I respect, we talk about that 2% inflation target, and we try to determine what it would take for the Fed to consider removing that target. Now, I know it's far-fetched, but do you feel that the Fed in this environment can even remotely consider that if inflation stays persistently high?
It's highly improbable now. It can't walk back on the notion, especially with the inflation rate higher, because then market participants would lose their sense as to where the anchor is, because it's becoming ingrained in thinking. But again, as investors, we have to take a step back and decide, is the inflation that we're experiencing enough to get in the way of future cash flows for businesses, to pay you back at maturity, to pay the interest on your bonds, etc.
Give us and this goes to economics, and I want to go to your Staten Island or Richmond County. I'm sorry, but if I'm at the Fed and I'm looking at Crescenzi's Staten Island, it's a great labor picture. Overlying your brilliance in the financial space is there this huge elephant in the room, which is the labor economy of America.
The story for the 2020s, which is a lot different than the 2010s, is a story of retirements and immigration, with retirements outweighing the immigration over the longer span of time. There's a shortage of labor, and the context is this notion of stakeholder capitalism, which is different than the notion of shareholder capitalism, which Milton Friedman shepherded in the 1970s when he said the sole purpose of a company is to grow its profits. No company can say that today. They have to be seen as a partner with the community, as seen to be helping with climate change, and also contributing to a diverse and inclusive workforce. And so in that context, it's more likely that companies, given that there's labor shortages, will want to share income more. And final stat, Tom, is think 1957, the biggest birth year last century. 65 and a half years later, they're receiving Social Security and retiring. And this wave lasts until the last boomer, born in 64, retires in the early 2030s. So we've got a shortage of labor that'll last a while. But final word is immigration is helping lift GDP potential.
Tony, thank you. He is with PIMCO. Tony Crescenzi.
Thanks so much for having me here today.
Books. about grabbing the coupon is really what this is about. The VIX 18.66 shows an improving tape, a better feeling out there. The 10-year real yield, wow, 2.22 wow %. With our news in New York City, John Tucker.
All right, thanks, Tom. Israeli military officials are saying they have no choice but to respond to Iran's drone and missile attack over the weekend. This even as European and U.S. officials boosted their calls for Israel to avoid a tit-for-tat escalation that could provoke a wider war. We get more on Israel's possible response with Bloomberg's Ethan Bronner in Tel Aviv.
The sense that the United States is back again, embracing Israel and sharing in its defense needs and so on is important to people. It's the most important alliance that this country has. But, there's this kind of old debate here, which is, do we want to be loved by our friends or feared by our enemies? If we have to choose, we'll choose feared by our enemies. Now, the remaining question is hitting back the best way to be feared? And I think that's part of the debate, too.
Bloomberg's Ethan Bronner. President Biden hitting the campaign trail in his childhood home state of Pennsylvania. The campaign says the trip aims to highlight the differences between the president's tax and economic agenda and the policies of Donald Trump, who oversaw tax cuts for the wealthy as well as corporations. Biden's three-day trip includes a visit to Scranton and events in the Pittsburgh area. Wild weather is sweeping the central U.S. today with tornado watches posted across parts of Nebraska and Kansas and an enhanced risk of severe thunderstorms later in Iowa, Missouri, and Illinois. At least one tornado was reported in Kansas in the last few hours. Another was suspected in Nebraska. About 2.9 million people face the highest risks. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm John Tucker, and this is Bloomberg. Tom, Damien, and Lisa.
John Tucker, thanks so much. So much going on here, and of course, all of it centered on the economic data. At 9:15, we've got some productivity numbers coming out in about 3 minutes. We'll give you that data as well. But along the way, it is towards the Fed meeting, and I can only say we've had a huge variance today in opinions out there, including Sri Kumar looking for a possible rate increase. I'd say that's a lonely view right now, but nevertheless, it's part of the fan distribution of what this Fed is going to do. We're going to drive forward that conversation, and of course, we do it on Apple CarPlay. We've got a whole new distribution model for radio. Thank you for listening on traditional radio across the nation, around the world. But I'll tell you, Apple CarPlay, we've been stunned at the usage here. This is in new cars, typically. It's like 80% of new cars have it. You download the Bloomberg Business app. It's free. And then you're on Apple CarPlay, and it's like there's one button, you get to us, and it's safer and better, as Apple says. On YouTube, search Bloomberg Podcasts. I'm completely thunderstruck by the immediate success of this. Bloomberg Podcasts out on YouTube. Look for Lisa Mateo. That's the easiest way to get to our live broadcast. A couple other things out there as well. And there's a live chat, which has been very informative this morning. Futures up 7, Dow futures up 229. Bloomberg surveillance.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo. Right now, Dow futures up more than 0.5%. NASDAQ and S&P futures up about 0.1%. The 2-year yield at 4.96%. That's up about 3 basis points. The 10-year yield at 4.66%. And that's up about 5 basis points. To commodities we go. Spot gold lower at $2,373 an ounce. And over to oil, we have Brent crude at $89 a barrel. Currencies, the dollar weaker, Japanese yen weaker, euro, British pound stronger, Bitcoin, that's lower, down almost 1% at 62,754. To earnings, we'll start with Johnson & Johnson, just under 1%. Those shares, first quarter profit beat estimates. Drug sales came in higher than Wall Street expected. And then you have United Health Group, they're up about 7%. It reported first quarter profit beat expectations, also affirmed its outlook for the year, and that was all despite the cost from a cyber attack. And finally, some news from Trump Media and Technology. They're up about 0.5% right now. They say its social media network, Truth Social, plans to launch a streaming platform. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Damian.
Lisa, thanks so much. Industrial production out, CapU, which used to be gospel, less so now, pretty much on plan. I don't want to make much about it. Maybe manufacturing production, a little more sprightly, not market moving here, but nevertheless, perhaps a more quiet tape, but I have no idea where we'll be at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Tom Keene and Damian Sassar this morning. We say good morning. Paul Sweeney and Alex Steele coming up from our BNF conference, I should say. Concert, yeah. It's concert. Alex is singing. Conference in Manhattan. Looking forward to that. This is a joy, and thank you, Eric, so much for getting Dr. Lee in. Julian Lee needs some explanation. He is in London writing for the professionals of the Bloomberg terminal, and we're kind enough to drag him onto the program here. And he does this with years of work for different think tanks, very much associated with the Middle East. He has a real steeped Middle East and Saudi Arabian history to his study of hydrocarbons. Julian, let me begin just simply. Why is oil not at $104 a barrel?
I think there's two reasons. One is that the Iranian attack on Israel at the weekend doesn't appear to have done a great deal of damage, despite the number of missiles and drones that were launched. And more importantly, at least for the moment, Israel has been persuaded not to react. Now, that may change, and there certainly seems to be pressure within Israel itself for some kind of reaction. But for the moment, the market is taking comfort in the fact that they haven't reacted, and there's no real sign of escalation at the moment.
With all your experience, does Israel have Arab allies?
Allies, I think, is a very strong term. I think what we have seen is that a lot of the Arab countries have come much closer towards normalizing relations with Israel. Saudi Arabia was the next in line that looked like it was going to normalize its relations. And there's also a lot of tension, of course, between the Middle Eastern Arab countries and Iran. So that sort of sets up, if you like, a three-cornered dynamic where the Arab countries are not necessarily desperately close to Israel, but they're not desperately close to Iran either. What they will fear is that any escalation of the conflict between Israel and Iran will inflict collateral damage on them, either through wayward strikes, wayward missiles, or through the agitation on the sort of the grassroots in their own population.
Julian, I'm going to pick up on Tom's question here. It does not appear to be the case that Israel and Bibi are going to back off here. So I ask you the question. I mean, our friends at SocGen are talking in the event of a U.S.-Iran conflict, oil prices go to 140, and they're putting a 15% probability on that actually occurring. What are your thoughts? I mean, where can oil possibly go if the U.S. and Iran join the conflict?
Well, I think that there are so many moving parts in this. I mean, firstly, the US, I think, has said so far that it won't back and won't participate in any further retaliation by Israel on Iran. So I think the US is going to try very, very hard to keep out of that. And as for the impact on oil, I mean, you know, we're in a situation so far where we've got a war in Ukraine, we've got the war in Gaza, we've got militant Houthis in Yemen firing missiles and drones at ships in the southern Red Sea. And the only production that has been lost in sort of 2 years of wars around the oil-producing region, the only production that's been lost is about 100,000 barrels a day from South Sudan, which has been lost because of a rupture on a pipeline in its northern neighbor, which is embroiled in its own internal domestic war, so the pipeline can't be replaced. We haven't lost any crude production yet. And I think that as long as any escalating conflict doesn't inflict damage on physical production capacity, the price rises may be more limited than some expect.
Well, let's stay on the supply side here, Julian. Talk to us a little bit about, you know, what's going on with Ukraine and Russia. I mean, Ukraine's now sending drones, going after oil facilities, refiners in Russia. How does that impact the equation?
Well, I think there are sort of two ways of looking at this. One is that Russia is a significant exporter of diesel fuel, and so if you start mounting successful attacks on Russian oil refineries, that has an impact on their ability to produce more diesel than they need domestically and therefore to maintain exports. So diesel exports may be where we really feel the pinch of this. In terms of crude, I mean, one of the arguments that a number of analysts have put forward is that, well, if Russian refineries get hit, they'll simply divert the crude to export terminals and they'll export less diesel, more crude. That may not be possible to quite the extent that many people think, and I wrote about that earlier today.
Sneak one in here, Damien.
Yeah, Julian, one last question here. Energy's been the equity market darling, up 14% year to date. Talk to us a little bit about, you know, whether or not all of this is priced in. I mean, where can equity performance go within the energy sector from here?
I think that, I mean, you know, I'll say this up front. Equity performance is not really my sort of route into energy. I look much more at the market and the geopolitics. But I think that, you know, we are seeing a period of elevated oil prices. It's quite clear that the OPEC Plus producers want to keep oil prices, if not where they are now, or perhaps a little bit higher, then certainly not very much lower than where they are now. That gives a floor for the value of what the oil sector is producing. And I think that's a large part of what has led to this more positive outlook. So if we continue to have a tight market, if oil prices remain at this sort of level, perhaps edge higher over the summer, that's probably going to be good for oil stocks over the next 3 to 4 months at least.
Yeah, this has been great. Julian, don't be a stranger. I know you're buried talking to terminal users and the pros that help us go each and every day. Dr. Lee is outstanding from Queen Victoria Street this morning. You know, I look at everything like 4 or 5 days ago, we were talking about Sanka. We got a huge response on lousy decaf coffee. We've had a huge response this morning in New York and frankly nationwide on this congestion pricing thing. And the arch issue is the confusion of it, Damien.
No, I agree. I mean,
there's a lot to learn here to be constructive about it.
I think you're only going to get hit once. That correction has been made. If you pass through the, I mean, and you see they're building. You see the infrastructure build along 60th Street. Anytime you pass through 60th, you look up in the sky.
There's
you
a
see
thing.
These things. There's these things there that are going to probably pick you up, pick up your license plates. It's pretty interesting. It's pretty ingenious, actually.
For all of you nationwide, thanks for putting up with this. It's Stockholm leading on this, and a few other cities. New York trying to be the first in the nation. Big issue here on the island of Manhattan. Futures up 3, Dow futures up 211, the VIX 18.65. I want to say continued dollar strength. We'll get some chat with Damien on that. Good morning.
Opening Bell Report. And we have a special treat for you for today's Opening Bell. If you're watching on YouTube, take a special look. Bloomberg Media ringing the opening bell. We're celebrating Bloomberg Media's partnership with NASDAQ. It brings that real-time U.S. equities data to Bloomberg.com using NASDAQ's last sale plus data product. So you can take a look. You can see we have Karen Salsa there, CEO, Bloomberg Media, and we have Julia Beiser, Chief Digital Officer, Bloomberg Media, along with a crowd of folks. So congratulations there. All right, over to the opening bell right now. We have the S&P 500. It is little change. We have the Dow. That's up about 0.5%. The NASDAQ right now, it's ticking in at just under, down about 0.1%. Over to the two-year yield at 4.96%. That's up about 4 basis points. And we have the 10-year yield at 4.68%, and that's up about 7 basis points. Want to hit commodities? We have spot gold lower at $2,376 an ounce. Brent crude, $89 a barrel. At the open, have to check in with big banks. We have Morgan Stanley up 3%, nearly 4%, and Bank of America down 1%. That's your Bloomberg opening bell report.
What's great about Karen being down at the NASDAQ, and I don't know if she knows this, they took a cast of hundreds down there. They're the ones that all eat Cheez-Its up in the food court. You know, the media crew, these guys are animals.
You know,
and
they get lunches. Their catered lunches are delicious. I
It's
go down to the
unbelievable.
third floor to
Yeah.
steal their food while they're in a meeting.
They're in a different world than us. They keep, animals like me away from them. But
Why don't we get the look to
Karen's
the floor?
Karen's driving the ship, and their lunches are better than our lunches.
Much better.
I mean,
That's really good. I mean, grilled chicken Caesar wraps, the real thing.
Congratulations for opening the NASDAQ today to all of Bloomberg Media, Julia Beiser and Karen Salzer helping out there, doing a lot for Bloomberg.com and events. And
Have you ever rung the bell before, Tom? Have you ever been down there?
We have had the honor, I'll tear up, Ken Pruitt and Charles Pellet. They wanted me to do it. And I stood next to them and I said, over my dead body.
Now, why?
I
It's
said,
fun.
over my dead body. Jim Cramer was throwing stuff at me from the CNBC studio in the pit. But I said, over my dead body, am I going to ring the bell and not Charlie Pellet?
I had
Charlie Pellet and Ken Pruitt were the soul. Charlie Pellet, of course, is Surveillance Europe on $5 a day correspondent. We're saving him for Olympic coverage. But did you ever ring the bell there?
I did. I actually had the rare privilege of ringing the bell at the New York Stock Exchange with the former president of Colombia, Von Duque. It was actually a really wonderful experience. You go up before into this beautiful auditorium, this kind of private room. And by the way, they have good food there also. I'm just going to say, I mean, a nice catered lunch there was delicious. Grilled chicken, stuff like that.
We're mixed
Maybe some
screen here.
steak.
NASDAQ a little light. We'll talk about that in a minute. The VIX under 19, deep under 19, 18.97. But the yield place here, and what we learned from Anthony Crescenzi, I think is important. Crescenzi, let me just cut to the chase, Damien. Crescenzi's saying, take the coupon and say thank you.
No, yeah,
That's
I
the
mean,
summary.
I would have loved to get to Tony in here a little bit more. I want to put my options hat on him. I want to ask him, in this environment with volatility spiking up here, is now the time where you turn and you shift to capital preservation, where you buy hedges, where you hedge it all up, you move to cash, you go to safe havens. Is now the time where you have to at least consider moving a portion of your portfolio into cash and doing something like that, Tom? I don't know.
We're going to have to see.
Have to get him back
Let's
here.
do a vamp here on the currency market as well. It's something maybe secondary to all the angst in America and what we're seeing in Israel and Iran. We're looking for Ethan Bronner on the watch in Tel Aviv, and we'll get more from Ethan Bronner through their evening as we go into night. But I'm sorry, you got a 106.23 on DXY. This is a new regime for the dollar, even if it's not dramatic.
Well, also dollar yuan. I mean, the PBOC did it adjusted the band a little bit today to the downside. So what does that mean? A weaker yuan, and I think that's kind of weighing on the Asian currency complex as well here. But I mean, you're right. The BBDXY, the Bloomberg Dollar Index, is up 4.2% year to date, and by association, emerging market local government bonds are down the same amount, 4.2% year to date. So a stronger dollar weighing on the hearts and minds of all our EM practitioner friends.
Then a basic question, and this goes, good morning, Bill Rhodes. Is Jerome Powell the central banker to EM? And my answer into the IMF meetings is yes, he is.
Absolutely. You can't fight the Fed. I mean, that's why every time we have somebody on here and they say we see this divergence in inflation, this divergence in terms of the manufacturing PMI growth, I just don't buy it. You can't fight the Fed. I mean, U.S. interest rates are where it's at. It is the number one the biggest exogenous risk factor in my mind in your portfolio, and you got to stay mindful of it.
Damien Sassar with us, Paul Sweeney. You're here for what, a week, 2 days, 6 days?
Couple days. But I'll be back sporadically throughout the summer, to our audience out there.
I don't think we got time to get this in this morning. We're going to get this in right now because I'm deficient of that. I so bad want Celtic Lakers. My oldest, cash flow, my oldest was born the night of the iconic Celtics Lakers game.
Yeah.
I mean, is there any chance I get Celtics Lakers?
Look, the Lakers are playing the Pelicans. Zion Williamson appears to be healthy. He's got a lot to prove, but I do think the Lakers. We're talking LeBron James here. I think the Lakers are going to get the play-in, and the Warriors too. Steph Curry. They haven't been anything to speak about, but I just can't see them not being in the playoffs. I think they're going to win as well. They're playing the Sacramento Kings tonight.
There's your NBA talk. Right now, joining us, Thomas Ogner. Tom Ogner of Allspring, with a wonderful heritage out of Milwaukee, was strong. And what's so important about this discussion, folks, is this is our large cap quality growth discussion. Tom Ogner, do I stay with the winners of the last 6, 8, 10 quarters?
Hi, it's great to be here. We feel you can't ignore them, but you also have to realize how much concentration risk has really been gotten into these big indexes. It is amazing, and if I'm a client, that's where I'm really focusing on risk, is how much I have in 10 stocks.
Okay, so what do you have right now in your top 10 holdings? Are you at 55%?
No, we're less than that on our top 10, but the index is close to 55%. With the rebalance, it's going to go close to 58. But we're north of 40 right now, which is near an all-time
Okay, so
high.
that's, Tom, you've been doing this for years. That's clearly outside prospectus. How do you rationalize that to shareholders who bought a prospectus?
Yeah, no, we ourselves for sure are within the prospectus, right? And we follow that, obviously explicitly and do that. We communicate that with clients, but we're well less than what the indexes are. And again, really when we talk to clients, and I think there's so much pressure to go passive into index, well, do you want 60% of your portfolio to be in 10 stocks? I don't think that's what they signed up for. To me, it reminds me of an emerging markets type market, not the U.S. market, right?
Well, speaking of that, on cue, Damien Sassauer with Tom Ogner.
Well, Tom, I got to go there then. Nearly every strategist and analyst that I speak of dismisses talk of seasonals. Yet I'm looking outside. It's New York City. It's 70 degrees and sunny, and I can't help but think of these illiquid summer months kind of like emerging markets, right? So talk to us about how you position as you head into the summer of 2024.
Yeah, well, we start, obviously we invest in growth, but we always believe we can't ignore valuation within that. That's really telling you what investors' future expectations are. And, we're a believer, right? We're a believer that, the AI is transformative. We want investments there. Obviously, companies like an NVIDIA are going to be extremely important. But I also think you have to look at how AI broadens out. Things like software, things like data management, things like security, things like power.
Okay, Tom, we got to leave it there. I got some audio problems here. We'll get back. Tom, I want you to come back on in the coming days here. I think this is too important a conversation for people with real money in the game, real retirement assets in the game, this massive overweight that we see in quality portfolios. We have had a fearsome live chat discussion out on YouTube over Sassauer's wisdom. We're going to get to that in a moment. First, our news in New York City, John Tucker.
All right, Tom, Damien, Lisa, after Iran's weekend drone and missile attack on Israel, the question isn't if the country responds, but how. More of that from Bloomberg's Rosalind Matheson.
There's a wide range of possibilities here, from a direct attack, as you say, from Israel on Iran. That would not be unprecedented, but that's one option for them, targeting military sites, perhaps even nuclear sites in Iran. Of course, there's a lot of concern about Iran's nuclear program. Or does it go for something instead, like going for one of Iran's proxies in the region? We're talking about the Houthis in Yemen. We're talking about Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon. Do they go through one of those proxies to retaliate?
Bloomberg's Rosalind Matheson reports the timing of an Israeli response also is not clear at this point. House Republicans are going to walk the articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas over to the Senate today. That will kick off a trial in that chamber. Republicans accuse him of mishandling the crisis at the southern border. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has made it clear he wants to make quick work of this. He can move to dismiss the charges or hold the trial not on the Senate floor, but in a committee. Meta Platforms Oversight Board investigating the company's handling of AI-generated deepfakes of an American public figure. This follows a surge of such images depicting singer Taylor Swift earlier this year. The board's going to evaluate whether 2 separate AI-created images depicting nude women posted on Facebook should have been removed under Meta's content policies. And another body recovered at the site of the Baltimore Highway Bridge collapse. It was found in a construction vehicle underwater. The FBI, meantime, says agents boarded the container ship that crashed into the span. They're looking for any evidence of criminal wrongdoing. Hours before leaving port, the container ship reportedly had electrical problems. Global news, 24 hours a day, and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm John Tucker. This is Bloomberg. Okay. Tom, Damien, and Lisa.
I mean, Lisa always monopolizes the live chat. Forget about it. Sass Hour. I'm wondering if Damien will make this tea time at 10:22 with the way this show is going. Thank you, Matthew, for that.
It's 12:30. Okay. Let's be clear. No,
12:30. It's 12:30. Good. On the NBA, we had a fearsome response out on live chat. We all want Sixers, Knicks, but the answer is there's a play-in. Explain the play-in to people worldwide.
Right. So, I mean, it gets a little complicated, and I don't think we have the time to go into it. What I can tell you is this. The Heat are playing the 76ers. That's Jimmy Butler against Joel Embiid, and one of those guys
Whoever
is
wins
not
keeps going.
Right, and one is not going to be in the playoffs after tomorrow night, actually. So I find that just so depressing because those are 2 players that you love to root for in the playoffs.
Right.
But one of those teams is going to be facing Jalen Brunson and the Knicks, and if there's one person who has just been looked over for all these awards, for the Olympic team, for NBA first team, it's Jalen Brunson, point guard of the New York Knicks. What an absolute beast
Damien,
he's been.
Help me here. Knicks Sixers is like original 6 in ice hockey.
I think it's going to be Knicks Heat, unfortunately. Bam Adebayo and Jimmy Butler. I wouldn't count them out. The way they play when it comes to playoff time, I mean, they're pretty awesome.
I don't know. We'll have to see here. The loser plays the
what?
Bulls.
What are they saying? I think they're wrong. They don't know what they're talking about.
I don't know. We'll have to see. That's our NBA chat for the day. Lisa, you got to help me out with that next time because you know more than I do. What do we know? We know we got red and green in the screen. We got a massive churn out there right now. John, we had a fearsome response to the congestion debate in this, the many mysteries. I mean, John, it's really not clear, is it, given all the litigation in their the reticence about the process.
You maintain, Damien, that I'm going to have to pay every time I go through one of those. It's not like a one-time.
I think it's a one-time.
Every 24 hours.
I think it's a one-time only.
Okay.
24-hour.
They can't gouge you, but yeah.
It's different depending on what time of the day you go. Like our overnight cruise will not have to pay as much as someone coming through the normal
Okay, if I get here at 3 a.m. and then I leave at 3 p.m., do I get a discount for working really hard?
Okay, and the other thing I want to talk about here, good morning to all of you, is a construction boom on Park Avenue. Yes. I mean, you've got Fortress Diamond. And now we're going to have down at 52nd, 53rd Street, Fortress.
Have you been down there? It's beautiful. Have you seen how good that is?
Yeah, but it's going to be finished in what, 2032, I think.
Hey, you're looking at the new John Sterling. I'll still be here. As the good John Sterling was for the New York Yankees. We did a shout out earlier, if you missed it, to the great John Sterling of the New York Yankees. He has chosen to retire here. It's 79 years old. We'll have to see how that goes. We got much more coming up. We had a titanic response yesterday to David Gura's big take. I can't say enough about it. Huge response. David Gura will be here on Israel and Iran. Please stay with us from New York, Bloomberg Surveillance.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, I'm Lisa Mateo. Right now, we have stocks. Well, we have the Nasdaq down about 0.2%. Same for the S&P 500, but the Dow up about 0.3%. The 2-year yield at 4.96%. That's up about 4 basis points. The 10-year yield at 4.68%, and that's up about 7 basis points. More Fed speak this afternoon. We have Chairman Jerome Powell speaking in D.C. alongside the head of the Bank of Canada. But already, Vice Chair Philip Jefferson said he sees a steady Fed rate helping to push down inflation. Now, aside from the bank earnings, we've also heard from the likes of Johnson & Johnson. Let's get to that right now. Their shares down more than 1%. First quarter profit beat estimates. Drug sales came in higher than Wall Street expected. You have United Health. They're up 6%. Reported first quarter profit beat expectations, and it also affirmed its outlook for the year. That's despite those setbacks from the cost from that cyber attack. And later today, we'll hear from United Airlines. Right now, their shares down more than 1%. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom and Damien.
Thanks so much, Lisa. Greatly appreciate it. The Big Take's a huge, big project for Bloomberg. It is eclectic and interesting, and then sometimes it hits a resonance. It hits a response, which was made yesterday in all of the different news and discussions and comments that we had on Israel and Iran. With our leadership there on Big Take yesterday was David Gura, who understands the political maelstrom better than anyone I know. And Damien, to have Mr. Gura to have him walk into the building before
in
10
the flesh.
What's great is you're going out to your tea time. Gura's usually coming into the building. He's got to get the kids to school and all that. Please.
So, David, talk to us a little bit about Israel. I mean, your Big Take, obviously, yesterday. I mean, this has changed the playing field, changed the game. Is Israel losing the foreign policy battle, and can they use what just happened overnight to try and right the ship a bit here?
We are at such a fascinating and difficult moment, and the Big Take podcast features Ethan Bronner, our Israel bureau chief, and Nick Wadhams, our very fine national security editor down in Washington, sort of talking about what happened over the course of the weekend. And interestingly, what Ethan said was, this is kind of an opportunity for Israel to take a victory lap. We had this unprecedented attack by Iran, hundreds of missiles and drones launched toward Israel from Iranian and soil elsewhere in the Middle East, and by and large, they were all intercepted, so a victory for them. But now we see this vacuum emerging. What is Israel going to do next in terms of retaliation? And also, what does this mean, obviously, for the ongoing conflict in and with Gaza? So it is a precarious moment. I hope we conveyed that in the podcast yesterday.
So, David, before any of this happened, before October 7th of last year, Bibi was on the hot seat, right? Talk to me about how he's perceived domestically within Israel today, and whether or not they can leverage what just happened overnight successfully on the back of that.
He has this war cabinet that was created just after that attack on October 7th. So there is a push for Israel to defend itself, obviously, in the aftermath of what happened on October 7th. But you're right, he was in a very precarious political situation in large part because of these reforms that he was trying to push through. He also has all these corruption allegations which continue to swirl around him, although less so given all that's happening here. What Ethan Bronner told me yesterday, it's so interesting. In that cabinet, in that panoply of Israeli officials, he's pretty much on the farthest left. You have a lot of folks to the right of him who are pressuring him at this moment to take a stronger stance and to retaliate more forcefully than perhaps even he wants to. So precarious position for the country, but also for Bibi Netanyahu himself.
The heart of Big Take is the quality of your guests who Gura brings in. So you got Nick Wadhams, who's seen it all. He's been on. He's the only one that goes on Air Force One that doesn't steal stuff. That's how many times.
He doesn't take the M&Ms.
He doesn't take the M&Ms. And probably some of the people are walking out with the seat belts in the chair,
checking
not
their pockets. Yeah.
And Bronner, is legendary at the New York Times.
Yes.
Now running the shop for Bloomberg in Tel Aviv. Do they, and frankly, David, do you see a cohesive and continuance of our policy to the Eastern Mediterranean, or does it radically shift the first Tuesday of November?
I think it's, as it is in every country around the world, an open question, obviously, what happens after the election here. And we saw a strained relationship between Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu when Donald Trump was in office as well. So it's unclear sort of how that policy would change. We did see movement, of course, when Donald Trump was in power to move the embassy, a lot of rhetoric and stronger rhetoric in support of Israel. But it's unclear. And to your point, Damien, Benjamin Netanyahu's position is so precarious, it's unclear sort of what will happen come November in that country as well. But it's certainly I think, galvanizing politicians in Washington to look at this issue anew. We're seeing that on Capitol Hill. Speaker Johnson saying he's going to bring forward several of these bills that he's been really sitting on for the last few weeks, foreign aid bills. So what's happened over the course of the weekend, I think, has sort of been a catalytic event in Washington to get Congress moving again, grappling with the seriousness of what's happened and how this might escalate even more.
David, I just have to get your temperature on this last point. For me, it's a U.S. election year, obviously, and many people, believe that a vote for the Democrats is a vote against Israel, right? And vice versa, a vote for Republicans is a vote for Israel. What do you believe? Like, what do you think, or more importantly, what do you think is the reality out there? What is sentiment out there as it relates to Israel on a party-by-party sort of nature?
I don't think it's that radically the case, but I do think you're hitting on something, which is Democrats are having to navigate protests in their own ranks about what the policy is toward Israel and how this administration is dealing with that crisis in Gaza. We've seen how difficult it is for President Biden. Speeches have been interrupted. Events he's attended have been interrupted by protesters. There is a sense that he is not or hasn't been paying enough to the plight of the Palestinians as a result of this. So it's something I think the Democrats are very cognizant of and are going to have to navigate very carefully here.
Tell us about the big take. I look at the success of it and the ambition of it as well. Where do you want the big take to go in the next 90 days?
Well, you kindly said that it can resonate on the issues of the day, and I really hope that we're going to get to that point where that's happening on a very regular basis.
So today it's the play in the Sixers and the Heat.
Exactly.
You're going to do.
We're going to pull Damien before the tea time. We'll get Damien in for that special topper to the episode. No, I think that what I want is a nice mix of addressing the sort of broader context of the issues of the day, but also elevating and giving a wider audience to the very fine work that our colleagues here at Bloomberg are doing. So today's episode is going to focus on this very strong and sobering, frightening, scary investigative piece by Olivia Carville on a sort of sextortion scheme that's affecting teenagers in this country. The consequences.
I read it. It was it's scary.
Devastating.
It's really, really devastating. It's really frightening.
And I think to get that to a wider audience is important. We're going to be doing that as well, Tom.
David Gura, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Look for the big take. Look for it out on Apple Podcasts there with a lot of other Bloomberg issues. Mr. Gura with a really important piece. You can still go back and listen to it yesterday on Israel and Iran. Damien, we're closing out the hour here. I know you got the cleats on. You don't wear the cleats on a carpet in a food court. But, Damien, I just have to talk about the core issue, which is going back to Stanley Fischer in 1998, suddenly in EM. Gauge the word suddenly right now in terms of EM finance?
Well, suddenly, there's only one thing that's sudden in emerging markets. That's how the currencies react relative to the dollar. And so I think, we've been talking about it all morning long. This is a dollar story. This is about what would it take to derail this dollar strength. And, with, interest rate differentials in favor of the U.S., with growth in favor of the U.S., and quite frankly, if everything goes pear-shaped and everything goes wrong in the world geopolitically, whatever the case may be, that's still bullish for the dollar. So it's really tough as an EM investor to make a bull case in this market.
So let's go back to EM, and that would be Japan. I got Japan at 154, and I got Euro-Yen at 164. They were supposed to intervene here. Let's just start simply with why did they not?
Well, I don't know if they have or have not yet. I know Indonesia overnight did intervene, actually. So that, to me, was kind of a precursor for what you might see out of the BOJ. But certainly, I do believe that it's just a matter of time before the BOJ is going to have to intervene to defend the 155 handle. And look, if they don't, where could we go? 160 higher? I think some of the guys who know better than I are talking about a 10% move in dollar yen from here. So, that would be painful.
What does renminbi do? They're clearly managing it. It's basically shut down, fully almost fixed within a collar by Beijing as well. Their shortest path here, even with 5.3% GDP, is depreciation.
They're managing it, but what they're doing is manufacturing gains for dollar investors who had the audacity to buy China government bonds. Local denominated CGBs are the only asset class in all of global fixed income and all of the Bloomberg Global Aggregate Bond Index that are up year to date.
The Gura College Fund is completely loaded with Chinese renminbi CGBs? Did you were listening to David? David, did you hedge that over in US dollars?
I'm taking a page from your all-cash, triple-leveraged college. You're promoting this now.
David,
it's worked wonderfully well, Tom. I know for you.
I had a 2 and 20. Lisa wants to go to lunch. I had a 2 and 20 payout on triple leveraged all cash. This has been great. David Gura looking for the Big Take podcast. Damien, thank you.
Thank you.
Try to make par in a golf course. Otis, satisfaction.
My darling in my car. Projections. We'll get immediate reaction from JP Morgan's Priya Misra, KPMG's Diane Swank, Bank of America's Michael Gapin, and PGIM's Robert Tipp. And finally, we will get the news conference. We will parse every word of Chair Powell with respect to former New York Fed President Bill Dudley and BlackRock's Jeff Rosenberg's incredible insights. John, really, this is the show, and I'm very excited to be part of it.
A fantastic lineup. Alongside us, Mohammed Al-Aaron of Queen's College, Cambridge. Mohammed, great to see you. Do you think we're injecting a little bit too much excitement into this one, or is this the real deal? One to watch?
It's not one to watch in terms of getting any actions. It is one to watch in terms of signals, but it is particularly one to watch with respect to the press conference, because Chair Powell is going to have to decide what tone does he take at this particular moment, and does he repeat his performance in front of Congress, which is maintain a very steady course, or does he impart significant volatility into the marketplace as he's done in previous press conferences?
We should mention that semi-annual testimony was only in the last few weeks. Has that much changed with a hot PPI report and a hot CPI as well, or at least hotter than expected?
At the margin, yes, but not enough for him to surprise the market. What I find fascinating is all the questions you've raised, Lisa. This is supposed to be a very transparent Fed. This is supposed to be a data-dependent Fed, and yet all these questions have arisen. And I think that we're looking for spurious accuracy. And in the dots in particular, there's going to be spurious accuracy. You know, it doesn't take much to go from 3 to 2 cuts, and yet the market will probably amplify if that happens.
Amplify means sell off, right? Is that what you're saying? Amplify means that basically if they go from 3 to 2, you get sort of a sell off in bonds and stocks as people reassess just the will.
So they are not very keen on embracing this whole forward-looking, what is the equilibrium rate, etc. So we're not going to hear much about that this time, but we will hear a lot about the data. I'm most interested in what do they do with the PCE? Leave it at 2.4 for core headline, or do they take it up? That's the one you should look at.
We've got to gauge his confidence as well. We know he was getting a little bit more confident, but looking for more confidence. This is how ridiculous some of this has become. Do you think, based on the data we've had over the last month, that he has lost confidence, gained confidence? Which one?
So if he is consistent with being so data dependent, he should have lost some confidence. We've had 3 hotter than expected inflation prints. That tells you something. But if he were to look forward, we get back to this whole issue of what is the right inflation rate for this country and how quickly should you get to 2%. That is why his press conference is going to be so
Every
delicate.
time we bring this up, you mention this point, you think they should push out the timeline for this, don't you?
I do.
By how long?
By a couple of years.
You think it's going to be that difficult to get back down to target?
Yes.
Why?
Because we're living in a world where the supply side isn't flexible enough. And you get almost every week you get indication of changing supply chains. You get indication of the tightness of the labor market. You get indication of an energy transition that's not going as well as people wanted. All these things mean the supply side is less flexible, and the underlying inflation rate that is consistent with economic well-being for now is somewhat higher than 2%.
Do you get the sense they see it the same way on the FOMC?
We don't know because they don't speak about longer-term issues. They tend to be so data-dependent. And remember, the data dependency issue is that you're driving a car looking through the rearview mirror. The other thing they tend to be, and we saw that very clearly in December, is that they tend to be influenced by markets. You know, John, I had this image that the market goes on a roller coaster, and the Fed's role is to be looking at the roller coaster, not being in the roller coaster. However, the Fed has tended to be influenced a lot by the market's roller coaster.
Well, at this point, it doesn't sound like they have. If in December they weren't pushing back against some of the enthusiasm we started to see in markets, they basically turbocharged it. Will they be taken on that roller coaster and try to tamp down some of the enthusiasm that we've seen with equities making all-time highs?
So remember, December market was pricing in 7 cuts for this year, and Chair Powell surprised everybody by a very dovish pivot. If he is to stick to that, now the market is pricing just less than 3 cuts. Does he pivot more hawkish? That is the problem they're getting themselves into if they are too overly influenced by what's been happening in the market and by the data. You should take that into account. It should inform and influence your decisions, but it shouldn't impose on what you say.
When you say that this is a very data-dependent Fed, what data are they looking at? We keep talking to people about the choose-your-own-adventure nature of this data. Do we have a sense of what has more import to them than other indicators?
So they've told us they look at different variants of inflation where they take out a few things that they think we shouldn't be looking at or that are distorted. So they do look at that. They certainly look at the labor market. And they look at not only what's happening to wages, but also other indication of the tightness of the labor market. And they do look at what's happening to the economy as a whole. So I do think they are very, very overly influenced by the backward-looking data. And they do take a holistic view.
A question that Lisa and I have asked a million times over the last month or so. I want to ask it again of you. Biggest risk right now, based on what we know, just based on what we know so far, what is the biggest risk? Waiting too long to cut or cutting too soon?
This Fed the biggest risk it faces is of being overly tight and pushing this economy into a recession when there's no reason for it to go into recession.
So holding too long.
Yeah.
How would you define holding too long? Going beyond June? Going later this year?
Going later, not doing 2 to 3 cuts, being hawkish. You know, it's a different Fed. Entering into this inflation shock that they got, they tended always to be on the dovish side. The inflation shock that they got has reminded them of the 70s, and that's something they do not want to repeat. So the balance of risk, if they're wrong, is that they're too tight rather than too loose.
Interesting, because Lisa, that conflicts with some of the other things we've heard from, say, Steve Rasciuto of Mizuho, who thinks that they're itching to cut interest rates, just the economy and the economic data won't cooperate. Which
is part of the problem that some people are looking at with some of those base effects of transition to different kinds of technologies. When it comes to nearshoring and rejiggering supply chains, all of these inflationary impulses, how does a Fed counter those while not torpedoing the economy? Which do they prioritize? What we're hearing is the labor market takes precedence, and that seems to be where a lot of people seem to be leaning, including Jay Powell.
I just wonder whose argument wins on the FOMC today. And we can talk about this through the afternoon. Governor Waller, who's kind of saying, what's the rush? President Kashgari, why do anything, given the economic data we've had? I just wonder if the Hawks win that argument on the FOMC going into this decision in about 18 minutes' time. Mohammed's going to be sticking with us. Coming up very shortly, we'll catch up with Kathy Jones of Charles Schwab alongside Deutsche Bank's Matt Lazzetti. Your equity market on the S&P 500 negative here by 0.1%. In the bond market, yields just a touch lower, 467 on a 2-year, on a 10-year, 428.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
Very close to all-time highs going into this Fed decision. Equities pulling back just a little bit. We're negative by 0.1% on the S&P 500. On the Nasdaq, down about 0.1%. In the bond market, some decent moves over the last week or so. Yields repricing higher. At the front end, the low of the year in January, 4.1%. Over the last week, back through 470. Lisa, on a 2-year right now, 467.
People really pricing out the idea of more than 3 rate cuts this year. Now it goes over to the Fed. Do they say, you know what? You are correct, market, and we are actually leaning toward maybe 2 rate cuts rather than 3. Does that have a material sell-off effect in the equity markets as well as into bonds?
Following the excitement of the BOJ just yesterday, Dollar yen, it's amazing. Just want to check in on the FX market briefly. 150, 158, 7 consecutive days, Lisa, of Japanese yen weakness. This dollar going into this Fed decision, absolutely dominant.
You know, this has been maddening. This has been a maddening period of time. Frustrated, exhausted. You can say whatever you want, but get the call right. Good luck getting the market move right. Basically, people are trying to figure out where we are in a new paradigm of history. We've got the Bank of Japan, exiting negative rate policy, but they're basically still tacitly doing yield curve control. And then over here in the U.S., you have to wonder, the economic data is so strong. And we're going to hear from Fed Chair Powell, look at all the potential negatives. Right? So at what point are we seeing any kind of cohesion that we could trade off of? I don't know.
Let's get to work. 15 minutes away from that decision. Joining us is Kathy Jones of Charles Schwab, Matt Lazzetti of Deutsche Bank. Kathy, got to begin with you. How are the summary of economic projections going to look at 2 p.m. Eastern time compared to where they were back in December?
Well, there'll probably be some upgrade to GDP growth and near-term inflation, just to mark to market. But I don't think there'll be a big shift in the out years. I don't think that we'll get a big change in the expectations for growth and inflation longer term. And, that's not going to give us much information. So they can mark to market for this year. And that doesn't tell us anything about the future.
Big question we've got is whether we come down from 3 on a median dot, Matt Lazzetti, to 2. Only takes a couple of policymakers. Matt, what's your base case going into that dot plot?
So our base case is that they stick with 3 cuts this year, but as you mentioned, it only takes 2 people to move. So I think there is a very real risk that they move to only expecting 2 cuts this year. We expect the dots further out actually to come up, 2025, 2026, in the long run dot to move higher. I think how much impact that has on markets will depend on, how many dots move for 2024. Is it a signal that there's a wholesale rethink about the policy outlook? And then obviously how Chair Powell communicates it in the press conference. My expectation would be that even if they move to 2 cuts, that Chair Powell does want to keep June live and on the table for a rate cut. And if it does, that should moderate any effect on the market.
Matt, has the balance of risks shifted and been more weighted toward the inflation picture rather than the deterioration picture?
Look, I think you've gotten 2 stronger than expected inflation prints. The breakdown of those inflation prints was not good from the Fed's perspective in terms of higher shelter inflation, higher core services ex shelter, the things that they're worried about being stickier. So, I think, just over the past 2 months or so, you have seen a shift. And I think with the SEP, we'll have to look at how much the risks around their inflation outlook have changed. But I think we also have to be cognizant. They are hyper data dependent. If you get 2 more better inflation prints through the June FOMC meeting, I think they'll feel better about that risk management consideration and be able to back off and reduce rates at that point.
Matt, what do you think better is? What would look like better?
I think you need 0.2% core PCE prints over the next 2 months. I think they need to see year-over-year core PCE at 2.5% or lower. That is our baseline expectation, but obviously we also are a little bit more uncertain about that, have a little less confidence in that than we did two months ago.
In the press conference, Matt, what kind of language do you think Chairman Powell is going to reach for? The same kind of words that he used only a few weeks back?
It was somewhat surprising to me that 2 weeks ago he said that they're kind of quote unquote not far from having that confidence. I would think that he's a little bit further away after getting another worse inflation print. But at the same time, I think that there are enough one-offs at the beginning of the year, seasonal adjustment factors, portfolio management, inflation picking up, that they still should have confidence in the disinflation trend. I expect them to communicate that and to suggest that really they just need to see a few more data points. And if they get that confidence, that they're willing to cut rates.
Matt, just the last question on the balance sheet. We were told this was going to be a big meeting on the balance sheet. How big is it? What kind of decision should we expect, if we should expect any decision at all?
I think it's a big meeting in terms of discussions. I don't think it's a big meeting in terms of decisions or announcements. So they're going to have an in-depth discussion about the balance sheet, mostly focused on what do they need to see to slow down the pace of QT. I think we'll probably get more information from the minutes than we do from today's press conference. I think Chair Powell will probably just give us a readout of what those discussions were, right. And we would expect an announcement actually in May or June.
Interesting. Matt, I know you've got to run. Great to catch up. Matt Lazzetti there of Deutsche Bank going into this Fed decision about 10 minutes away when we get the statement, the summary of economic projections, the Fed's outlook. 30 minutes after that, we'll get the news conference. The scores going into it on the S&P 500, pulling back just a little bit, down 0.1%, all-time highs at a close yesterday. Into the bond market, 2-year, 10-year. Here's the price of things for you. The yield, we're down a basis point on a 2-year, 4.67. With us around the table, Kathy Jones of Schwab, Mohammed Al-Erin of Queen's College, Cambridge. Mohammed, we're talking about the balance sheet as well. Let's have that discussion now. What kind of considerations need to go into the decision that they're potentially going to make at this meeting or even the next one?
So I think two, the monetary policy consideration and the financial stability consideration. And they've got to balance, on the one hand, the need for this balance sheet to come down for monetary policy purposes, but also to do it at a pace that is slow enough not to risk financial stability.
Kathy, what are the financial stability risks? Stocks, all-time highs, credit spreads, super tight. It feels like the regional banking stress of last year was last year's story. It looks like we've moved on. Should we be concerned about any of that stuff at the moment?
It looks like it's diminished risk versus where we were a year ago. But nonetheless, we're getting to a point, in the repo market where it becomes important that there's enough liquidity in the system. And they're trying to figure out what that balance is precisely in terms of drawing down a QT to keep enough in the system and still continue to reduce the balance sheet. And they're really stuck with those mortgages. I mean, part of the problem, they're just stuck with these mortgages for now, and that's going to be a problem.
Kathy, let me take you back a few months where everybody was wondering about the functioning of the Treasury market in view of massive issuance by the government. The question was who was going to buy, and you have QT on top of all that. What has happened to all that discussion?
Households have stepped up. When we look at who has been buying, it's the usual suspects have continued to buy, but the increase above issuance largely has been households. So when you look at people, they don't even realize they hold. If they have money market funds, they have treasuries. If they hold, short-term treasuries, they hold short-term bond funds. Chances are they hold treasuries. And as those yields hit 5%, had a big jump in households. So I think that 5%, in my view, has been the level that's really pulled in a lot of capital. And when it comes to issuance, I don't sit around. I don't put that high in my list of concerns. There'll be a buyer.
Mohammed, Kathy's talking about all this cash sloshing around. And when we were at Bank of America yesterday, they talked about how savings accounts are 40% higher now than they were pre-pandemic. Where is all of this coming from? Especially because the Fed's supposed to be draining the system of liquidity.
So I think the household liquidity is A, how much it benefited from the pandemic, and B, let's not forget, when we see strong employment, strong wages, that generates income, generates all sorts of financial balances. I think what's fascinating, and Kathy, I would love to hear your view on this, is how did we go from 7 cuts to 2 to 3 while stocks reached record high? Had we been here in December, and I would have told you the market will be proven wrong, and it will price in 3 cuts by March, I doubt we would have said, and stocks would mark one record high after the other. So how do we explain that?
Yeah, fortunately, I don't do equities, so I don't have to explain what's going on in the equity market.
That's a pun, because the equity markets do bonds.
Yeah, I have my colleague Liz Ann Saunders, I think, is going to be on later, and she can explain that to you. I do think when we were pricing in 7 cuts, it seemed we never changed. We had 3 to 4 this year. I don't really know what people were looking at, except the previous history from the Fed was always when they hit an inflection point, they tended to go pretty quickly. And at that point, the numbers were deteriorating. But now, we've come back. The economy is more resilient than expected. Inflation's a little stickier than expected. So we've righted the ship here, and we had some communications from the Fed that also pushed back on that notion. What they're doing in the equity market, though, I have no idea.
Before you even ask that question, guess who wrote in? Neil Dutta, Renmark. This is what Neil had to say. If they move the 2 dots from 3 and come down to 2 on the median dot, and they're revising up growth and inflation, is it really a big deal? Earnings are up big. He's talked about nominal GDP. Equities are doing well. And this brings up the Mark Cabana question over at Bank of America. And Kathy, I think we have to think about this to some extent. Mark Cabana at Bank of America was telling Lisa and I yesterday that maybe the bond market should be looking to the equity market for clues as to what's happening here. Stocks are rallying on better nominal GDP data than we expected to start the year. Perhaps yields need to play catch up. How would you frame that one?
Well, when I look at real rates, even nominal rates where they are, I don't think we have a lot of catching up to do. If you're running inflation, say core PC at 2.9% right now, and we have a Fed funds rate of 5.5%, That's a pretty big spread. That's a pretty wide real rate. So does the bond market really need to readjust if the Fed stands still for a little while or pushes back more slowly? We've also seen some softness, underlying softness in the labor market, and I think that's been a little bit lost in the conversation recently. Some of those numbers are looking not so great. The quits rate, when you look at part-time employment versus full-time, hours worked coming down. A lot of noise in the data, but I think if I were at the Fed, I'd want to get more numbers on the labor market before I made a big decision one way or another, which is why I don't think we're really going to see big change.
The thing I was getting at with all of the cash sloshing around, Kathy, is how much is the Fed fighting the battle that fiscal spending has created? And essentially it puts them in a very uncomfortable position because there might be some underlying weakness, but essentially at the end of the day, fiscal spending has often driven inflationary cycles. How much are you looking to understand what they view as their role in this tension that's very political and something they don't want to touch with a 10-foot pole?
Right. No, it's a tough job. I'm glad I'm not trying to stand up there in front of everybody and answer those questions about fiscal policy at the press conference today. But it's true. Fiscal policy has been very supportive to households, and you have a lot of jobs. And when people have jobs, they spend money. And so the Fed has to adjust their expectations based on that.
But we had this in the early 80s when fiscal was on the accelerator and monetary policy was on the brakes.
Right.
Right. And we saw what happened there. Do you think how much of the 80s rather than the 70s do you think we're going to see?
Oh boy, I remember the 80s. It was great for bond trading. I mean, we had so much volatility every day. It was fantastic. That being said, it doesn't feel like the 80s to me. I don't think we have the same dynamics in the economy that we had in the 80s. You know, you were getting huge increase in labor force participation then. Women coming into the workforce, the baby boomers just sort of hitting their stride. That was a more dynamic economy and a far more volatile commodity situation. We've got a bit of a rise in commodities now, but it's nowhere close to where it was in the 80s. So I don't feel like the dynamics quite the same.
I'll tell you what this reminds us of, and we've been talking about it over the last month or so. This reminds me of the post-GFC period in reverse. So post-GFC, we're all waiting for liftoff, and every single bank on the street was forecasting liftoff about a year out. 12 months out, the Fed's going to start hiking. They had to wait 5-6 years for it to happen. Mohammed, I'm wondering whether this era is going to be that in reverse, where every 3 months we're looking 6 months out, waiting for liftoff hikes that never come, or rather cuts that never come. Is that going to be the GFC period, post-GFC, in reverse?
So let me give you my probability distribution, and you tell me whether you agree or not.
Sure.
55% we soft land. 30% we go into a recession. 15% we never slow down. Whether you call it a no landing or you call it positive productivity shock because of AI.
Just 15.
15. Okay, so 55, 15, and then 30 that we hard land.
Is the 15 the one that's had to be revised higher since the start of the year?
It's the 55 that has been revised higher.
Okay.
Okay. So that's how I think of it. In that context, it is unlikely that we will not cut rates this year.
Kathy Jones, thank you. Great to catch up with you alongside Mohammed El-Erian. Mohammed's going to stick with us going into this decision. Let's check out the scores. If you are just joining us, we're about a minute away from the Fed decision. The scores look like this going into it. Equities very close to all-time highs, pulling back just a touch. Bramo, we're down about 0.1% on the S&P. We're very, very close to all-time highs. This is not where we thought we would be. To Mohammed's point, at the start of the year, we had March penciled in, many houses did, looking for a rate cut in March and anticipating that if we pulled out those cuts for this year, down from 6 towards the Federal Reserve, who were at 3, then this equity market would sell off. This stock market has not sold off.
And we've been talking about Jensen versus Jay, and that's sort of where we're at right now. The NVIDIA AI craze versus Jay Powell trying to put the brakes on an economy that seems to have more gas left. This is really ultimately the question. It doesn't surprise me that there's very little movement in stocks or bonds right now, because why would anyone try to front run this given the proclivity to maybe a little bit more volatility post-news conference?
Well, let's turn to the bond bond market, and we'll talk about where we've been before today. Yields have been climbing higher over the last week or so. Fixed income, treasuries, 2-year, 10-year, 30-year look like this. We're down about 2 basis points on a 2-year, 466.61. On a 10-year yield, we're down about a basis point or so. 430, very close to the highs of the year on a US 10-year. Right now, 427.68, and very close to 470 on a 2-year. With your Federal Reserve decision this afternoon, we can cross to DC with Mike McKee.
The Fed sees higher growth, stronger inflation, and slightly lower unemployment for 2024, but officials still barely see a median of 3 rate cuts for 2024. 9 of the 19 members, however, said they thought 2 or fewer rate cuts would be appropriate. 10 saw 3 or more. They did not change rates today. The dots move up a little bit next year. The median sees 2 cuts to 3.9% in 2025 instead of 3 cuts, 3 more to 3.1% in 2026, a slightly shallower path. The committee's median long run, the natural rate, also moves up to 2.6%. GDP is projected to increase 2.1% this year, a significant upgrade from the 1.4% in the December forecast. Growth is also higher in 2025 and 2026. Unemployment will end this year at 4%, Fed officials now say, instead of 4.1%. And core PCE inflation will fall, but only to 2.6% instead of the 2.4% seen in December. Headline inflation unchanged at 2.4%. The only change to the statement is job growth is no longer characterized as moderating. Language about considering any adjustment to the target rate, commitment to the 2% inflation target is the same. The decision was unanimous. And finally, there was no mention of the balance sheet in the statement beyond keeping the $95 billion in Treasury and mortgage rate caps each month.
Mike McKee, I'm going to turn to the price action in a moment, but I've got one question I need to ask you right now. Let's go through what you just said again. So faster growth, lower unemployment, higher core inflation, then something jumps off the page. It's exactly the same median dot with some changes around the surface, I know, in and around. It's more nuanced than that. But ultimately, the exact same median dot than December, as December. Mike, can you make sense of that? How have we just revised growth higher, revised unemployment lower, and core inflation up for 24 and left the median dot unchanged?
Well, you have to look at it as the median dot, because others did change their views around that dot, but nobody moved significantly higher to push rates up. One person did. They needed 2 to move it up, to move the median rate up. But as I noted, 9 of the 10 now say 2 cuts or less. So it is certainly possible, if we see similar inflation and jobs numbers going forward, that this could change again. And at the next meeting in June, when they put out a new forecast, they could go to 2.
I guess no wonder people are buying stocks right now. Mike, we'll come back to you in just a moment. On the S&P 500, positive by 1/3%. Here's the price action for you. Stocks higher. On the Nasdaq, up by 0.4%. In the bond market, a rally at the front end. We're down about 4 basis points to 4.64 on a US 2-year yield. And the dollar a little bit weaker here. The euro at 108.85. Brad, my first reaction to this, just to see faster growth for 2024, lower unemployment and higher core inflation, and a median dot, and we can get into the changes beneath the surface, I know, but a median dot that's unchanged in the face of all of that. If you're in equities at the moment, that sounds pretty bullish to me, doesn't it?
This is a Federal Reserve that suddenly, under the hood, seems to be accepting higher than expected inflation for a longer period of time, taking longer to get down to that neutral rate, because there is no other way to interpret all the numbers that you just laid out: hotter inflation than expected for the next couple of years, faster growth, and the fact that they're still planning for similar types of cuts highlights where the bias is right now for a Federal Reserve that still does want to cut rates.
If you're just tuning in, joining us around a table, Mohammed El-Erian is alongside us, together with Priya Misra, fixed income portfolio manager at JP Morgan Asset Management. Priya, I want to cross over to you. Just your first thoughts on the projections and the statement that we got just moments ago.
I think this is a Fed that really wants that soft landing to continue. They saw a path of that for that soft landing. Now, we have had better inflation data, higher inflation data than the Fed would have liked, I think, the last 2 months. But it's 2 months. You just go back 4 months. We had really weak inflation data in November and December. Jan and Feb came in a little higher. I mean, it was never going to be a straight line down to 2%. I think the Fed is saying we're going to be patient. There's a long time between now and December. Those projections are December projections. That growth getting higher, I wonder if they're telling you the supply side's working, whether it's population growth, whether it's supply chains coming back, that's allowing growth to be strong, that's allowing the labor market to be okay. And the Fed is saying, be patient. We're going to get close to that 2%. It might take a little bit longer. We can start normalizing.
Well, it's fueling a rally in gold. Gold is up by 0.6% off the back of some of this. Mohammed, your thoughts on what we've just heard from this Federal Reserve?
So I would have agreed with everything that she said, with one exception, which is a revision up in the PCE core to 2.6. So that puts me more in Lisa's camp. I think this is a signal, and the market is taking it as that they will tolerate slightly higher inflation for longer.
This is a reason why maybe if you look incrementally under the hood, you're seeing some inflation expectations over the longer term start to pick up just a little bit. Priya, from that point of view, does this kind of call, all things being equal, make you less enthusiastic about longer term treasuries if it seems like this is a Fed that wants to stick the soft landing regardless of what the data might be suggesting and even their own projections?
I would say the belly of the curve is still the most attractive because, whether they cut 2 times or 3 times, let's look at the total amount of cuts that's priced in. The neutral rate that the market is expecting, or the end point, is 3.75. I mean, the Fed's neutral rate is 2.5. The market is well north of that. So the part of the curve that's the most, I'd say, sensitive to the totality of rate cuts is that 5 to 10 year part. You're right. Going out into the 30-year, there's term premium, there's supply demand. But I will say if the soft landing continues, that $6 trillion sitting in money market funds starts to go into bond funds, equity funds. That's a positive for duration as well.
Mohammed, I have to say, this idea of potentially inflation being higher for longer, when is it kind of a sort of tacit acceptance of 2 point something you've talked a lot about, rather than looking for 2% as even a goal? If it takes 10 years, are we talking about 2% as the target anymore?
No, if it takes 10 years, then we're not talking about 2% anymore. I think you're getting that tacit agreement that in order to achieve the soft landing, we have to redefine what we think is the inflation rate that goes with that soft landing. It is not 2. I think it's nearer to 3 than it is to 2. And I think that this is a first step in this process.
I wish that these forecasts came out before the semi-annual testimony, because I do wonder how different the questions would have been. There would be serious questions now about how serious they are about getting inflation back down to target. Lisa, I think we have to go through these numbers. If you're just joining us, here they are. So I'll give you the number now, the forecast for 24, and you can compare it to December. As Mike McKee explained quite clearly, these are the median projections. 2.1% for GDP for 24. In December, it was 1.4. The unemployment rate for 24, 4%. In December, it was 4.1. PCE, 2.4, December 2.4, core PCE 2.6, December 2.4. The median dot for this year unchanged at 4.6, implying 3 cuts. Now, Bramo, if you put that in front of any committee, any press conference, the obvious question for any journalist today, this afternoon, is how serious you are taking it to get it back to 2%. Because based on that, I mean, what are you taking seriously? And I think you absolutely nailed it. Are they beginning to tolerate something a bit above target? Because
ultimately, they want to prioritize the labor market over inflation data that is noisy. And they've talked about that and higher than expected. I will just say, if it came out before semi-annual testimony, I wonder if they'll ask about Bitcoin, because they probably wouldn't read it and then ask that question. But I'm glad that we have good journalists who are going to be asking that question in the press conference.
I think Senator Warren also sent another letter recently saying you should cut rates like right now.
Maybe they're listening.
Yeah, I'm sure that won't come up in the news conference a little bit later. Joining us to discuss this one is Dan Swonk, the chief economist at KPMG, alongside Bank of America's Michael Gapin. Dan, I'd love your reaction just to these projections and what you've heard so far from this Federal Reserve.
Well, I think
a couple of things are really important. First of all, the threshold to cut rates is a little higher than many people thought. But also, they're not talking about raising rates, even though they've had this higher inflation. And I do think, remember, they're going through their process of reevaluating where rates are, what is the optimal inflation rate and what is the optimal policy path. And I think on hedging, what they're doing right now is they're saying we're willing to hold it higher for longer to get there. And Jay Powell really made this point that markets sort of ran off on in December, is that we don't think we need a recession anymore to get back to our inflation target. They're willing to be patient to get down there. I do think over time there is going to be a debate of what is the optimal inflation rate. Is it 2.5%? I don't think it's closer to 3%, but I do think that there is something to the fact that they're willing to tolerate a little higher inflation for a little bit longer rather than higher unemployment. But they also are not willing to, raise rates again, and I think that's important too. But the threshold to cut is a little higher than it was prior to this meeting.
Dan, before I get Mike Gapen's thoughts, I just want to come back to you on something you said. We don't need a recession is very different to we don't want one. Do you think that is the difference this afternoon? Is this we don't need a recession to get inflation back to target, or we don't want one? Diane?
Oh, I think it's that they don't need a recession. They don't believe they need a recession, and they don't want one if they don't need it. So I think that's really the important two pieces to this equation, is that if they had to take a recession, August 2022, bucket of cold ice on us at Jackson Hole, we'll take a recession if we need it to get inflation down. They were wrong. We didn't need it. They got pretty far. We've made enough progress now that to take a recession to make it the last mile on this road on inflation, it's not worth it. And I think that's the hedge that you're seeing played out right now.
Mike, there also is a bit of a shifting in the goalposts, given the fact that we're looking at inflation that's coming down, but not coming down to 2%, and then that's okay. That is considered success. How much is this statement and these projections really signaling an acceptance of higher inflation for longer to you?
So to me, it's not. I mean, I think they're looking at changing policy today or setting policy today and trying to get to their macro objectives over the 3-year forecast horizon. They're still saying we'll get there in 2026, which is the same story that they've given in the past. So yes, they have to tolerate a little higher inflation in the near term this year and next year. But I don't think they're giving up on that 2% goal. I think the flavor to the revisions to me says the median member is fully embracing this supply side story, and the economy can run faster, at least temporarily, without generating significant overheating pressures. So to me, that's the main message from the statement, although I acknowledge with revising up the inflation path 0.2 this year, 0.1 next year, does say we may have to have a little higher inflation in the meantime, but I don't think they're giving up on that 2% target.
Priya, I see you vigorously nodding. You agree?
I completely agree. I think it's the supply side. That's the key. I think the entire soft landing was predicated on the Fed starting to ease. What they're telling us is that I think the starting point matters. We're at 5.5 on Fed funds, 10-year real rates at 2%. This is restrictive policy. Can they start to normalize, start to cut a little bit? Not the entire cycle. They don't have to cut consecutively all the way down to 2.5%. Start that process of normalization. If that means inflation's a little higher than their target this year, so be it. We'll get there in the next couple of years. If the supply side is working, it allows growth to be strong without creating inflation. Maybe the target is 2 to 3%. I don't think they can politically say it or have much credibility. It's like me saying I can't run a marathon when I can't run 100 meters. But essentially, when you can't reach your target, you should not change the target. But can they act as if you'll get there? We just push out that 2% a year out or 2 years out. I think that's what they're telling us. They're telling us, let's start. We're not committing. This is a data-dependent Fed. We can decide 25 and 26 cuts. We have a lot of time to do that. Let's just start the process now because we're in restrictive territory.
Priya, is that a reason to buy the 10-year Treasury or sell it?
The 10 years harder. It's a reason to buy the 5-year. For now, I would say buy it because I think this keeps demand coming into fixed income. I think the rates market was actually slightly hawkishly positioned into this meeting because of this debate between 2 and 3 cuts. The equity risk assets have been on a tear. I mean, there's been nothing stopping that. I don't think now anything stops it because unless the growth data weakens, the Fed's telling you they're willing to let this run. They're willing to ease to allow that soft landing to continue.
Dan, I'd love your thoughts on how to navigate this news conference when there is such a clear and obvious contradiction in the median projections for 2024. How do you think Chairman Powell will explore this one in 16 minutes' time?
He's going to be straight in and full on we're still committed to getting to 2%. He will not back off that kind of rhetoric, and I think that's important. He's saying we're just willing to, we've not changed the time frame. It's just going to come down a little slower than we thought. But also there's a trade-off. You know, are we willing to create unnecessary pain, which is the Fed's word for euphemism for unemployment, for no reason? Do we really need that at this point in time? And I think what they're saying is no. We see, even in the labor market, we've seen a surge in immigration. We've seen a rebalancing in the labor market that's continuing. If the labor market were to get significantly softer, they would cut more rapidly. I think that's the other side of this that is interesting, is that are starting to see sort of a division within the Fed on what are the balance of risks. But at the end of the day, the Fed is looking at this saying, we've had a pretty resilient economy, and there's no reason to derail a resilient economy as long as we're moving in the right direction. How fast we get there doesn't matter given the progress we've made. And I think, you know, it does matter if it's 10 years, like Mohammed said, yes, then it's not. But I think in the context of where we've been and what we're doing, this is sort of the way to think about it as a way to not cause undue pain in the economy for no reason.
So then I agree with you, and I think it's important that we're redefining patience. Going into this meeting, patience meant there's no rush to cut rates. Now patience means we may have to wait a little bit longer to get to 2%, or the path will be slightly different. But whenever I say that out, the reaction, the pushback I get is, but that's going to destabilize inflation expectations. I don't think it will. Do you agree? Do you agree that it will not?
Yeah, I'm with you, Mohammed, on this. I don't think it will, because we've seen remarkably anchored inflation expectations throughout all this. Now, if it did begin to, the Fed would be changing its tune pretty quickly, right? So this is something they're looking at. They're looking at that inflation expectations have been fairly well anchored, and that's a good sign for them that this is an okay path to take. But you're absolutely right. If we were to see inflation expectations shift on the basis of this, they'd have to change their tune and their strategy.
Mike Gapen, I want to give you the final word going into this news conference. What would you look for?
Well, I think that the balance, so what's been discussed here is essentially, you know, do you really have a higher bar to start? Are you less confident about starting? We all seem to think that they still have a lot of confidence about disinflation remaining in place. So I would kind of address those two confidences. And honestly, I would try and tease out any information on the balance sheet discussion. The market, I think, needs to know, does taper start when overnight reverse repo balances are just low, or do we have to get to zero on that? I do think some information there would be helpful.
I think we'll be getting some questions on that, no doubt about it. Mike Gapen of Bank of America, the brilliant Diane Swonk of KPMG. To the two of you, thank you. If you are just joining us, 13 minutes away from a news conference with Chair Jay Powell of the Federal Reserve. No change to interest rates, plenty of changes to the outlook for 2024. Faster growth, lower unemployment, higher core inflation, and then I guess the news is where there is no change. The median dot still implying 3 cuts for 2024. Now, you're all making me feel a little bit uncomfortable because you all agree with each other, so I've got to be that guy, and I think Lisa's on the same page as me. There's going to be a lot of people watching this that just think, well, hang on a minute. There's a huge contradiction in all of this, that you've revised higher inflation, revised lower unemployment, you're looking for a faster economy, and your projection for rates stays unchanged. That sounds super dovish, and I would say displays a real tolerance for above-target inflation, with equities at all-time highs and credit spreads very, very tight. Why are we wrong when people come on this program and say we are sufficiently restrictive? In fact, some people come on this program and say significantly so. Where is the evidence of that based on what we're seeing this afternoon? Where is the evidence, Mohammed?
So the evidence was given to you earlier by Kathy, which is if you just look at one price, which is where the policy rate is, relative to where core PCE is, that's where you get the restrictive. But I agree with you. If you look at the financial conditions as a whole, these are very loose financial conditions.
One thing that I'm looking at in the statement is that the Fed took out language saying job gains had moderated. It really was the only change to the statement. Priya, from your perspective, everyone's been saying it's all about the labor market. If we don't see moderation in the labor market, and if it's actually reigniting, how are we going to get down to 2%? From here, if maybe people are saying it's restrictive, the equity markets and the credit markets didn't get the message.
So I think the labor market is coming in better balance. It is moderating. It may not be moderating in terms of NFP numbers every month. It's moderating in terms of the quits rate. It's moderating in terms of job vacancies or average hourly earnings, ECI. You look at measures of wage inflation, it is moderating. I think that's what gives the Fed comfort that those inflation expectations will be anchored, that even if core PCE is a little bit higher, that's largely due to shelter or medical insurance. There's lots of little components of PCE that might be keeping it a little bit higher for longer. But as long as the labor market suggests that wages are moderating, I think it gives the Fed that confidence. And I would say for them to start to cut, I think cuts in 2024 are about inflation. PCE has gone from 5.5% to 3%. That's a reason for them to cut 75 basis points. Cuts next year are about growth in the labor market.
To me, Mohammed, this all goes back to your point, which is this a Federal Reserve that is operating without an overarching kind of thesis? They're basically just trying to cobble together people's different opinions and putting something out there, and then it sends us all in a tailspin trying to explain some sort of cohesive theory behind it and where we're going. Is that what this smells like? We're trying to sort of rationalize and come up with a theory behind this when it's really this person thinks this person thinks this is a good kind of happy medium. Go figure out what to do with this.
So if you want to be generous, you'd say this is such an uncertain economy. There's so many things changing on the structural side that they have no choice but to behave like they're behaving. If you want to be less generous, you'll say this is a Fed that actually took a view. It looked through data in 2021 and ended up really undermining its credibility. And therefore, it is very hesitant to do anything more than simply look at past data. So it's up to you whether you want to be generous or less generous.
The decision 9 minutes away. We'll find out if Robert Tipp is feeling generous of PGIM. He joins us now. Robert, you've had about 20 minutes to chew over this one. Your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I mean, I think that in terms of supporting what they've done, the rate of growth of the economy has been firm. The rate of inflation has come down at a headline basis by, 5-6%, by nearly 3% on a core basis. The question came up earlier, do they want a recession? I think they want a soft landing. And they got conditions restrictive enough to bring down inflation quite a bit. Wage growth has decelerated, and they managed to do that while unemployment has remained low. Growth has continued. So I think it's been a very successful go. Did they start late? They did start late. But I think their pandemic practice, was a little bit late. I don't think we have a lot of active central banker data points in terms of how you're supposed to do it. So I think so far, so good. And I think they're trying to hone the message so far here.
You sound very positive on all of this. Does that mean that you're a buyer of bonds of all durations because you think that ultimately they will get to the goal that they're looking for, along with the soft landing that's always been called sort of the unicorn that never arrives?
Well, I think the unicorn arrived in 2019. After the 2018 cycle, we were on our way to a soft landing. That was interrupted by pandemic, so maybe not. The late 90s, another soft landing after the 94 cycle. So I think they are there. I think the problem is a lot of people saw the dot-com bubble burst. They saw the GFC burst. And we don't have that kind of a backdrop now. And a lot of people are used to seeing funds rate up, funds rate down, crash, big problems. They're not used to seeing it. It doesn't mean it never happened. So it has happened, and looks like we're on our way there. Is this a buy point for fixed income? It is. Strategically, when you get to the end of the Fed rate hiking cycle, That's where you're going to be seeing the peak in interest rates. That was probably at the end of September last year. We're getting into that buy zone at the end of 2022. We remain there now. We're seeing a lot of support for the market. I think that's why the risk premiums in the market are so narrow, but they're likely to remain narrow. But I think overall, they're managing a very successful course here.
So, Robert, clearly a soft landing is your baseline. So speak a little bit to your level of confidence in that. And what do the tails look like if the Fed were to end up making a mistake? And we hope the Fed doesn't make a mistake. But if it were, what do you think the most likely mistake would be?
Right. Well, I think the data has not only bifurcated, it's trifurcated. Right. So when you look at the employment, I was a little surprised that they went, unidimensional, that it's, a super employment market. I mean, the household survey has been flat for a few months. Unemployment rate has inched higher. Jobless claims at a state level have gone higher, triggering some people to wonder about whether the Sahm rule is kicking in, signaling a potential recession. And of course, recessions are very hard to spot. So I think if there was going to be a problem here, you're not going to wake up one day and see data consistent with a 3.5% growth. But is it possible that we could have downshifted to 0.5% or 1%? The job growth has really dropped off here, and you've lost a little bit of momentum. I think that's the more likely side that things could break on. Having said that, they're at 5.3%. They have tightened in real terms. They've made the case they didn't really want to do that. Now they're making the case they want more information. I think if they see slower data, that would, trigger them to make some cuts, which would end up, probably preempting a recession. So the most likely mistake would be kind of a growth recession. I would think that would be the next most likely scenario there.
Priya, is there a downside to keeping inflation hotter for longer, in the idea that this is actually really problematic for particularly lower income households? As Mohammed and I were talking about before the show, that this is sort of, very much a tax on particularly people with lower income, specifically for those who are not in the market and can't capitalize on some of the gains that we see in the equity markets and could have a drag on the economy.
Sure. I think as long as the job market is fine and wages are running above inflation. So you talk about that inflation number being high. Where are wages? If wages are running 4% and inflation's at 2.5%, there's still positive real income growth. So I think as long as you have positive real income growth, that danger that you talk about is less of an issue. I do worry about the danger from, is the Fed easy for too long, or does it let the market run on this narrative of rate cuts? If inflation stays high enough, at some point, the Fed's idea of continuous rate cuts is going to get questioned. And I think that no market is pricing that in. I think risk assets are expecting rate cuts this year, rate cuts next year. So if that inflation tends to be that last mile problem actually exists and we find we're unable to get close to 2%, I think then we should reprice all those long end rates higher, which is a problem for, you keep talking about credit spreads. Is that a problem for spreads or overall risk assets? I think that's the danger I worry about. I don't think we're there yet. It's still, it's noisy data, but I think that is something we should watch as we see the totality. And I hope Jeff Owls asked about that. Is it 3-month moving average? Is it core, super core, shelter?
Yeah.
I mean, we have so many variables. We look at revisions, wages. So hopefully he's asked exactly, and I'm sure he's going to give a non-answer answer, which is everything. But maybe some nuggets in there. It's core and super core that we look at. I think just a sense of what gives them that confidence that overall we're going to get to 2%.
Frances Don of Manulife was on a programme earlier on this morning. She said exactly the same thing. Just tell us what you're looking at. Seems to change from meeting to meeting. Robert, I know you've got to go. It's got to catch up, sir. Robert Tipp of PGIM going into this news conference 3 minutes away. Mohammed, what do you want to hear from the chairman in this news conference? What do you want to hear him address?
What I'd like him is to come across as steady, to not get the market excited, to not cause undue volatility.
That's what you want. What do you expect?
It's hard. I would not like to be at
not generous view.
I would not like to be at that podium after this outcome. I really would not like to be there.
Why is that? You think the members have put him in a little bit of a sticky spot?
Yeah.
To explain this?
I mean, you've repeated over and over again that the data revisions and the revision to the language, the revision to projections are inconsistent with the non-change to the rate cuts.
How difficult is this going to be, Priya, in 2 minutes?
I think he's pretty good at doing that. I think he might at least try and get that delicate balance. I mean, he is going to be asked about financial conditions. They've eased a lot. I think explaining that's context dependent. Financial conditions by itself, the Fed should not have a view on. So relative to the economy, we're in a soft landing. Financial conditions should be easier. Now, all he can do is explain the reaction function. We didn't get any data today. Explain the reaction function. They remain data dependent. I'm also looking for anything on QT, because we have tax season coming up. That overnight reverse repo facility might get to zero in the next 2 months. What are they doing then? Are they getting close to tapering? If they're going to debate this and we get a September 19 event, that's a big shock to the system. I don't think is priced in.
John, everyone's been talking about the fact that we haven't heard about the balance sheet. It wasn't in the statement. And to me, this is actually a wild card because it's this sort of tacit tightening. They're going to allow it to run off for longer than people previously expected because this is one tool that they can do without getting into the rate cutting dance.
Does that help him today, considering that he doesn't think it's passive tightening and this is just watching paint dry? Does that help him?
Well, based on what Priya was just saying, it sounds like this might be watching paint dry as well, because she was basically like, he's not going to give an answer. And Mohammed's like, please don't shake anything up.
There's a reason that we're waiting for these comments, though, on the balance sheet. It's because at the last meeting, he sat there in the news conference and told us that it would be a big meeting for a conversation about the balance sheet. So maybe you hear about that up front when these comments begin.
Maybe that's one way to kill the mood in the room, just to talk about the balance sheet roll-off and just go into exact detail about what this means. There are a lot of questions. I want to hear financial conditions first and foremost. Exactly how he responds to that. Does he brush it off in the same kind of way that he did back in December?
It's not a major deal, but it's the beginning of something that could be a big deal. There's just a clear and obvious contradiction in the outlook for 2024. I think if you see a repeat of that through the year, there's going to be more and more questions about how willing and how they are really focused on, whether they are really focused on getting that inflation number back towards 2%.
It kind of goes back to Priya's analogy, which is your target can be to run a marathon. But if you don't really run it all and you just, run a mile a day and you don't plan to do it until 2046, is that really your goal anymore? And I think that that's sort of one key question here as we talk about what is an inflation target that we're looking at that's 2%.
It's a complicated spot for the chairman. We've got equities at all-time highs as he's about to open that door and sit in front of that lectern and talk to us about the outlook for rates. Equities at all-time highs, and at the same time they're revising their inflation projections higher, and also still forecasting the same amount of cuts for 2024. I think that's a sticky spot for any Fed chair to walk into any room and speak for 60 minutes on this subject.
Which is the reason why he will probably say we're data dependent, which also means nothing to a lot of people who say, what are you looking at? This is a very difficult moment as Jay Powell walks to address all of the complexities that we are facing.
Here's the chairman of the Federal Reserve.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. The economy has made considerable progress toward our dual mandate objectives. Inflation has eased substantially, while the labor market has remained strong, and that is very good news. But inflation is still too high, ongoing progress in bringing it down is not assured, and the path forward is uncertain. We are fully committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal. Restoring price stability is essential to achieve a sustainably strong labor market that benefits all. Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. Our restrictive stance of monetary policy has been putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation. As labor market tightness has eased and progress on inflation has continued, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals are moving into better balance. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. GDP growth in the fourth quarter of last year came in at 3.2%. For 2023 as a whole, GDP expanded 3.1%, bolstered by strong consumer demand as well as improving supply conditions. Activity in the housing sector was subdued over the past year, largely reflecting high mortgage rates. High interest rates also appear to have weighed on business fixed investment. In our summary of economic projections, committee participants generally expect GDP growth to slow from last year's pace, with a median projection of 2.1% this year and 2% over the next 2 years. Participants generally revised up their growth projections since December, reflecting the strength of incoming data, including data on labor supply. The labor market remains relatively tight, but supply and demand conditions continue to come into better balance. Over the past 3 months, payroll job gains averaged 265,000 jobs per month. The unemployment rate has edged up but remains low at 3.9%. Strong job creation has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers, reflecting increases in participation among individuals aged 25 to 54 years, and a continued strong pace of immigration. Nominal wage growth has been easing, and job vacancies have declined. Although the jobs to workers gap has narrowed, labor demand still exceeds the supply of available workers. FOMC participants expect the rebalancing in the labor market to continue, easing upward pressure on inflation. The median unemployment rate projection in the SEP is 4.0% at the end of this year and 4.1% at the end of next year. Inflation has eased notably over the past year, but remains above our longer-run goal of 2%. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.5% over the 12 months ending in February, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as from measures from financial markets. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation falls to 2.4% this year, 2.2% next year, and 2% in 2026. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. The committee decided at today's meeting to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5%, and to continue the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings. As labor market tightness has eased and progress on inflation has continued, the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals are coming into better balance. We believe that our policy rate is likely at its peak for this tightening cycle, and that, if the economy evolves broadly as expected, it will likely be appropriate to begin dialing back policy restraint at some point this year. The economic outlook is uncertain, however, and we remain highly attentive to inflation risks. We are prepared to maintain the current target range for the federal funds rate for longer, if appropriate. We know that reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could result in a reversal of the progress we have seen on inflation and ultimately require even tighter policy to get inflation back to 2%. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering any adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. The committee does not expect it will be appropriate to reduce the target range until it has gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably down toward 2%. Of course, we're committed to both sides of our dual mandate, and an unexpected weakening in the labor market could also warrant a policy response. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. If the economy evolves as projected, the median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 4.6% at the end of this year, 3.9% at the end of 2025, and 3.1% at the end of 2026, still above the median longer-term funds rate. These projections are not a committee decision or plan. If the economy does not evolve as projected, the path for policy will adjust as appropriate to foster our maximum employment and price stability goals. Turning to our balance sheet, our securities holdings have declined by nearly $1.5 trillion since the committee began reducing our portfolio. At this meeting, we discussed issues related to slowing the pace of decline in our securities holdings. While we did not make any decisions today on this, the general sense of the committee is that it will be appropriate to slow the pace of runoff fairly soon, consistent with the plans we previously issued. The decision to slow the pace of runoff does not mean that our balance sheet will ultimately shrink by less than it would otherwise, but rather allows us to approach that ultimate level more gradually. In particular, slowing the pace of runoff will help ensure a smooth transition, reducing the possibility that money markets experience stress and thereby facilitating the ongoing decline in our securities holdings consistent with reaching the appropriate level of ample reserves. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping our longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and price stability over the long term. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chairman, the projections show somewhat higher core inflation. They also show somewhat stronger growth. What should we infer from this notion that on average rates were kept the same this year, but inflation is higher and growth is higher? Does it mean more tolerance for higher inflation and less of a willingness to slow the economy to achieve that target?
Well, it doesn't. No, it doesn't mean that. What it means is that we've seen incoming, as I pointed out in my opening remarks, we did mark up our growth forecast, and so have many other forecasters. So the economy is performing well. And the inflation data came in a little bit higher as a separate matter, and I think that caused people to write up their inflation. But nonetheless, we continue to make good progress on bringing inflation down, and so.
When you just to follow up, when you say that you're willing to either maintain the rate for longer, what is the tolerance of the Federal Reserve for inflation coming in above its 2% target?
So we're strongly committed to bringing inflation down to 2% over time. That is our goal, and we will achieve that goal. Markets believe we will achieve that goal, and they should believe that, because that's what will happen over time. But we stress over time, and so. I think we're making projections that do show that happening, and we're committed to that outcome, and we will bring it about.
Rachel. Hi, Chair Powell, Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. You and others have been saying that relief on housing inflation is coming, but it still hasn't shown up meaningfully in the CPI or the PCE. Does that challenge your assumption about when the shift will finally break through, since it hasn't at that point?
So I think there's some confidence that the market rents, lower market rent increases that we're seeing will show up in measures of housing services inflation over time. There's a little bit of uncertainty about when that will happen, but there's real confidence that they will show up eventually over time. But again, uncertainty about the exact timing of that.
Okay. And will you be able to get overall inflation down to target if housing doesn't break through quickly, and does that affect the timing for eventual cuts this year?
We will get aggregate inflation down to 2% over time. We will. And I would assume that what we'll continue to see is we'll see goods prices coming into a new equilibrium where they're going down perhaps not as quickly as they had been earlier this year, where housing services inflation will come back down as current market rents are suggesting will happen, and where non-housing services will move back down. Some combination of those three things, and it may be different from the combination we had before the pandemic, will be achieved and will bring inflation back down to 2% sustainably.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, during your congressional testimony this month, you said that your test for making the first change to interest rates does not require you to be terribly comfortable that inflation is at 2% because interest rates are well above neutral. At the same time, you said here after the last meeting that the first cut is highly consequential. Can you reconcile these views for me? If rates are well above neutral, why would the first cut be highly consequential? Is that because you anticipate one cut would be followed by one or two more along the lines of the recalibration you made in 2019, which itself was modeled on the mid-cycle adjustment of 1995?
It's more, I would put it more in the context of what I said in my opening remarks, that the risks are really two-sided here. We're in a situation where, you know, if we ease too much or too soon, we could see inflation come back. And if we ease too late, we could do unnecessary harm to employment and, you know, people's working lives. And so, you know, we do see the risks as two-sided. So it is consequential. We want to be careful. And fortunately, with the economy growing, with the labor market strong, and with inflation coming down, we can approach that question carefully and let the data speak on that. That's really what I was thinking.
How much of that inflation that we've seen so far this year do you chalk up to one-off calendar adjustment effects following a period of high inflation versus some change in the trend we saw in the second half of last year?
So I want to start by saying I always try to be careful about dismissing data that we don't like. So you need to check yourself on that, and I'll do that. But I would say the January number, which was very high, the January CPI and PCE numbers were quite high. There's reason to think that there could be seasonal effects there. But nonetheless, we don't want to be completely dismissive of it. The February number was higher than expectations, but we have it at currently well below 30 basis points core PCE, which is not terribly high. So it's not like the January number. But I take the two of them together, and I think they haven't really changed the overall story, which is that of inflation moving down gradually on a sometimes bumpy road toward 2%. I don't think that story has changed. I also don't think that those readings added to anyone's confidence that we're moving closer to that point. But you know, we didn't. Last thing I'll say is we didn't excessively celebrate the good inflation readings we got in the last 7 months of last year. We didn't take too much signal out of that. What you heard us saying was that we needed to see more, that we could, you know, we wanted to be careful about that decision. And we're not going to overreact as well to these 2 months of data, nor are we going to ignore them.
Hi, yes, Chair Powell. Could you speak a little bit more about the timing? Is there enough data between now and, say, May to be able to get the kind of confidence that you say that, you know, you still need? Or by June, is there enough data for you? Just give us a sense of your thinking there. Thank you.
Yeah, so we make decisions meeting by meeting, and we didn't make any decisions about future meetings today. Those are going to depend on our ongoing assessment of the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risk. So I really don't have anything for you on any specific meeting looking forward.
But, I mean, just a question of, I mean, is there even enough data for you to be able to?
We'll take, you know, things can happen during an intermeeting period if you look back. Unexpected things. So I wouldn't want to dismiss anything. So I just would say that the committee wants to see more data that gives us higher confidence that inflation is moving down sustainably toward 2%. I also mentioned, and we don't see this in the data right now, but if there were a significant weakening in the data, particularly in the labor market, that could also be a reason for us to begin the process of reducing rates. Again, there's nothing in the data pointing at that, but those are the things that we'll be looking at coming meetings, and without trying to refer to any specific meeting.
Chris.
Hi, Chris Riegert, Associated Press. Thank you. In the projections, there is an increase in the neutral rate, as you know, and higher rates, a quarter point higher rates projected in 2025, 2026. Can you speak about what might be behind that? Is there a real sense here that the economy has perhaps changed in some way, that higher rates will be needed in the future? Thank you.
So You're right. They're pretty modest changes, but you're right. There was an uptick in the longer run rate, and also there's a 25 basis point increase in 25 and 26. In terms of are rates going to be higher in the longer run, if that's really your question, I don't think we know that. I think we think that rates were generally low during the pre-pandemic, post-global financial crisis era for reasons that are mostly, important, slow-moving, large things like demographics and productivity and that sort of thing, things that don't move quickly. But I don't think we know. I mean, my instinct would be that rates will not go back down to the very low levels that we saw where all around the world there were long-run rates that were at or below zero in some cases. I don't see rates going back down to that level, but I think there's tremendous uncertainty around that.
Great. And just a quick follow on the projections, you also have 2.6% core inflation for the end of this year. It's already at, or you mentioned it being 2.